Chapter 1, A Reality Show? The moment Tang Daodu opened her eyes, she was swarmed by a pack of women with heavy makeup and various kinds of low-cut clothing. A casual look painted it as a scene of magnificent curves and a jungle of flesh and wine. Gulp. The heck was happening? Shouldn't she be fast asleep in the hotel right now? The moment she cracked an eye open, she saw this place which seemed like a transvestite party site. Could it be that she was dreaming? This act in front of her was also way too unimaginably outrageous. Even if it was a dream, she was a woman that was straighter than a desert solitary smoke *. Why would she dream of such an unrestrained scene? Desert solitary smoke is a phrase from a poem. The entire phrase has one additional word, which means straight. The smoke is from a fire beacon, and smoke isn't straight, but our MC's just playing on words, no hidden meanings, I think. Look at how these women are dressed, they all look like ancient-era brothel women. It couldn't be that in her subconscious mind, she actually liked women? And such heavy taste to boot. Tang Daodu lifted her hand and covered her eyes. Heavens she was actually this kind of person. But that's not right either. With suspicion in her eyes, Tang Daodu rubbed the lethal weapon that came over. It was very meticulous, supple, and elastic. She became even more puzzled. Such a realistic sensation. Oh my god, this couldn't be real, right? Tang Daodu was alarmed by her thought. She quickly pulled over a random woman. Hey, this big sis, where is this place? Are you guys acting out roles? Aoi, Gonzi, you're hurting this servant, a coquettish blaming tone. Hearing it made Tang Daodu drop a floor full of goosebumps with a whoosh. Gonzi is a way to address a guy, usually someone of pretty good background, like the son of an official or the son of nobility. It's pretty much Mr. except not quite. Gonzi? Tang Daodu exposed a look of surprise. Seeing that woman stroking her hair coquettishly while facing her, she violently shuddered, feeling a chill. Mommy, this place is really scary, I want to go home. Gonzi, you've called so many sisters here, which sister are you planning to have stay behind? The woman leaned towards Tang Daodu. How could Tang Daodu possibly have the nerve to allow the woman to lean on her? She hastily dodged. The woman saw her dodge as if she was avoiding a snake and immediately turned back around sharply. Her red lips gently parted as she smiled sweetly. Gonzi, what are you dodging for? Big sis, It's not that I want to hide. This woman is seriously making a passionate effort to fawn upon another woman, sister seriously can't hold up Tang Daodu shuddered and she shifted around in her seat. She still hadn't figured out the current situation, so how could she have the presence of mind to deal with these big sisters? Her clear bright eyes looked around at the strange surroundings. The more she looked, the more alarmed she became. She was finally sure about one thing, this isn't the hotel's design. This couldn't be a recording site for a live reality TV show, right? But she never received a notification. Meow meow my asterisk. To do this, they probably want to see her shameful performance, don't they? In Chinese, meow equals meow and is the sound a cat makes. Me is a sound for calling a cat. Meow meow me and other variations like meow one, me have no actual meaning. They just sound cute and are often used by modern people to express anything from outrage to shock to amazement. As she thought of those surveillance cameras that were in every possible nook and cranny, and those manipulators that set up pranks with mischievous attitudes just for the sake of satisfying the curiosity of the masses, Tang Daodu couldn't help getting a bit angry. Humph. You want to play? Then Big Sis will properly play around with you. Gonzi, could it be that you dislike this servant? Are you thinking that this servant isn't as pretty as those other girls? Why are you being so cold to this servant? That prostitute pouted playfully as she spoke. Her tender and soft body seemed to be itching to stick onto Tang Daodu's body and her voice was supple to the point where water could drip out. Then, that woman actually grabbed Tang Daodu's small claw and did a very bold and off-the-scale action. Tang Daodu instantly returned to her senses. Her dull eyes followed her arm and looked over, meeting head-on with a pair of charming silk-like eyes. She then looked at her own hand, which was currently gripped and placed onto that woman's chest, and the way it was still being intentionally dragged back and forth by the woman. Hell! Tang Daodu was immediately thundered to the point where she was scorched on the outside and tender on the inside. Ha! People from the city sure know how to play. There was really no need to mention these women's acting skills. They could practically throw the leading roles of some television dramas hundreds of streets away. Their acting seemed pretty much no different from natural personality. Look at the setup, it was seriously a big production scene. Tang Daodu's eyes lit up. It looks as if they really got serious this time. Just for the sake of making her look dumb, they've practically even spurted blood asterisk. Spurted blood means to put in a lot of effort, and might also connote to spending a lot of money. This was such a golden opportunity. Wouldn't it be wasting their good intentions if she didn't give a proper performance? Underscore 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 underscore. Credits, translated by Kayomura, edited by Prady. Kayomura's Corner. Lethal weapon discussion amongst the editors. This sentence doesn't make sense. What is the lethal weapon? I assume it's the male's, reproductive organ. C, but she doesn't reach for her crotch until later, lol. Oh, that's right. In that case, she touched the girl's breast, calling it a weapon to make sure she's not dreaming? But yeah, it makes sense, I suppose. Still weird she went there to validate she's awake XD. As you can see, this is a super funny and silly novel. There's a lot of slang and funny sayings, which makes this novel a challenge to translate even though the situation is pretty straightforward. I've chosen to keep a lot of the sounds that really have no meaning but to give a more informal and outrageous tone to the words like and ya, as well as keep some of the sayings in their literal forms rather than the connotations. Because spurted blood really gives off a different feel than really put in effort, no? Also, this novel often directly shifts from describing the situation in third-person-ish POV directly into her first-person POV reaction, so if something confuses you, I highly encourage you to take another look and puzzle it out. I really found this fun to read, so I hope my translations will be just as fun for you and that you'll grow to love this novel. Enjoy. Glossary. Chapter 2, Inconceivable, Transmigration? Chapter 2, Inconceivable, Transmigration? When her thoughts traveled here, Tang Daodu let out an evil laugh and kneaded that soft breast a couple times. Faking a lecherous expression, she said, the feel's not bad, how old are you? The woman's entire body turned soft at Tang Daodu's touch and she softly moaned, replying, Gongzi, this servant has just passed her 16th. 16? Auntie, from your looks, you had to be at least 36 already. Tang Daodu silently exclaimed in her heart. However, she still kept a vulgar smile on her face and said, oh, still quite inexperienced, huh? Gongzi. The woman's bashful look caused even Tang Daodu's heart to throb. Gongzi, the spring nights are bitterly short asterisk, why don't you let this servant hurry and help you undress so that we can head to bed? The spring nights are bitterly short is a saying that refers to the fact that in one's life, the happiest/pleasurable moments are never long enough. The sisters are all impatient from waiting. Seeing that she had finally reacted to their advances, all the women in the room approached and encircled her. All of them had alluring, the gentleman may do whatever he pleases manners. Tang Daodu feared that if she had been a man, she would have already pounced on them with her eyes shining. Unfortunately, the old heavens gave her a female body, not to mention she didn't know how many cameras were installed in this room. No way did she want to do any on-the-spot live broadcast. Big sisters, look at how many of you there are. I'm afraid that no matter how awesome I may be, I still wouldn't be able to satisfy you guys. Tang Daodu's eyes slightly narrowed as she continued acting. From the overall situation, she knew that the role she was given was that of a playboy, so naturally she couldn't act very honorably. But unexpectedly, the moment she said that, those women all started laughing. Tang Daodu also laughed, staying in the character of an old pervert. Gongzi, how could you be so unduly humble? Look at Gongzi, your formidable and majestic body. Even if 10 more sisters came, presumably it would still be nothing difficult. Pfffff. Tang Daodu spurted out a mouthful of old blood a distance away. The hell you mean by formidable and majestic, having 10 more? The hell, you think I'm a stud horse? This script was way too crazy. Ha ha. Tang Daodu forced a laugh and waved her hand. This Gongzi is tired today. I don't want to move, let's play something fresh. This big uncle will bestow a large reward on whoever does the best. Calling yourself big sister, uncle, grandfather in Chinese conversation is often used to show arrogance or an informal joking manner. Also, the word for uncle is also used to refer to the masters of a house, so it's used a lot to act arrogant. As she spoke, she vigorously patted her chest a few times, acting like a cocky and wealthy big master. Unexpectedly, after a few couple pats, her smile froze on her face. What the hell? Where's her chest? She lowered her head to look. Ah! God damn it, where did her meat buns go? As Tang Daodu went through and felt her entire body from head to toe, she soon discovered another, even more shocking matter. She had actually turned into a man. A broad palm with prominent joints, with just one look you could tell that it was a man's hand. On her body was a moonwhite ancient-style Chang Pao, and a folded paper fan was even tucked at her waist. What kind of situation was this? Tang Daodu was thoroughly confused. Don't tell her that while she was sleeping, the staff of this program even changed her clothes and styled her? Gongzi, while Tang Daodu was lost in thought, those women approached again. Gongzi, why did you end up in a daze again? Wait, ahem. Do you guys have a mirror here? Tang Daodu currently didn't have the mind to tangle with these women again. She could still understand if her meat buns were gone, but this palm of hers was clearly a man's. Modern technology had no way of transforming her this way in such a short time. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked through her mind, and with a rumble thundered Tang Daodu until she was scorched on the outside and tender within. Don't tell her she transmigrated? And even transmigrated into a man's body. Heavens, how could this be? Tang Daodu's expression was complete chaos. Meanwhile, those women had already found an antique copper mirror from somewhere and brought it here. Gongzi, what do you need a mirror for? Tang Daodu took the mirror without replying, because how could she have the mind to care about that woman's question right now? Her little heart thudded thump thump thump. If she really transmigrated into a man's body, this was all seriously too shocking, wasn't it? She lifted the mirror with trembling hands. The muddy yellow surface of the copper mirror was smooth and shiny, and on its surface, the image of a face was reflected clearly. Chapter 3, A bunch of black-clothed men came. Chapter 3, A bunch of black-clothed men came. Wasn't this still her face? Tang Daodu tilted the mirror left and right. It was her familiar brows and eyes, her familiar looks. Even though she was dressed in the manner of men in olden times, this was still her, Tang Daodu. Tang Daodu's heart finally dropped back to its proper place when she saw these familiar features. She laughed foolishly with relief and with a paw, plopped down the mirror on the table next to her. Her gaze then landed on her own large palm. Lord! Could this really be a prop? It was way too realistic. She had almost been fooled. Tang Daodu couldn't help but start feeling a strong sense of curiosity towards the show, but how was she supposed to keep acting in this unpredictable situation? She swept an eye over the confused crowd of women who were completely confounded by her series of actions. Tang Daodu didn't care though and simply spread apart her legs in an imposing manner. She then leaned forward slightly and bent her fingers to rap the table sharply, giving off a very displeased aura. Go call the person in charge over. After she surveyed the scene, she noticed that she was the only one who had on a whiter-than-snow garment. Her facial features were handsome and lively. With her unconcerned expression and her mouth hooked into a crooked smile, she looked like a very charming and elegant youngster. The women looked to each another in dismay, momentarily unable to react to Tang Daoda's words. Person in charge? The madam? Tang Daoda saw that they were still pretending to be confused and laughed coldly. Stop pretending, I already know everything. Hurry and get your boss. If you want me to act, we need to negotiate the price first. I don't do free work. Boom, boom, boom. Just at this moment, following the sound of an explosion, 8 black-clothed men wielding blades suddenly dropped down from the roof. The shining blades and swords flashed with cold light, causing all the women to scream and scatter with fear. In just a blink, not a shadow of a woman was left. Tang Daoda calmly watched all of this as she lifted up the teacup on the table. Oh, the play's getting bigger and bigger. The leading black-clothed man approached with a menacing air. He was not surprised to see that Tang Daoda was completely unconcerned. Li Shui, as expected, it is you. Tang Daoda's eyes slightly paused and her gaze wandered. When it came back around to meet the black-clothed man's direct gaze, Tang Daoda finally confirmed that he was currently addressing her. She couldn't help but sweep a disdain-filled gaze over the leading black-clothed man. They probably walked into the wrong production. They even called her name wrong. It's unknown if it was because Tang Daoda's disdainful expression provoked the black-clothed man or if it was due to some other reason, but the black-clothed man showed no desire to waste words and with a swoosh, the blade in his hand swung over. Tang Daoda thought that the sword was just a stage prop. She didn't even lift an eyelid as the black-clothed man slashed it over. How can he be so calm? Could it be that there's a trap? These thoughts flashed through the black-clothed man's head, but the blade in his hand did not stop at all. It was widely known in the Jianghu that Li Shui was a sanctimonious, treacherous, and crafty hypocrite. His whereabouts were always elusive, like a dragon god whose head could be seen but whose tail could not be found. There were very few people that had seen him before. Before, when the man had received news that Li Shui had arrived in Huai City, he thought it was just a false rumor. However, holding the mentality that he would rather wrongly kill 100 in order to not miss one, he still kept watch over the largest brothel in Huai City, Rotaceae Pavilion, in order to wait for Li Shui to show up. Li Shui preferred places with prostitutes and countless ladies. This was something everyone in Jianghu knew. After waiting a full half a month in Rotaceae Pavilion, finally, when the color of the sky turned towards night on this day, a snow-white figure appeared outside Rotaceae Pavilion. Afterwards, everything advanced according to plan, all the way up to the step in which Li Shui drank that cup of wine he had meticulously prepared. All the steps quickly flashed through the black-clothed person's mind, every single detail was within predictions. There had not been a single mistake. Tendon softening powder, which would make Li Shui incapable of using martial arts for a period of time, was mixed into that cup of wine. The timing had been calculated perfectly, so right now, Li Shui should have no strength at all to resist. Speaking is slow, time is fast. In an instant the blade approached Tang Daoda's eyes. Cold light radiated from it. It was dazzling to the point that both Tang Daoda's eyes were blinded, so she instinctively moved her head away. Speaking is slow, time is fast is a phrase commonly used in novels. It means that the speed at which things happen isn't something the narrative can keep up with. So though it seemed like things happened slowly since there was a lot of blab, it actually happened way faster. Clang. Chapter 4, Life Hanging by a Thread. Chapter 4, Life Hanging by a Thread. The blade, in passing, cut into the back of the chair behind her and the top-quality redwood split in response. A huge force jolted the chair, breaking it into pieces. Wood chips fell with plop plop plops. Tang Daoda, who was sitting on the chair, was stupefied and fell with those wood chips to the ground. Thousands of grass mud horses wildly trampled through her little heart. What the serious F***ck? Where did this play get produced? Grass mud horses is pronounced chow 3 ni 2 ma 3, used as a substitute for chow 4 ni 3 ma 1, which means F*** your mom. She lifted her eyes to meet the cold eyes of the black-clothed man. There was no doubt that she would be split into two by that sharp knife if she continued to be a sitting duck. But she had already been scared silly, okay? The two legs simply did not listen to orders anymore. All she could do was sit on the floor and foolishly stare back at that black-clothed man. They've agreed that it's an act, how did it turn into being real swords and spears? Wasn't this too deceptive? Seeing Tang Dao fall to the ground, the black-clothed man closed in step by step. Lifting up the blade in his hands, he was able to chop down again. Tang Dao's back was covered with cold sweat as she stared at the falling blade. WTF? Could it be that she, Tang Dao, with her lifetime of illustrious name, must die a violent death? The door of the room was wide open. Everything in this room could be seen clearly from the attic that was perfectly diagonally aligned with this room. A man laid languidly on a soft couch, his exquisite slender fingers were covered by long silver-white sleeves. The candle light illuminated a trace of stunning beauty and splendor. He was unhurriedly twirling a jade tablet in his hand, seeming to be casually fiddling with it. Found a fitting picture for once. Jade tablet. The man lay reclined. His appearance could not be clearly seen, but just this trace of a silhouette was enough to tell of his magnificent style. His gaze, from start to finish, never moved away from Tang Dao's figure. Seeing that blade swing down, his fingers bent slightly but then loosened again. It has finally come, after all this waiting. How could Tang Dao possibly know that besides this group of black-clothed men, there was actually another person paying attention to each and every move that went on here? At this time, the blade was right before her eyes. She was scared to death, yet her legs failed to live up to expectations and refused to move even the slightest bit. Her forehead was about to ooze sweat as her eyes fixated rigidly on that sword. When the blade was only a few centimeters away, she shouted, "Stop!" The black-clothed man's hand paused in response to this sudden utterance. Confusion flashed through his eyes, but soon after, it was replaced by fierceness and the blade slashed down once again. "I'm not Li Shui." Tang Dao looked at that dazzling blade and was almost about to cry. Bastard asterisk, she's Tang Dao. What Li Shui? She doesn't even have a feather of a connection with that person, alright. This novel is like a crash course on slang and cuss words, lol. Yade is a shortened version of equals raised by a servant, which equals bastard child / illegitimate child. It's not really cussing at him though, it's like remarking shit. You're not Li Shui? Tang Dao hastily nodded as if she was a chick pecking at rice. With matchless sincerity, she looked at the black-clothed man. That's right, you guys have the wrong person. I'm not some Li Shui, I'm called Tang Dao. Tang of the Tang dynasty, dough from beans. Tang Dao, repeated the black-clothed man. Then he said, as if I care whether you're a sweet bean or sour bean, all who show up here must die. Sweet, Tang, is a homophone of the Tang in TDD's name. What the hell, how can you be so unreasonable? Tang Dao glared angrily at the black-clothed man. Treating human life as grass to ravage at will, does the law of the land still exist? The black-clothed man was speechless for a spell. He never thought the words law of the land would actually emerge from Li Shui's mouth. The world was truly large to the point that nothing was too bizarre. Why wasn't he speaking anymore? Ha! He must have been intimidated. He's probably incapable of refuting? Tang Dao extended a finger to stroke her smooth chin. Her face was completely smug and she secretly giggled inside her heart. Seeing this, the black-clothed man's eyes slightly lowered and he closed in once more. Tang Dao, who was rejoicing covertly, completely did not have her guard up and he was able to clutch her neck. Li Shui, you know too much. Cough cough cough. Tang Dao felt uncomfortable to death as he gradually closed his fingers. Know a damned egg. What did she know? She didn't know a single thing, okay? The black-clothed man's fingers were like steel pincers. Tang Daodu pried at them like her life depended on it but couldn't get them apart. She could feel the amount of air going into her lungs decrease and her head felt uncomfortable as if it was about to explode. She chaotically waved her hands. During the struggle, she pulled off the mask of the black-clothed man. Chapter 5, Beauty is a Dangerous Thing. Chapter 5, Beauty is a Dangerous Thing. Both of them were stunned. The first to come back to his senses was the black-clothed man. His expression immediately turned dark. His gaze followed the mask pinched in Tang Daodu's hand to her face and once again met with her eyes. In his deep ink-colored pupils, a trace of darkness quickly flashed through and he suddenly started emitting killing intent. Tang Daodu's whole body trembled and her brain went blank. She was completely stunned by the appearance of this black-clothed man in front of her. How could the world have such an unearthly ethereal man? Pei. My God. That could only be used by a steamed dumpling asterisk. The skin of a steamed dumpling is white, moist, soft and elastic, the perfect ideal skin lol. So she's saying that the first adjectives that came to mind when she saw him should normally not be possible to describe a human as no one had such perfect skin. But this man sure was handsome enough. He had a bright and fair face with clearly defined edges that gave of an aura of sternness. His long drooping eyelashes cast a brush of shadows which made that pair of deep pupils even more hidden with depth. He also had a high-bridged nose with extremely beautiful lips. His whole body gave off a demonically charming sex appeal. Ho ho! This type of tall, cool, and elegant man was precisely her, Tang Daodu's ideal. There is a knife above the character for lust star. Tang Daodu had completely forgotten about her current situation. Let it be known that the person she was admiring was the one that was already starting to move into position to kill her, alright? In spite of this, she went into a daze looking at the hottie and actually extended a finger to touch the man's face. There is a knife above the character for lust equals lascivious activities can lead to horrible consequences. Also character for lust equals character for knife equals. Mu Ye's eyes turned cold. Sure enough, he was pretending. Fortunately, he had not been led into confusion. Thinking to hear, he prepared to act. In the next coming moment, Tang Daodu would be returning to the Yellow Springs as a soul, but the person involved was still absorbed in the charm and couldn't extricate herself. With one pinch, she grabbed onto Mu Ye's face. Wah, it's so smooth, so soft Hearing this, Mu Ye's face instantly turned black. The image of Tang Daodu's lascivious face was right in front of his eyes. Cold disgust welled up, and with a shake, he flung his hand out like he was throwing away a cleaning rag. Unbelievably insulting. He was the great demonic sex leader, yet a man had taken liberties with him. If this was to be spread out. Mu Ye looked back, only to see all the black-clothed men immediately look down with embarrassment. They looked all over the place, acting as if not a single of them had seen what just transpired. The ones that were brought along this time were all members that had received the strictest and most rigorous training of the demonic sect. They were all unconditionally loyal to him. So, as long as he managed to kill Li Shui, what transpired just now would be treated as something that had never occurred. It was just that killing him was letting him off too lightly. Looking at the main culprit, Li Shui, again, Mu Yi saw that his small face had already wrinkled into a steamed stuffed bun and tears filled his sparkling translucent pupils. He looked over with a pitiful gaze, making a silent accusation. When faced with this kind of expression, it was as if gods and demons were at work. Mu Yi suddenly felt Li Shui was very pitiful. He must have gone crazy to actually feel a sense of pity towards a guy. This hurt way too much. Tang Daodu was in pain to the point she couldn't even breathe. This man is so good looking, how could he not understand the concept of pitying the fragrance and cherishing the jade asterisk at all? Bad grade. Very, very bad grade. Pitying the fragrance and cherishing the jade is to have protective tender feelings towards the fairer sex. Her poor little butt, it was about to break into 8 pieces. Tang Daodu was observing a moment of silence for her poor but when her entire body was attacked by a cold intent. She shivered. Does this cold-faced guy even bring his own personal air conditioner? How could his entire body emit such a chill otherwise? No wait, this is clearly the so-called murderous intent. Tang Daodu instantly returned to her senses. The hell, she really was care about lust without regard for life. The other party was someone that wanted to kill her, yet she actually went and stroked him like she was possessed. It was practically an act equal to hanging the old god of longevity and complaining that your life is too long. Should we say something and warm up the atmosphere a little? Tang Daodu looked at Muya's cold and harsh expression, then swallowed and spoke, could we discuss a matter? Muyi lifted his eyebrow but didn't speak. Tang Daodu just bit the bullet and went on. If you don't say anything, I'll just take that as you agreed. He'd like to see what kind of trick this Li Shuai would end up pulling out. Muyi was irritated by Tang Daodu to the point where his teeth itched, but he wasn't in a rush to take her little life. He just wanted to use all sorts of means to torment her in order to alleviate the hatred in his heart. Before we discuss the matter, I must reiterate this once again, I'm not the Li Shuai you're looking for. I was just passing through to buy soy sauce. If you don't believe me, then you can have someone investigate, or get Li Shuai's portrait and compare to see if I'm actually. Tang Daodu hadn't even finished speaking when Muyi unfolded a picture scroll. The scroll exhibited a few brief strokes which outlined the facial features of a person. Even though it wasn't realistic enough, with one look you can tell the person in that picture was precisely her, Tang Daodu. Li Shuai, you really don't know Manhwa? Muyi suddenly asked. Now to introduce the term Ben and whatever follows after it. If you see Ben in something else, it's basically saying I or me in an arrogant way. I will only introduce each combination once, and then if you forget, check the glossary. Ben basically refers to oneself, like in this lady, or this uncle, and usually has an arrogant connotation. Manhwa is pretty much the senior and is usually used in fantasy novels or legends by people that are super strong. Underscore 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 underscore. Credits, translated by Kayomura, edited by Prady, proofread by Ocelot. Kayomura's Corner. Trivia, if you can't tell, passing through to buy soy sauce is basically what is commonly said when you unfortunately get dragged into something that really should have nothing to do with you. Chapter 6, Just Kill Me, alright? Chapter 6, Just Kill Me, alright? Even though he had never seen Li Shuai before, he had gotten this portrait from his subordinate a few days ago. It was also due to this portrait that he came in person, hoping to personally get rid of Li Shuai. As for Muya's appearance, the entire world had portraits of him, yet Li Shuai was actually pretending that he didn't recognize him and even purposefully took liberties with him. This just further supported the rumors that Li Shuai was matchlessly cunning with extremely deep schemes. Looking at the portrait, Tang Daodu also could not say anything for a while. My god, this was simply a coincidence within coincidences. But her heart also gave a thump. If she had transmigrated over as a soul and this body is that annoying pain into something Li Shuai's, then that really is her. Isn't this way too much of a fraud? Tang Daodu tugged at the lower hem of her garment, an extremely important question suddenly occurring to her. If she remembered correctly, Li Shuai should be a man. Therefore, Tang Daodu immediately reached down to touch her crotch area. Meanwhile, the face of the man in the attic and Muya's face both turned black. A blood-red blade that was thin as a cicada's wing appeared in that man's slender fingers. Muyi crossed over with large steps and grabbed Tang Daodu's hand as he said in a chilling tone, "What are you doing?" I'm too, touching. Hee, Tang Daodu almost said touching her penis. Fortunately, Muya's gaze was frightening enough to scare her into swallowing back the words in her mouth and giving a forced laugh instead. Luckily she wasn't a hermaphrodite. Li Shuai was way too disgusting. Muyi, with one swipe, shook off her hand. Even though Tang Daodu didn't say it straight out, but in that area, besides that thing, what else was there to touch? What a waste. Li Shuai had such good martial art but was actually such a vulgar person. It couldn't be that because he touched him earlier, he got aroused and couldn't restrain his emotions, so he wanted to. The more Mu Yi thought about it, the uglier his expression got. He felt that killing Li Shuai like this was way too easy and wouldn't serve to dissolve his anger. Since he liked men, then it'd be best to just grant it to him. His eyes darkened. Turning away, he commanded his subordinates, "Tie him up, bring him back." "Yes, leader." "Hey, hey!" Tang Daodu looked at the black-clothed men who were approaching with rope, then hurriedly flipped over and jumped up. "If you want to kill or cut, do it more straightforwardly. You can't tie me up." Heavens know where they'll take her back to. She's not stupid. She could tell from Muya's expression that he wouldn't let her off easily. Rather than being brought to God knows where to be tormented, she would rather be allowed to just die here. Not to mention she might actually be able to transmigrate back. Mu Yi didn't even glance at her, he just turned and left. How could Tang Daodu let him leave just like that? She jumped up and kicked the thigh of the black-clothed man in front of her, then rushed towards Mu Yi. "Just kill me, alright?" Mu Yi watched coldly as Tang Daodu ran over. What trick did he want to play now? Could it be during the time that was stalled, the effect of the tendon softening powder had worn off? The room wasn't large from the start. Tang Daodu didn't even have to run 2 steps before she managed to get to Mu Yi. Unfortunately, she truly ran too anxiously and Mu Yi just happened to be standing next to the doorstep. Therefore, even though she promptly braked, inertia allowed Tang Daodu to brush beautifully past Mu Yi's body. One foot tripped over the doorstep and with a thump she heavily fell onto the floor, stirring up a wave of dust. Omega asterisk, her little meat buns. Chapter 7, Rotaceae Pavilion. Chapter 7, Rotaceae Pavilion. Where did all the people go? Tang Daodu struggled to her feet, then looked around. It was extremely quiet, the only sound was that of candles burning in lanterns. All that could be seen in the room were the broken floor tiles. Other than that, not even the shadow of a ghost could be seen. What the hell, say leave and really just left. Not even giving a little explanation, how horribly rude. Tang Daodu touched her face. They've left, then she should leave too? Hell, if she doesn't leave now, how much longer was she planning to wait? Tang Daodu instantly became spirited. Who cares where they went? It doesn't have a feather to do with her. Running for her life was more important. Picking a direction at random, Tang Daodu ran 2 steps before stopping again. Crap, she's not familiar with the people, the environment, or the culture here. Which direction should she flee towards? And where to escape to? Would that group of black-clothed men come back? What should she do if she came across them? After thinking it over, Tang Daodu still decided to leave this place first. With her mind made up, she rushed downstairs. In a few moments, she was already far away from the pavilion and had arrived at a place that resembled an outside courtyard. As she walked along a small path in the courtyard, she didn't encounter anyone, but she could hear faint ping-ping-pang-pang sounds of armed combat. She squinted her eyes, but all she could see was a mass of black. Retrieving her gaze, she changed to a different direction and continued running. She didn't have to run for long before she saw that there were dim figures moving ahead. Even though the surroundings were brightly lit, her line of sight wasn't very clear. Tang Daodu could only rely on intuition and continue running forward. As Huai City's largest pleasure quarters, once night fell, Rotaceae Pavilion became the liveliest place in the entire Huai City. There were a lot of crowds coming and going. Looking down from the second floor, you could only see a sea of inky black heads. Shoulders rubbing shoulders, feet following feet, all those jostling about were guests going to Rotaceae Pavilion. Of these guests, some were from Huai City, but the majority were outsiders that were attracted here by its reputation. However, the guests that came tonight were a bit different from those of the past. The expressions on the faces of those that were coming and going were serious. They were in groups of 3 and 4 and all kept some distance from one another. However, they had one common characteristic: when they walked, strong wind would be generated. You could tell they were not ordinary citizens with one look. This scene caused passers-by to repeatedly cast sidelong glances. Could it be that something big was going to happen at Rutesi Pavilion today? At Rutesi Pavilion's entrance, 2 servants were currently busy checking the guests' invitation cards. This scene was much different from the usual promiscuous aura filled with scantily clad prostitutes. On the contrary, it seemed like a prince or chancellor's residence that was in the middle of entertaining guests. Actually, it even seemed a bit more strict than that. Hey you! Stop! A drunk man had just staggered out of the crowd to the entrance and was blocked by the servant collecting the invitation cards. Do you have an invitation card? Have card. It's unknown how much alcohol the drunk man had, but as he stood there, he kept swaying and with his disheveled hair his appearance could not be seen clearly. The man felt about in his chest for a long time before pulling out a golden square card and handing it to that servant. The servant's expression became slight better seeing that the man had taken out an invitation card. He lowered his head to open the card, then his expression immediately changed as he exclaimed in surprise. Sanfrewa Prince Shi Chou Yue. Hearing those 5 words, everyone around looked over. Everyone's expressions were different. A small number of gazes carried hatred and shot over with swishes like knives, but the expressions that the majority exposed were filled with expectation for an entertaining play. This was a martial arts convention that they opened. What were the people from the imperial court coming here for? And he even had an invitation. What did this mean? Just these 2 factors were enough for the people present to speculate for a long while, and they began to look forward to this unusual martial arts convention even more. That's right, that's Ben Wingstar. What, hick, there a problem? The person involved, Shi Chou Yue, didn't feel self-conscious at all. Seeing that the servant was still in a daze, he pushed aside the servant impatiently and staggered towards Rutesi Pavilion. Room, where's the restroom? Ben Wang, a form of I, usually used by men that are of a royal/imperial family. Noisily shouting like that, he got into the back courtyard of Rutesi Pavilion. The servant was just about to put down the invitation card when he suddenly recalled something and shouted in alarm, "Oh no!" Chapter 8, Yet Another Beautiful Man Arrives. Chapter 8, Yet Another Beautiful Man Arrives. What's going on? Right at that moment, an elegant gonzi dressed in white walked out from within Rutesi Pavilion. His features were exquisite and elegant, the hems of his clothes fluttered along with the wind. In a blink, he reached that servant's side. Seeing him, the servant immediately cupped his fist in salute. By Gongzi. Just then you cried oh no, what was the reason? Bai Feiyan asked once again. Replying Gongzi, that person's invitation card has a problem. Speaking of this, the servant became angry and started grinding his teeth. If not for the fact that the person standing in front of him was Bai Feiyan, he would have immediately ran to find that person to get even with him. It was seriously way too hateful, to actually use a fake invitation card to fool him. It was as he first thought, how could there possibly be people from the imperial court coming to this martial arts convention? Not to mention the one that came was the Sanfrewa prince. If he hadn't been so shocked, how could that guy have managed to sneak in so easily? Bai Feiyan took in the servant's angry expression. He smiled faintly and extended his hand. So it's like that. Let me see the invitation. This was the famous Jade Gongzi of Jianghu. His smile was warm to the point it was as beautiful as the scenery in March. This is the invitation. The servant was also affected by Bai Feiyan's smile and immediately took out that Sanfrewa prince's invitation card from the tray next to him. Bai Feiyan took the card. His slender fair fingers paused on its surface for a moment before he flipped it open. Sanfrewa Prince Shi Chou Yue? Opening the invitation, 5 familiar words entered his eyes. Bai Feiyun's eyes slightly flickered and he closed the card. To the servant, he said, pay attention next time. I'll go inform your pavilion master of this incident. Then thank you for your trouble, Bai Gongzi. The servant looked at Bai Feiyun with gratitude. If he had to find the pavilion master himself, a punishment was unavoidable. But if this Bai Gongzi went, it wouldn't be the same. Bai Feiyun put away the invitation and turned to head back. Seeing that he really was heading towards the direction of the pavilion master, the servant's heart finally settled down. He proceeded to continue taking the guests' invitations and carefully examined them. Compared to the lively scene outside Ratesi court, this path that Tang Daodu was currently walking on could be described as dreadfully silent. She did see vague human figures that seemed to be just ahead. But no matter how much she walked, even after she walked her legs to the point that they seemed about to break and was gasping for breath, she was still very far away from that place. Seriously. She's tired as bean cakes. Tang Daodu plopped her butt down under a large tree on the side of the road and wiped off the sweat on her face as she silently cursed at the messed up personalities of the people that build this place. It was a place that could clearly be reached very quickly with a straight line, yet you had to wind there endlessly. Following this damned path was on par with walking in a labyrinth. Massaging her thighs with both her hands, she looked wearily towards the bright starlit night sky. A crescent moon was hanging overhead, its pure, cool, white light spilled towards the ground, drawing out the image of Tang Daodu's solitary shadow. What a great picture of desolace. Really want to sleep, wish that when her eyes open again she could see a familiar bed, a familiar room. AI. Meow me, seriously. What deity did she, Daodu, provoke for her to be thrown into this kind of lousy place? Giving a long sigh, Tang Daodu lowered her eyes. She spaced out as she stared at the shadows on the ground. Could she still return? What are you thinking about? Suddenly a voice came from behind her, startling Tang Daodu and making her hurriedly turn around. But unexpectedly, in front of her was a mass of black. With a bonk she was knocked into the person so hard stars and planets were spinning. I swear, the hell you have eyes and legs for ah. Didn't you see that there was someone in front? Keep a safe driving distance, don't you know? Tang Daodu had already been tormented several times and was already angry due to that. This time she was knocked into to the point her head spun and she had blurred vision, so she couldn't hold it back anymore and exploded. She also didn't look clearly at who the person in front of her was and just sprouted a stream of curses. What is driving distance? A gentle voice came from nearby. Tang Daodu looked in that direction and only saw that not far away from here, a jade-like Gongzi dressed in white had at some unknown time arrived under the tree with captivating blossoms. His slightly wrinkled brows were like the green hills in midst of misty rain, tranquil and beautiful. Chapter 9, This joke is being played too big. Chapter 9, This joke is being played too big. Wow. Damn. Another beautiful man has shown up. Tang Daodu's eyes lit up and the anger at being bumped into instantly vanished. Smacking her lips, she suddenly felt that transmigrating to this lousy place wasn't so bad. Brotherly, the martial arts convention is almost about to start. We should hurry and head to the lobby to manage the convention arrangements. In regards to Tang Daodu's strange words and language, Bai Feiyun's eyebrows knitted for a moment with suspicion, but in a blink, the expression was gone. His jade ink-like eyes fixed on Tang Daodu and he gave a faint smile, but there was still a slight peculiar tone contained in his words. Tang Daodu naturally noticed it and looked at Bai Feiyun, her clear water-like eyes not even shifting in the slightest. Martial arts convention? Yes. Oh my god. Hosting a martial arts convention in a brothel. The people of the ancient era sure know how to play ah. Tang Daodu gaped and closed her mouth, mulling over the meaning in this antique lady killer's words. The first sentence, what are you thinking about? A stranger wouldn't suddenly ask this, and it's even more unlikely that they would approach this much before making a sound. From this, it can be inferred that this person was probably well acquainted with Li Shui, and their relationship was even pretty good. The second sentence, asking what driving distance meant, without minding in the slightest that string of ruthless curses she sprouted. From this, it can be seen that their previous interactions were also of this style. The third sentence, that's especially important. Martial arts convention, manage. Then that means if she headed in that direction she definitely wouldn't encounter black-clothed men? A divine light flashed. Tang Daodo couldn't suppress the excitement in her heart. She rushed to Bai Feiyan's front while sticking close to the tree trunk behind her back and lifted her eyebrows. Little handsome, which way is the lobby? Bai Feiyan was startled by her abrupt movements and his brows jumped. It was good that he had a cool-headed personality and so was able to resist the instinct to send the person in front of him flying with a swat. He evaded Tang Daodo's fervent gaze and replied with a mild tone, "Go straight left then turn right." Ha, there were so many people at the martial arts convention, there was no way those black-clothed men would pursue her there to kill her. Having found a safe direction and having also gotten to eat an antique handsome guy's tofu while at it, Tang Daodo's mood became quite good. Smiling with curved eyes, she thanked Bai Feiyan and turned away, then headed leisurely and carefully into the quiet alley to the left side while humming an unknown tune. The antique handsome guy and Li Shuai knew each other, so he definitely wouldn't give out random directions. Due to this assumption, Tang Daodo entered the small alley without the slightest hesitation. Upon seeing this, Bai Feiyan's clear pupils flickered as he fixed his clothes. Such strange behavior, what's going on with him? Right now, he also couldn't afford to waste time thinking too much about unrelated things. It wasn't easy for him to finally find this person. How could he let him say leave and just leave? Thinking to this point, Bai Feiyan moved, and in a flash, got in front of Tang Daodo. Fortunately, Tang Daodo was paying attention. When she saw a white shadow flash past the corners of her eyes she immediately came to a halt. A pair of liquid pupils looked with puzzlement at the antique handsome guy in front of her. What is he blocking her path for? It couldn't be that he still wants to let her eat his tofu? Wah, the tastes of people in ancient times are pretty strong. But if he really lets her eat tofu, would it be better if she was a bit more reserved, or should she be a bit more bold and unrestrained? Refuse? Or, calmly accept? But in such a public place with so many people, E/N. Where is brotherly planning on heading to? Bai Feiyan stretched out his hand to block Tang Daodo's path. Hearing the clean crisp voice, Tang Daodo immediately waved away the unhealthy images in her brain and replied, "Didn't you say to go and manage the martial arts convention?" My God, the charm was too powerful, she must control herself. Bai Feiyan slightly frowned and retrieved his hand, then asked Tang Daodo, "Have you found the Alliance Head Command Tablet?" Alliance Head Command Tablet? What thingamajig is that? Tang Daodo's little brain just went over this question once and a deliberating expression appeared on her face. This? You didn't find it? Then that's bad. Though the words were full of pity, in actuality, not a trace of pity could be seen on Bai Feiyan's face. He said indifferently, "Even though you're taking over the Alliance Head position on the command of the Lord of Cloud City, without the Alliance Head Command Tablet, I'm afraid you won't be able to convince the masses. Elder, you also won't just let the matter drop like this. Have you truly searched carefully for it?" The mouth of the handsome guy in front of her opened and closed, yet Tang Daodo's brain wasn't able to turn around and follow along with his words. Have her go be the Alliance Head of the martial arts circle? Isn't this joke being played way too big? Chapter 10, Suspicion. Chapter 10, Suspicion. The night scene was deep and dark, with lush lights all around. Inside the cold, eerie courtyard, Tang Daodo had her head lowered as she looked at the sparse tree shadows with an absent-minded expression. After being silent for quite a while, Bai Feiyan could only helplessly ask, "You really couldn't find it?" Ahem. Tang Daodo returned to her senses. Lifting her eyes to look towards Bai Feiyan, she seemed to see deep concern flash through his eyes, but after rubbing her eyes it was gone. She muttered a little, silently debating with herself, should she make a dark move and ruthlessly ravage this delicate boy before escaping without a trace? After considering it 3 more times, Tang Daoda firmly abandoned the disaster courting idea. I feel a bit uncomfortable, like my whole body has no strength. My head feels swollen, it feels like there's some things I can't recall. For lack of a better option, Tang Daoda could only haul out the essential survival skill for transmigration, feign amnesia. Of course she couldn't have possibly lost her memories out of nowhere, so she continued under Bai Feiyan's suspicious gaze. Just then there were a lot of black-clothed men that attacked me. With great difficulty, I managed to repel them, but by the time I was able to respond I had already forgotten who I am. After finishing, she looked with a blank expression towards Bai Feiyan. Amnesia? A trace of a wave finally appeared on Bai Feiyan's calm and collected face. Give me your hand, let me take a look for you. He couldn't be a doctor, right? Based on the personality traits of the ancients, men that floated about wearing white clothes every day like a 10,000-year-old little white lotus is one of two things: either he's a genius doctor that not a speck of dust can touch, or he's a little pompous show-off trying to be cool. This handsome in front of her, his temperament didn't seem common, so he should be one of the former. She couldn't be that unlucky, right? Randomly floundering about a little in a panic and she knocked up against the muzzle of a gun? Gaping, then closing her mouth, Tang Daoda moved closer to Bai Feiyan's front. You can even detect amnesia? After trying you'll know. Bai Feiyan extended his hand. Under the moonlight, his slender fingers were transparent like jade. The words were already said to hear, if she refused again it might arouse his suspicion. And so, Tang Daoda could only reluctantly extend her hand. Tendon softening powder? Bai Feiyan had only slightly touched Tang Daoda's wrist when his brows knitted. What thingy is tendon softening powder? You encountered people from the demonic sect? Bai Feiyan asked again. I don't remember. Tendon softening powder doesn't have the ability to cause amnesia. Perhaps it's a variation, I really don't remember. Tang Daoda had made up her mind to feign amnesia, yet her gaze kept sweeping over Bai Feiyan's face from time to time. Hey, what's your name? Are we really familiar with each other? Tendon softening powder can't cause amnesia, but another sort of poison was actually fatal enough to take your life. Bai Feiyan's eyes were dark. Looking at the perfectly intact Li Shui in front of him, he thought it through carefully before retracting his hand. You really don't remember anything? If I'm lying, I'm a dog. Tang Daoda humphed. Elder, you won't permit a person who lost their memories to become the alliance head. Bai Feiyan muttered to himself for a while. Just as he wanted to continue speaking, his hands were tightly grabbed by someone. Without needing to say it, he still knew who it was that grabbed his hand. Sure enough, Bai Yunfei looked towards Tang Daoda. In the dark night a pair of eyes were particularly bright. Young man, since they aren't willing, then I won't persistently pester and insist on taking that position. Look at you, Handsome and confident with extraordinary elegance and high martial arts skills, with just a look people can tell you're a diamond in the rough. Not to mention, in addition, there's that domineering air of a king that you give off all the time. Gee, I feel that you're the most suitable to become the alliance head. Tang Daoda walked over and vigorously patted Bai Feiyan's shoulder, continuing with meaningful and heartfelt words. So I've decided, I will give the alliance head command tablet to you. This burst of words made Bai Feiyan's brows jump and jump up again. The gaze he directed towards became filled with more and more puzzlement. Even if you lost your memories, a person's temperament still couldn't possibly change this much. That type of poison, there is still no one in the world that is said to be able to cure it, yet against all reason he's perfectly undamaged and intact standing in front of him. The poison is in him, yet it didn't seem to show the slightest bit. Who in the world was he? Chapter 11, The Most Vicious Men Have Paper Hearts. Chapter 11, The Most Vicious Men Have Paper Hearts. How about it, buddy? Think about it. This deal is definitely worthwhile. Tang Daoda was still trying to sell this idea with all her might. She extended her hand to seize Bai Feiyan's shoulder, attempting to pull their relationship closer by putting her arm around his shoulder. But who would have expected that the moment her hand had just come into contact with his shoulder, she felt a pain under her armpit as if she had been pierced by a needle. Grimacing with a squeak, she reached out to touch, which caused her to immediately feel another pang of pain and retract her hand. Goddamn chicken, who's that fing cruel to put a needle in her armpit, E/N. Her gaze brushed down, then looked towards Bai Feiyun. The latter's eyes projected a warning. Light flashed off the needle between his fingers. Get fresh again and I'll snap off your root. After saying his gaze lightly swept over Tang Daoda's lower body. A chill hit the area below her crotch. She sent an aggrieved look towards Bai Feiyun. The most vicious men have paper hearts, the ancients sure didn't light a doa. Good thing was, she was the chicklet-less Tang Daodu, so she didn't have to worry about this threat at all. Opening her mouth, she was just about to say something when a yell came from the distance. By Gonzi! Is that you over there? Tang Daodu pointed to herself as her eyes asked Bai Feiyun, is that calling me? Bai Feiyun swept a glance at her and ignored her. Instead, he spoke warmly to the person that came over, I understand, you can go back and tell Elder Yu that I'll be bringing the Alliance head over right away. Looking over to the distance, the person that had arrived was a manservant dressed in a gray garment. After hearing what Bai Feiyun said, he stood there and glanced over doubtfully at Tang Daoda, who was standing next to Bai Feiyun. This was the future martial arts alliance head? The hell? What does that look mean? You're looking down on moi, aren't you? The servant's doubtful glance made Tang Daoda extremely angry. If it weren't for the fact that Daoda's ambitions were aimed elsewhere, wasn't it just a martial arts circle's alliance head? It's a piece of cake. If it weren't for the fact that she was running for her life, she'd just do it. It's not like the position would cause her to lose any meat buns now, would it? Seeing blazes of flame ignite in Tang Daodu's eyes, Bai Feiyun's lips slightly hooked. After the servant left, he turned towards Tang Daodu. Alliance head, this way please. Tang Daoda lifted up her chin, humphed, and walked forward. But before even walking 2 steps she stopped again and turned back to ask Bai Feiyun, you're not planning on explaining a little to me? Bai Feiyun folded his hands behind his back and followed her. While walking he said, Elder Yu and the others have already gathered quite a few martial arts practitioners and are preparing to expose details about your previous incident in Cloud Sun City. And just now, the Sanfrewa prince arrived and was kicking up a racket about wanting to find you. Just these 2 matters are enough for you to be unable to sit on the Alliance head seat. If the fact that you don't have the Alliance head command tablet is added on, even if you are the Alliance head personally appointed by the city lord, I'm afraid you still won't be able to sit on the seat stably. The tendon softening powder is the secret drug possessed solely by the demonic sect. And Rutesi Pavilion is heavily guarded, it can be said that not even a mosquito can fly in. For people of the demonic sect to be able to enter, Elder Yu definitely had some connection to it. Later, when you arrive, it'd be best if you don't take the initiative to mention the Alliance head command tablet. When he got to this, Tang Daoda had to ask again, who is that Elder Yu, really? For him to hate me so much? The one he hates is not you, but more that he just hates whoever will become the Alliance head. So it was like that. Tang Daoda finally understood. In Jianghu, there are nothing but power struggles. This Elder Yu most likely wanted to become the Alliance head himself. At long last finally finding out a bit about the situation, Tang Daoda smacked her lips and was just about to ask something else, but Bai Feiyun, who was leading her, had already walked quite far away. Hey, wait for me. Are you kidding? This brothel right now is like a dragon pool and a lion den combined. This little bean, will be squashed into soy pulp no matter where she rolled. Little Bai classmate looks pretty strong. If she doesn't follow him, wouldn't she be an idiot? Tang Daoda cheerfully chased after Bai Feiyun. The 2 white garments, one in front and one in back, were like butterflies that were gracefully flying away as they disappeared into the hazy candle flames ahead. After quite a while, In a small alley with ample tree shadows, a peerlessly magnificent figure appeared. A dark sea green jade tablet hung at the figure's waist, appearing and disappearing under the moonlight. Chapter 12, Hedonistic Son of Rich Parents. Chapter 12, Hedonistic Son of Rich Parents. Tang Daodu, who had already entered the winding corridor, didn't know that there was someone following them. Rather, it was Bai Feiyan that sensed it and glanced backward a few times. However, each time his attention was broken by the winks Tang Daodu sent his way. In the end, he could only turn back around with the mindset of refusing to look back even if he were to get beaten to death. In the end, was he really Li Shui or not? Hey, Bai Gongzi, why are you also here? Walking in the corridors, the number of people around gradually increased. There were many people that smiled and gave greetings when they saw Bai Feiyan. For some people, Bai Feiyan would give a polite but alienated return greeting. For others, he would just move his gaze a bit and count that as a gesture. As they walked along the corridor and gradually got close to the end, Tang Daodu discovered something strange. They don't seem to recognize her at all. Even this middle-aged man that cupped his fist in salute and came over didn't seem to know her. Even though he was very different from the rest, a flash of puzzlement also flashed through his eyes, as if he was very curious about her identity. This scene caused Tang Daodu's thoughts to uncontrollably spin towards a strange direction. Little Bai asterisk couldn't be duping her, right? I just noticed that Little Bai is a modern way of saying pretty boy. Putting little in front of someone's name is also a common way of calling little kids by a nickname. Bai Feiyan, being an ancient, probably doesn't know that Tang Daodu was calling him a pretty boy. Bai Feiyan only needed a single glance to tell what she was thinking. He didn't pay attention to it. Instead, he greeted that middle-aged man back. Hall Master he. Hall Master is usually a title for a person in a sect with a management position. So it is likely that he has a teaching position or is respected as a master. Hall is as in teaching hall. And trivia, he isn't pronounced hi but hug, stressing the UR sound without the RG. Is Bai Gongzi currently heading to the convention? Seeing that Bai Feiyan didn't plan on introducing the young man next to him, Hall Master he also couldn't bring it up himself, so he just casually brought up a random topic to discuss. Bai Feiyan nodded. Hall Master he isn't heading over right now? Heh, I do want to head over. As a matter of fact, aren't I out here looking for Li Shui? Hall Master he got angry just talking about this. Don't know what's going on in the head of the Cloud City's Lord, to allow Li Shui, that hedonistic son of rich parents, come to become the alliance head of these martial arts circles. From the start of the convention preparations until now, when it's already about to begin, not half a shadow of Li Shui was seen. Because of this, it caused the entire Jianghu to be very dissatisfied. Where exactly was the millennium fame of Cloud City? But no one dared to say anything, and this martial arts convention was even held at a brothel according to Li Shui's wishes. Bai Feiyan heard the discontent in Hall Master he's voice. His eyes flitted across Tang Daodu's blank face out of the corners of his eyes. In his heart, he told himself that no matter what, he must first properly complete the tasks the city lord gave him. No need to look anymore, Hall Master he. Why is this? Hall Master he asked, puzzled. Tang Daodu also wanted to ask, why not keep looking? Let them search After they get tired out searching, it'll be easier for her to deal with them Gaping and closing her mouth, she was just about to speak when another person ran over hastily. Hall Master he, I heard Li Shui was attacked by people from the demonic sect and that his whereabouts are currently unknown. Right now, Elder Yu is gathering everyone to discuss a countermeasure. What are you still hanging around here for? The man hastily walked over, grabbed Hall Master he and immediately turned to leave. Hall Master he didn't have a favorable impression of Li Shui in the first place. Having him be kidnapped by people of the demonic sect suited him quite well. To want him to go rush to think of an idea to save the person, how could that be possible? Throwing off that person's hand, Hall Master he shot a glance at the unperturbed Bai Feiyan and gave a light cough at it. Syndicate Leader Lu, in any case, you are still the leader of a syndicate. Making such a fuss over little matters and acting like a coarse martial arts practitioner that knows nothing but martial arts will cause people to laugh. Syndicate Leader Lu paused, stunned. Inwardly, he thought, he's precisely a coarse martial arts practitioner of the Jianghu that knows nothing but martial arts in the first place. Otherwise, do they expect him to learn from the scholars and intellectuals how to act all soft and refined? Then glancing again at his own 5 larges and 3 thicks asterisk physique, Syndicate Leader Lu laughed as he said, Hallmaster, he really likes to joke. The 5 large refers to the ears, shoulders, hands, buttocks, and feet. The 3 coarse refer to neck, arm, and legs. Additional info in footnotes. And then, he finally saw the 2 elegant white-clothed youths standing at the side. These 2 are? Oh, come, let me introduce you. Hallmaster, he intentionally procrastinated, not wanting to go where Elder Yu was, and pulled Syndicate Leader Lu over. This is White Wind Manners by Feiyun, this is. Hearing Bai Feiyun's name, Syndicate Leader Lu's eyes lit up, almost on par with the way Tang Daodo looked when she saw a high-quality handsome guy. He passed Hallmaster He with large strides and grabbed Bai Feiyun's hand. His ardent eyes were full of little stars. Bai Gongzi, do you still remember me? Chapter 13, Swallowed a Mylikes. Chapter 13, Swallowed a Mylikes. Wah, these 2 commodities definitely has some passion. At this time, facing this scene, a gossipy fire suddenly ignited with a torrential rush in Tang Daodo's chest. She was beside herself with excitement. This is the biggest drama of the year. Perhaps because her mood was excessively excited, it caused Bai Feiyun to stare at her for quite a while before he recovered and reacted. Without a trace, he pushed Syndicate Leader Lu away and with a displeased tone, said, Syndicate Leader Lu, if there's a matter, explain properly. You really don't remember me? Syndicate Leader Lu was extremely disappointed. Apologies, this Bai really does not recall where I have seen Syndicate Leader Lu before. Bai Feiyun was speaking the truth. There were so many syndicates in Jianghu that they can't even be counted, it was impossible for him to know them all. Not to mention, just now when Syndicate Leader Lu arrived he didn't recognize him. Since they didn't know each other, where did the words, do you remember, come from? This thought also seemed to have occurred to Syndicate Leader Lu. Trying to explain, he said, Bai Gongzi doesn't remember this one, but do you recall the pleased fragrance house in Huai City? Don't remember. Tang Daodo rolled her eyes. The other person has already spoken to this point. Little Bai classmate, give a little face, will you? Ruthless after taking out the penis, seriously. Cough, it seems like it can't be used this way. Tang Daodo withdrew her little thoughts, wanting to say something to ease this awkward situation. Bai Feiyun shot her a look, warning her not to speak any nonsense. Then he cupped his fist and bid goodbye to Hallmaster He before walking towards the large doors in front. He left, so Tang Daodo naturally had to follow him and leave as well. Midway, she turned her head to look at that Syndicate Leader Lu was crestfallen. She couldn't help but ask Bai Feiyun, Little Bai, could it be that you also have amnesia? Otherwise, how could such a big person be forgotten just like that? Seeing that neither he or Syndicate Leader Lu looked like they were lying, Tang Daodo couldn't figure it out. Bai Feiyun didn't look at her and also didn't reply. He walked through the entrance, then quietly exhorted, after entering, remember to speak as little as possible. Although there are few people in Jianghu that would recognize you, no one can guarantee that there wouldn't be any unexpected accidents. You've forgotten a lot of stuff now that you have amnesia. If you speak too much it would be easy for you to cause an even bigger mess from a slip of the tongue. At that time, even I wouldn't be able to help you. It's that frightening inside? Peeking in the door, she only saw the crisscrossed figures of people. From time to time there would be the sound of coarse loud laughter. Tang Daodo's curious heart was aroused by Bai Feiyun to the point it itched. Just as she was about to say something, a black pill appeared before her eyes. What is this? Looking at the pill Bai Feiyun handed her, Tang Daodu exceptionally suspicious. From its appearance, it looks like the Mylikes that are guaranteed to cure all diseases in some TV shows. Mylikes is a brand of chocolate malt balls. Because they look like pills, they're often used in TV shows, Chinese historical ones, at least. Only the demonic sect have the antidote to tendon softening powder. If you want to recover your martial arts, you must wait for 24 hours. During this time period, the poison will flare up 4 times. This pill will allow you to feel a bit more comfortable during the flare-ups. Bai Feiyan explained. It's really a Mylikes ah. Tang Daodu excitedly took it. Even though she was not sure what the tendon softening powder and demonic sect that Bai Feiyan talked about were, she heard the meaning in Bai Feiyan's words loud and clear. In other words, he was saying that her body was still poisoned and from time to time the poison would still flare up. Eating this pill can let her feel a bit more comfortable during the flare-ups. Just a little bit more comfortable is still better than nothing. After Tang Daodu hesitated for a moment, she threw the pill into her mouth and squished it once before swallowing it down. The bitter and astringent taste exploded in her mouth. If it weren't for Bai Feiyan that immediately turned back to cover her mouth, she absolutely would have vomited it back out without hesitation. This is seriously too FING bitter. It's the last one there is. If you vomit it out, then you'll just have to endure until the martial arts convention concludes. Bai Feiyan said as he released his hands. The words have already been spoken to this point. Tang Daodu could only swallow this pill that was even more bitter than Chinese gold thread. Afterwards, the sticky pill powder was still stuck in her throat. How could the word uncomfortable be enough to describe it? Seeing her face filled with an emaciated expression, for some reason Bai Feiyan's mood became rather good. Pills must be dissolved in water then drank. Who taught you to directly eat it? After saying so, he looked at Tang Daodu with a smile that was not quite a smile. On the surface Tang Daodu's expression was unperturbed, but inside she felt her balls hurting E/N. She wished that she could just charge forward and beat up Bai Feiyan. Damn it, he did it on purpose to laugh at her, didn't he? Chapter 14, Little Cabbage Elder You. Chapter 14, Little Cabbage Elder You. And she even said this guy was a nice person. Unexpectedly, he actually turned out to be such a black belly, outwardly kind but inwardly evil. For a woman's revenge, 10 years later is not too late. She, Tang Daodu, will endure this. The atmosphere between the two was strange. Not long later, they entered the hall of Ratesi Pavilion. Violet-pink-colored gauze canopies fluttered everywhere. Quite a few peoples took turns crisscrossing within. In the east corner area of the hall, the coarse laughter that could be heard outside earlier became even more clear and distinct. After Bai Feiyan entered the hall, he immediately headed directly towards that direction. From the moment Tang Daodu entered the hall, she felt quite a few gazes fall on her body. She looked all around but couldn't find the owner of those gazes, and her heartbeat became especially uneasy. All the way until Bai Feiyan once again stopped. Tang Daodu, who was still distracted, almost bumped into him. Recalling that Bai Feiyan warned her not to speak casually, she whispered, "Why did we stop?" No waiting for Bai Feiyan to reply, that crude voice exploded next to Tang Daodu's ear. "Since Bai Gongzi has arrived, let us start." It rumbled like striking thunder. Tang Daodu immediately picked up her ears and looked towards the source of the voice. Because Bai Feiyan was in front, she was completely kept to the back. Reckoning the other people didn't notice her at all, Tang Daodu snuck a glance from the tiny opening Bai Feiyan left. She saw there was about a dozen people in the hall, each sitting on their respective seat with completely different expressions. That rough voice sat in the very front. Candle flames flickered all around, but they were a bit far away so Tang Daodu could not clearly make out his appearance. All she could faintly make out was the black, full beard that covered his entire face. Bai Feiyan cupped his fist in salute to the surroundings. "I've caused everyone to wait, please forgive me." And then he went to a seat and sat down before asking copious sideburns, "Elder Yu, when I arrived just now, I heard that Li Shuai was attacked by the demonic sect and his whereabouts are uncertain. Is this true?" Oh my god, that guy is Elder Yu? Tang Dao's jaw dropped. It was way too different from what she had imagined. She thought Elder Yu was an old witch granny going through menopause. Even if it wasn't a witch granny, it should still be an eccentric perverted guy. This kind of rugged forthright appearance. Tang Dao couldn't help but start to doubt Bai Feiyan again. This guy wasn't duping her, was he? Seeming to have predicted that Bai Feiyan would ask this, Elder Yu also didn't think much and directly replied, "Of course it's true. The one that had an accident is the future alliance head. How could the Jianghu dare to make up lies about matters regarding him? Lord! She was actually that tyrannical? Even more fearsome than the old man emperor, to the point that careless remarks can't even be made about her?" The favorable impression she had towards Elder Yu just now instantly vanished. She finally understood, this person, Elder Yu, is that type whose exterior looks like a little cabbage in the ground, seeming completely natural and harmless, but in reality, his entire stomach is full of little veggie bugs. The moment you take a bite, it was not as simple as just disgusting, it was practically disgusting to death. Not only did she feel indignant after listening, everyone else around that heard was also very irritated. It was just that she was angry at Elder Yu, but the one they were angry at was actually Li Shuai. The moment Elder Yu's words fell, not waiting for Bai Feiyan to ask again, the sound of a cold hump immediately came from the nun-like middle-aged auntie. The air of irritation flew at Tang Dao. Not even able to defeat a trifle like the demonic sect. How could Li Shuai possibly sit in this alliance head position? The moment this was said, the hall became like an exploded pot. One criticism came after another about how Li Shuai wasn't fit to be the alliance head. Ha! Ha! Ha asterisk. Tang Dao opened and closed her mouth, her black jade-like pupils intentionally or otherwise swept across the unperturbed Bai Feiyan. This damned dash, not letting her speak casually, was it just because he wanted to let her see these people's attitudes? It's like ha, but in a stronger, more irritated and mocking way. Clearly knowing that she, the very person being discussed, was here yet not telling them and letting these people exhaust all the malicious words they have in front of her face. It's nothing less than extremely abominable. She just can't figure out this guy's intention. It couldn't be that he wanted to anger her so that she would start a fight with these people? Underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 15, The Incorrigible Li Shuai. Chapter 15, The Incorrigible Li Shuai. But what does he stand to gain from this? Tang Dao rubbed her chin and pondered as she listened to Elder Yu take turns with everyone to complain about Li Shuai's countless wicked conducts. For one, he's completely a hedonistic son of rich parents. Besides eating, drinking and playing around, he doesn't know how to do a single thing. Meow me. Eating, drinking, and playing around indeed was her, Tang Dao's great expertise. Never expected that Li Shuai also liked this. Looks like this transmigration was not completely random and senseless, at least this can be considered a common point. It is said that he's also incomparably hideous, so he has never dared to show his true appearance to people. Hearing this, Tang Dao touched her face. Could it be that what she was wearing right now was the legendary human skin mask? Li Shuai's moral character is abhorrent. It is said that the chickens that belonged to Big Ma Wang of Clear Creek Village were stolen by him. Exactly, and I heard he even ate them raw. He's seriously ruthless. Lord what the hell was all this? Tang Dao rolled her eyes. Just as she wanted to ask the person next to her whether this eating chicken raw incident was real or not, she heard a cold clear voice shout. Last year, Li Shuai's conduct in Cloud Sun City seriously made people's hair stand up on end in anger. That girl of the Morong family is honestly pitiful. I hear that even now, she's still deranged and unable to take care of herself at all. Finally, within this bunch of probably baseless rumors and trivial matters, this matter came up. Because she heard Bai Feiyan mention this matter before, Tang Dao immediately also pricked up her ears and strained to hear, her gaze following the direction of that voice. The entire hall quieted down due to this matter. The one who spoke was a young man. He had on a deep black garment with very ordinary facial features, but his temperament was very extraordinary, especially that pair of eyes. They shone with reserved radiance. With just a look you could tell he was an expert. Although his expression was matchlessly calm when he spoke, a flicker of calculation actually flashed through his eyes. It was so fast that hardly anyone noticed. School head Xiao. Hearing him bring up this matter, immediately there was someone standing up to express the suspicions he had in his heart. Regarding this matter, Cloud City had already posted an announcement that it wasn't related to Li Shui. How did it get thrown on his head again? Xiao Yun gave a light humph. Cloud City says it was not related to him. Do you believe just like that? The man hesitated for a moment, then, without much confidence, said, how could Cloud City deceive everyone? The original Cloud City wouldn't do such a thing as deceiving everybody, but you must remember, the current Cloud City is already no longer the Cloud City of the past. Xiao Yun's tone was full of disdain. The Cloud City that everyone spoke of with exceptional restrained fear seemed not even worth a mention in his eyes. Sect leader Xiao, these words. What? Could it be that what I said was not the truth? Hearing this, Tang Daoda finally was able to grasp a bit of the development. This scene looked like a martial arts convention that was aimed against Li Shui, but in reality, it was the first protest against Cloud City by the entire Jianghu. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but look at Elder Yu again. After those few sentences he spoke at the very beginning, he had been acting pretty much like Bai Feiyan. He had simply sat there calmly this whole time, not saying a word. As if the topic everyone was discussing has nothing to do with him. Looking at everyone present, there was still one other person that was this calm. At the outermost corner of the hall, almost completely submerged in the violet-pink gauze canopy, a faint figure could be seen. Hi's whole body was nestled in the chair, the soft sound of even breathing could be heard. The corners of Tang Daoda's mouth twitched. Holy shit, he was actually hiding in that corner sleeping. If she hasn't deliberately looked over, she completely wouldn't have discovered that there was still a person over there. On top of that, the noise in the hall never once stopped once it had started. Right now, because Xiao Yan pulled out the matter regarding Cloud Sun City, there was a brief silence in the hall, causing that soft breathing to be particularly clear. So when Tang Daoda noticed that person, at the same time, several other gazes also swept over. Elder Yu and Bai Feiyan also looked over. They were also pretty curious. Pretty curiously as to who was such an exotic flower, that he was even able to fall asleep at the martial arts convention. Underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 16, Martial Arts Catfight Convention. Chapter 16, Martial Arts Catfight Convention. Who would have expected that after Bai Feiyan swept a glance over, his unperturbed expression would immediately darken? Tang Daoda sat behind him, so according to reason, it should be her that was the first to see Bai Feiyan's expression change. But just as she noticed it, someone had already launched an attack, sending Bai Feiyan a difficult question. If it wasn't that Elder Yu, who else would it be? These two had kept their mouths closed from the start. Starting to speak once again, Elder Yu's tone was quite casual, seeming to have no hidden intentions as he asked, "What, does Bai Gongzi recognize this person?" His one sentence directed everyone's attention to Bai Feiyan. "Don't recognize." Bai Feiyan slowly withdrew his gaze and indifferently replied. But Elder Yu simply had no intention of letting him go just like that this time. Giving a few seemingly candid laughs, he said, "From the look of Bai Gongzi's expression, I thought you guys knew each other. I was just surprised that someone would sleep here." Bai Feiyan explained. "Is that so?" Elder Yu got up. His physique was very burly, his facial features rough-hewn. Sitting down, it couldn't be felt, but the moment he stood up he would give off an enormous oppressive feeling. "I've heard that Bai Gongzi's relationship with Cloud City was rather good and that you also had friendly relations with that Li Shui. Is this indeed true?" "Nice move." After winding around such a big circle, he's finally gotten to the main point. Elder Yu's words once again pushed Bai Feiyun onto the chopping board. Everyone's line of sight all turned towards Bai Feiyun. Yet Bai Feiyun was still as unperturbed as before. Facing all those questioning eyes, he calmly smiled as he explained. White Wind Manor and Cloud City have had dealings since ancient times. To describe the relation as good, it's not good, but to describe it as bad, it's not bad either. As for Li Shui, I have met him a few times, but it can't be quite called friendship. Wonder what Elder Yu means for asking this at this time. The moment Bai Feiyun explained, it caused all those doubts to disappear. White Wind Manor had always done business. It had pretty good relationships with many sects in Jianghu, and its dealings with Cloud City was also something that everyone knew of. Since they have dealings with Cloud City, having met Li Shui a few times can be considered quite normal. No other meaning, it was just a bit of curiosity, that's all. Elder Yu broke into a laugh. From the start, he didn't expect to be able to direct everyone's criticism towards Bai Feiyun with one sentence. It was just that, to find out Li Shui's current whereabouts, there was no other method but to start here at Bai Feiyun. After those damned demonic sect people failed, they even took the only portrait they had of Li Shui with them. Otherwise, he also wouldn't be this passive. But if White Wind Manor wasn't handled carefully, it would cause his entire body to be marked by smell asterisk. Comes from a complete saying, couldn't eat the lamb meat, yet caused the entire body to smell. Refers to a thief that wanted to steal a lamb but failed, and now he's easy to track because he stinks of lamb. On the Jianghu, the White Wind Manor's position was only second to the Alliance head. As he thought on, he looked towards Xiaoyun. The latter understood immediately and asked Bai Feiyun, although there's no friendship, Li Shui is someone of Cloud City. At this time he has run into misfortune and his whereabouts are unknown. Did Bai Gongzi never think of assembling some manpower in order to search for him? It seems like the master of Ratesi Pavilion and Bai Gongzi also have friendly relations, not to mention Bai Gongzi was also in charge of the security of this place. Is Bai Gongzi not afraid that after this incident, Cloud City will seek you out to settle the matter? It's probably that Bai Gongzi doesn't know that Li Shui is the Cloud City City Lord's precious heart. If something really has happened to him, TSK. Xiaoyun's last sentence stirred up another 10,000 waves in the hall. If this is actually true, it's really rather a bit way too stimulating. It must be known that the Lord of Cloud City and Li Shui were both Manhwa. No wonder Xiaoyun was so averse towards the Cloud City's lord. There was actually such a reason. Anyone that was a man would have trouble accepting this matter. Not to mention the fact that the Lord of Cloud City was still placed above everyone in Jianghu. Thinking this, everyone present all started getting agitated. The coldly mocking female nun that spoke earlier was the first one to jump out this time. Pointing at Xiaoyun, she angrily said, "Xiaoyun, what evidence do you have to say this? If you don't have any evidence, I advise you best talk less." The current appearance of the female nun was as if Xiaoyun snatched away the person she had a crush on. It was completely livid. Tang Daoda's lips twitched. My god, this martial arts convention sure is hell of a lot of excitement. Chapter 17, Alliance Head's Golden Mouth. Chapter 17, Alliance Head's Golden Mouth. It couldn't be summed up merely by the word chaotic. The parties tore into each other, tearing as if it were a joy. Rather, it was her, the main subject, that sat at the side enjoying the show while cracking melon seeds between her teeth. Mother Moyun asterisk, whether this saying is true or not, you and I both know in our hearts. Why must you deceive others and yourself? Xiaoyun looked towards Moyun, his expression particularly disdainful. The ways to refer to a nun is either sister or mother in English. I'm assuming she's an older woman because it's... The hand Moyun pointed at him trembled and shook. With a bang she slammed it on the table next to her and the wooden table immediately cracked and splintered, accompanying her voice that was practically spitting anger. Even though the city lord has to give a separate explanation on this matter with Li Shui, but you guys shouldn't forget about all that heart's blood the city lord put out for the community of martial artists. Smack smack. Looks like this Mo Yun is a supporter of the city lord of Cloud City. The person's not bad she separates the crooked and the straight pretty well. Tang Daodu grabbed some of the snacks placed next to her and dashingly threw it into her mouth. After smashing and chewing for a few bites, she suddenly felt something wasn't right. This flavor is way too strange. Pay. She quickly spat it out and picked up the cup next to her, taking a large gulp. Out of the corner of her eyes, she saw Bai Feiyan stare at her with a face of misgivings. It's a bit unpalatable. Tang Daodu pointed to the plate next to her and said. Bai Feiyan glanced at the dried fruit in that plate and said a bit unhappily, this snack is the specialty of Rutasi Pavilion. It's something that you usually wouldn't be able to eat even if you wanted to. When it comes to your mouth, how did it end up becoming unpalatable? Something like this can be counted as a specialty? As a local delicacies foodie, Tang Daodu expressed that she begged to differ. Her tone of disdain reached the extreme and she completely didn't notice Bai Feiyan's expression turning more and more ugly. Since a lion's head feels it's unfit to enter your golden mouth, then just don't eat it. Bai Feiyan stretched out his hand and swept the small plate onto the ground. With a palala it shattered into pieces. His voice was not loud but it was also not soft. It happened to be just after Mo Yun got angry and a brief period of silence had appeared in the hall, so everyone heard this clear as crystal. A lion's head. Elder Yu's sharp gaze froze for a moment before immediately sweeping over. Tang Daodu's hand trembled for a moment and the expression of calm on her face almost collapsed, but luckily, she had always been thick-skinned. Immediately she returned his gaze without the slightest hint of fear, looking back at Elder Yu with an arrogant, provoking expression. A complete scene of Li Shui is precisely this daddy is precisely Li Shui. This daddy is the alliance head, what can an old thing like you do to me? Just as expected, the beard that covered Elder Yu's entire face jumped a few jumps. Li Shui had actually been in the hall for so long and he had no idea. No wonder Bai Feiyan didn't react at all to Xiao Yun's provocations, no wonder. Calming down his frame of mind, Elder Yu pulled his face into a smile. Didn't think that Alliance Head had already arrived long ago, I thought. Thought what? Thought this Alliance Head was disposed of just by those couple scamps from the demonic sect? Since she had been pushed out, she definitely could not show weakness. Otherwise, there's no way this crowd of people would just let her off? Just from what these people said earlier, she already knew that she must wade through this muddy water asterisk. A saying that's like, she can't get out and clean herself even if she wants to, so she'll just have to be resolute and work through the situation. Who asked her to be wearing Li Shui's corporeal body? From the moment she was pushed out by Bai Feiyun, Li Shui was her, she was precisely Li Shui. She must sort out this mess, otherwise even if she was lucky enough to walk out of this Rutasi pavilion today, the outside, as large of a sky and earth as it has, is completely inside this Jianghu pot. A small fry like her will be eaten sooner or later, without even a bone left. It was just that Bai Feiyun still didn't make a single sound. He didn't even give her a slightest bit of warning before pushing her out, which made Tang Daodu a little bit disappointed. She originally thought that she could become good friends with him. After all, Bai Feiyun was the first person to help her ever since she arrived here. Gathering up her thoughts, Tang Daodu stood up and walked step by step towards the center stage of the hall. In the flames of the flickering candles, the young man's white garment was like snow. Arrogantly aglow with health and vigor, his hair lightly floated along his figure, a simple headband tied the hair up. The candlelight penetrated through the gauze clothes and casted a glazed light, which contrasted with the youngster's face to give off an enchanting radiance. His petal lips slightly rose up, light illuminated his eyelashes, dyeing them in a slight sunrise-like glow. Nodding, the smiling expression in his eyes gradually became stronger. From the start until now, his gaze containing a provocation never left Elder Yu's face. Underscore. Chapter 18, The Feeling of Acting Cool. Chapter 18, The Feeling of Acting Cool. Humph, they all think that she can't be the Alliance head,
don't they? Then she's definitely taking that position.
The entire hall, from the moment Tang Daodu stood up and walked to the stage, was entirely silent. No matter how Li Shui's character was, his strength was truly unquestionable. Even though there were few that have actually seen him in action before, but some people were simply like this. Even without acting, just based on their impressive fame, they would be able to intimidate the people. Inwardly, even though there were people that felt like Li Shui's abilities were all just rumors, but when they saw the actual person, one by one they shut their mouths and didn't dare to speak even a word. Not to mention, just then Li Shui was amongst them and heard them trash talk him quite a bit. As long as he didn't hold a grudge, it was already a Michuofo asterisk, who would still dare to stick out their bird head here and try to stop him from ascending the stage. A Michuofo was a common prayer chant in Buddhism. In this context it's kinda like praise the Lord or thank God / God save me. Just like this, a high-spirited Tang Daodu stood on the stage and looked down in all directions. A feeling of heroism came forth from her heart. Holy crap, this must be the so-called the higher you stand the farther you can see. The scenery from a high place sure is exceptional. Look at that good-looking young girl who has her chest wrapped. TSK, looking down like this sure is out of the common run. Then look at Bai Feiyun, Elder Yu and the others. Humph, small fries. No matter how amazing you guys are, you still must stay under this big sis's pomegranate dyed skirt. Unwilling to accept, huh? Unwilling to accept, then come up and bite her. Tang Daodu was incomparably exhilarated inside. No wonder everyone likes to act cool. This feeling is practically like flying up to heaven. Looking at Tang Daodu, who was on the stage, after the silence passed, everyone in the hall simultaneously ended up exploding into loud laughter. Some even laughed to the point they fell onto the ground. Laughing to the point that Tang Daodu was completely confused. From the corners of her eyes she suddenly saw that there were some unknown objects on the stage. After seeing it clearly, thunder immediately roared from the skies. Seriously, it's like walking into a pole in daylight. What possessed her to walk up here? It could only be seen that below her feet was a mess. The brightly colored gaudy things were all women's garments, faint waves of young women's perfumes wafted over. Then connect that to the location they were in right now. Tang Daodu's eggshell asterisk was almost about to shatter. Egg is another way to refer to your face, because one aspect that was traditionally viewed as beautiful was if people had egg-shaped faces. As for the stage, strip show? Li Gongzi deserves to be so renowned. Today, I've truly seen. Sure enough, he really isn't of common chord. From the crowd of laughter came Elder Yu's especially obvious mocking words. Looking down, she saw that a hint of a smile even hung around his mouth. Seeing this, the shattered eggshell Tang Daodu promptly calmed down again. This alliance head is naturally not of the common chord. Otherwise, why would I be alliance head, while you, Elder Yu, is just an elder? The scenery from high heights, I'm afraid Elder Yu will never be able to understand in this lifetime. You. Elder Yu was shocked by Tang Daodu's words to the point he choked. He had never seen such a shameless person before. For a short while he actually couldn't find any words with which to retort. Xiao Yun at some unknown time had ended up standing next to Elder Yu. The two pressed their heads close and muttered for a while, then all that could be seen was that Elder Yu waved his hand. And then someone stepped out from the crowd. Standing on the stage, Tang Daodu could see very clearly, and she curled her lips in disdain. Just then Bai Feiyan had said that Elder Yu had gotten someone from Cloud Sun City to expose her wrongdoings in order to make it so she can't successfully become the alliance head. Looks like he's planning to use this strategy right now. Recalling Bai Feiyan, her watery pupils flitted across him. She saw in his knitted brows and gazed the question, "Why did you talk so much and provoke Elder Yu?" She just gave a cold humph and turned her face away. "You damned silent thing. You already threw me out, and you still want me to see, hear, and obey you? Which show's international joke are you pulling?" Tang Daodu, sure doesn't have integrity and doesn't have face, but there's no way she doesn't have self-knowledge.
Bai Feiyan obviously wanted to use her like a chess piece.
Helping her was only so that he could reach his goal. He completely didn't care about her feelings. From the very start she was being led by the nose by Bai Feiyun. She almost really ended up completely trusting him. Fortunately, she acted right in the nick of time. Otherwise, if she waited for Bai Feiyan to become aware that something was fishy with her, he'd definitely get rid of her immediately without the slightest bit of mercy. Perhaps he was already suspicious of her. Underscore 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 underscore.
Chapter 19, The Little Wild Chrysanthemum in the Fields. Chapter 19, The Little Wild Chrysanthemum in the Fields. But no matter, so what if he's suspicious of her? As long as she refuses to admit, even if he beats her to death, what could he do to her? Tang Daodo made up her mind and didn't look at Bai Feiyan anymore. If not for the fact that there were no chairs on this stage, she would have sat down and crossed her ankle over her knee as she waited for the person Elder Yu called to come over. Reckon half an hour had passed. Tang Daoda's legs were already tired from standing, yet no one had shown up. Elder Yu's expression also didn't look too good. Pretty much all the people present knew what they were waiting for, but there were still some that didn't know the situation, so as time passed, they couldn't be restrained anymore. Don't know which school he was from, but he stood up from his seat and cupped his fist towards Tang Daodo and said, "Alliance Headley, are you going to start this martial arts convention or not? You should give us some answer, ah. Hey, this bro is pretty promising, ah." Tang Daodo was just thinking that continuing on like this wasn't a solution. What's more, she's the alliance head. It couldn't be that she must wait for Elder Yu to gain the initiative by striking first? Someone brought a pillow just as you were getting sleepy, so Tang Daodo felt that guy was more and more pleasing to the eyes. Start ah. Why wouldn't I start? Then what are you making us sit around here for? I'm still waiting for the convention to start and end so I can go home and sleep. That person looked towards Tang Daodo with a fair and clean face. He was much more pleasing to the eye than Elder Yu. In any case, he doesn't have a part in becoming alliance head anyways. After being viewed as pleasing and starting the martial arts convention, his mood also improved a bit. He just didn't understand, what was the point of fighting over the position of alliance head to the point heads are broken and blood are gushing? If there was time to waste on this, why not find a couple girls and have some fun? Spring nights are bitterly short. To waste time playing you hoodwink me and I cheat you in this pile of big masters is not worth it, way too not worth. If Tang Daodo know this homie's way of thinking, she would definitely give some claps of applause and cry good. As a person you should have this way of thinking. Life is difficult, enjoy the present. Don't waste life walking towards trouble. Ha, this alliance head just like straightforward people like you. This brother, which sect are you from? What surname, what name? Tang Daodo laughed candidly and seized the opportunity to sweep aside the garments in front of her and plop her but down to sit on the stage. Hell yes, finally found an opportunity to sit down. She ran such a large distance and when she got here she didn't even get to sit down long enough to warm her chair and immediately stood again over here for half the day. Tang Daodo felt like her legs were about to break off. Replying alliance head, my formal name is Zhang Erden *, pet name is Erden. Is of Huai City's Beggars Union. Zhang Erden giddily replied. When he was pushed out to say this, he had still muttered whether the alliance head would pay attention to him or not. He didn't think that not only did the alliance head pay attention to him, he even smiled like a flower towards him. Zhang, to open up /spread /classifier for a sheet of paper, air, 2, Dan and Yig. Yeah, just like the little chrysanthemum flowers in the field, really good looking. Erden was a straightforward person, he said whatever he thought of, boss alliance head, you're really good looking, just like the little chrysanthemum flowers in the field. Tang Daodo's smile immediately froze and shattered into soy pulp star. I guess there's going to be a lot of beans imagery / metaphors due to her name which means beans. Is this Erden the dough by monkey sent for? This explanation is long, I had to translate it from Bai Qi. First the term dou bai from a traditional Chinese story.
A long time ago, there was a person called Do, stay/stop/tease. His martial arts skill was very great, but Do really liked to sweat, so everyone liked to call him Han, Sweat, Do. One day, Han Do went to compete in martial arts with someone, but that day was very cold, filled with the sound of the north wind. Do, who loved to sweat, was very afraid of the cold, so he lost the competition. From then on, he never competed again. So this was the story Han Do's competition. From then on people called it Do Bai, to compete. Then, in Journey to the West, the Red Child asked, "Are you the rescue troop monkey sent for?" In Journey to the West, the Red Child didn't know Zhubeiji, Pigsy, and after using the 3 flavors True Fire to burn Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, Zhubeiji asked Guanyin, the goddess of mercy, to help his master Xuanzang, Buddhist monk. The Red Child asked Guanyin this question. It has now been derived by the internet as, "Are you the Do Bai monkey sent for?" It's used to ridicule/mock other people selling cuteness or joking around. Finally, the meaning is apparently, is this real? This took me 10 minutes to find and translate. Things like this make the translations interesting, but also time-consuming. Dowdu was also smacked by a weight. But looking at the other person's sincere eyes, Tang Dowdu choked. How was she supposed to reply? Fortunately, she didn't stay embarrassed for long before the sincere Erden spoke again. "Boss Alliance head, is the wind on the stage strong?" It's still okay." Tang Dowdu propped up her chin, seriously unable to do a thing about Erden. The good thing was that he had already drew out the topic. Below, there were already people whispering and discussing. There were all types of opinions. The scene was a field of chaos. In the chaos, a lot of the subjects were pointed towards Elder Yu. Elder Yu's old face was ashen. Xiaoyun, who was next to him, also didn't look very well. He bent an ear to listen and lightly asked, "Elder Yu? Let's wait a little more." Elder Yu's gaze was grim. Lifting his hand to stop Xiaoyun, he sat down, refusing to even look at Tang Dowdu, who was on the stage. "Elder Yu." Right this moment, a servant ran through the hall. Swoosh! Everyone looked towards that servant. What news did he bring? Underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 20, Alliance Head Command Tablet. Chapter 20, Alliance Head Command Tablet. Looking at that servant, Tang Dowdu propped up her chin with both hands and her lips curled into a slightly corrupt smile. As that servant approached, Elder Yu's old face became black, then green, then purple, like a color palette. How would the unwitting servant know what Elder Yu's current mood was? He was even bewildered as to why everyone was looking at him as he ran to Elder Yu. "Elder Yu, Bai Gongzi has brought the Alliance head." "I know." "Withdraw." Elder Yu unhappily waved his hand, having him withdraw. So it turns out this servant wasn't the one sent out to find the witness testimony, but was the one sent out earlier to find Bai Feiyun. The one they saw wasn't the one they were looking forward to see. Everyone sighed. They've wasted their expressions in vain. They couldn't help complaining about Elder Yu again. Even though everyone was not happy with Li Shui being the Alliance head, but it's not like everyone is dumb. It is reasonable to say that if Cloud City sent someone to take this position of Alliance head, it's the most suitable. This way, at least both sides would not have grudges due to this matter and cause turmoil in the Jianghu, creating an opportunity that the Imperial Court and the demonic sect can exploit. The previous Alliance head was chosen out of a martial arts competition. Although it allowed them to escape the conditions of Cloud City, making it so people didn't have to be subject to the pressure of Cloud City, but it allowed the demonic sect, the malignant tumor of the Jianghu, to rapidly increase in size, causing even greater damage in the end. In short, there was more harm than good. Besides, what everyone was dissatisfied with wasn't the fact that Cloud City sent someone to take up the position of the Alliance head, but the fact that this person was Li Shui. But now, it looks like though this youngster's age is not large, he's not frivolous. The way he speaks was unbridled, yet every sentence has a strong point. Moreover, his flamboyant domineering air, his general vivacious features, his utterly clear and sincere eyes,
or were they as bad as rumored? Rumors can't be trusted. The people present were all intelligent people, especially Elder Yu, Xiaoyun, etc. Just looking at the expressions on everyone's faces, they knew the situation was not good. Then looking at Bai Feiyun's tranquil without a ripple expression as he sat there drinking tea, it was obvious that the incident of the person he sent out returning so late was definitely not unrelated to Bai Feiyun. Feeling anger in his heart, Elder Yu had no intention of letting Tang Daodu off just like this. Ha ha ha. Elder Yu suddenly laughed heartily. Just as everyone felt a bit baffled, he said, "It's already pretty late. Everyone must be tired because of the matter of looking for the alliance head. You should all head back a bit early to rest." The moment these words were spoken, Tang Daodu almost thought that Elder Yu wanted to give up. But thinking again, how could that be possible? This crafty old fox definitely want to shake out some moths again. Saying that basically means to make something out of nothing. Without Bai Feiyun's warnings, Tang Daodu could only be alert inwardly. Outwardly, she made an apologetic expression and cordially said, "My apologies, I've made everyone take a lot of trouble over this Li. It's all because of that demonic sect looking for trouble, causing the convention to be delayed for so long. The demonic sect is way too abominable." They clearly knew that the convention was starting soon, yet they insisted on deliberately obstructing the alliance head. Isn't this an intentional act of instigation? An angry syndicate leader said. Another syndicate leader said with deep thoughts, "Isn't hosting the martial arts convention at Rutasi Pavilion alliance heads your last-minute idea? How did the demonic sect find out?" A beautiful woman from some female syndicate was also deeply concerned and said, "I heard even the sect leader of the demonic sect came." Alliance head, are you alright? You're not injured, are you? The hall became lively again with everyone throwing out one remark and comment after another. Waiting until they've pretty much finished discussing, only then did Tang Daodu wave her hand. "I thank everyone for their concern. It's just unfortunate that while I was rushing to get back, their sect leader was able to escape while I was off guard. No one knew what the situation at that time was like anyways, so wasn't it all up to Tang Daodu to make up nonsense about?" An Elder Yu who knew the truth was angered to the point his mouth fell out of joint. It was clearly the appearance of the pavilion master of Rutasi Pavilion that scared away Mu Yi and the rest. Yet when it came through Li Shui's mouth, how did it turn into Mu Yi fleeing with his tail between his legs in disgrace? Shameless. Way too shameless. Yet he just couldn't expose the actual facts, damn it. Elder Yu's fingers clenched tightly into a fist inside this sleeve and stayed that way for quite a while before slowly loosening. His expression was still mild, so what if he allows him to show off for a while longer? The more he shows off, the higher he'll be praised, then when he is thrown down the more pain he'll feel. Picking up the tea next to him, Elder Yu once again swept a glance at Bai Feiyun. His rough voice is especially prominent in the hall, since there's no doubt, then Alliance Head, please take out the Alliance Head command tablet. Alliance Head command tablet. Hearing this, the originally calm Tang Daodu was immediately stunned. She looked frantically towards Bai Feiyun. "Where's the Alliance Head command tablet?" Bai Feiyun's eyes were also heavy. He indicated for her not to mess around and stomp on her own foot before slowly opening his mouth. "Elder Yu, are you suspecting the Alliance Head's identity?" Bai Gongzi jokes. "Why would I suspect the Alliance Head's identity? It's just that Bai Gongzi, you haven't participated in the martial arts convention before, so you don't know this established standard." Established standard? The established standard is the Alliance Head command tablet. Alliance Head command tablet. The person along with the command tablet commands the Jianghu. Seeing the command tablet is the same as seeing the head. Elder Yu's words were powerful and resonating. Quite a few people also agreed that this was true. Meaning that she must take out the Alliance Head command tablet, otherwise just based on solely her, this Alliance Head, there's no way to command the Jianghu. The hell, if she knew that plaything was this important, even if she was beaten to death, she wouldn't come here before she found it. Now where was she supposed to produce an Alliance Head Command tablet from? Xiao Bai ah. Xiao Bai, I'm really about to be scammed to death by you.
Underscore 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 underscore.
Chapter 21, Counterattack from a Dangerous Position. Chapter 21, Counterattack from a Dangerous Position.
Elder Yu carefully caught all the little movements exchanged between Tang Daodu and Bai Feiyun. He sneered in his heart. At that moment, when Tang Daodu drank that cup of wine laced with tendon softening powder, he had already sent someone to acquire the Alliance Head Command tablet. Now, he'd like to see where Bai Feiyun would shake out an Alliance Head Command tablet from. If he couldn't bring it out, then don't blame him for being vicious and merciless.
Originally, he wanted to directly poison Li Shuai and completely get rid of him, but godly Dr. Zhang Baichao was currently present in Cloud City.
If it were to be discovered by any chance, and if the Lord of Cloud City held him accountable, he'd have to accompany Li Shuai to the grave. They might even dig out the private transactions he had with the demonic sect, therefore he only sent someone to disguise as one of the girls of Rutacii Pavilion and take the Alliance Head Command tablet. Whether he could be beaten or not, there was still the plan. Even if Li Shuai escaped from Muye's demonic hands, if he wasn't able to take out the Alliance Head Command tablet, he still can't ascend the Alliance Head position. At the same time, he could also conveniently influence the status Bai Feiyun had in the Jianghu negatively. Although the plan was perfect, developments will always have twists and turns. However, in the end, it will still return to within his grasp. Everything will go toward the results he wishes for, so the earlier displeasure had already become of little importance. Pondering to this point, Elder Yu's bunched-up brows finally relaxed. As long as he was able to get rid of Li Shuai, then he could have someone to expose even more ugly matters related to Li Shuai in Cloud City. Henceforth, if Cloud City wants to control the martial arts circles once again, it would be difficult. Using some more methods later on, won't this Alliance Head position still become an item within his pocket? He had waited for many years already, so he didn't care about this small amount of time. Bai Feiyun already knew that Elder Yu had been scheming for a long time. Originally, he didn't want to push out Li Shuai this soon either, but it's all that guy's fault for insisting on saying that the dried fruits he had personally mixed tasted bad. He even disdainfully said that those dried fruits didn't deserve to be called the signature specialty of Rutacii Pavilion. In a moment of irritation, he called him by his identity. Otherwise, he would have just waited a little longer and allowed Elder Yu to reveal his true nature before jumping out and taking advantage of Elder Yu's panic to take control of the situation and introduce the person. At that time, whether he had the Alliance Head Command tablet or not, it wouldn't have mattered anymore. Yet, things had broken away from his control. After Li Shuai was thrown out, he immediately provoked Elder Yu and even climbed to such a high place, attracting everyone's attention. Wasn't this just self-induced embarrassment? He even thought that Guy had some means to respond. Looks like he overestimated him. Besides, talking about Tang Daodu, how could she possibly know how complicated this time period was? She thought that as long as she stood up, this Alliance Head position was hers to sit on. Da fudge, she actually needs some Alliance Head Command tablet before she can take the position? It's seriously fraud. It sounds nice, Alliance Head Duran *, commander of the Jianghu, roaring big talk. In actuality, it's a poor pressured waiter that has to clock in and out of work. Durin sir/madam. A suffix used for an official or a person in authority. Wasn't the Alliance Head Command tablet precisely akin to a worker's card? In the past, she hadn't brought her worker card and ended up acting cute in front of her company. Just by dropping her moral principles, she was able to mingle her way in and make up for it next time. This time, she didn't bring the Alliance Head Command tablet, but could she also use the same tricks? Smack! She slapped this unrealistic idea flying with a palm. Tang Daoda supported her head with her hand. Heavens, my lord, shouldn't you use something to rescue poor little beans? On the tall stage, she could see everyone's hopeful gazes with just a single glance. Seeing this, Tang Doudou started to regret.
For what reason did she climb so high, when she had nothing to do? Why isn't the Alliance head saying anything? Where's the Alliance head command tablet? It couldn't be that the Alliance head forgot to bring it, right? Elder Yu's grating voice once again sounded. The corners of his mouth tilted, almost unable to hang up the pleased expression over his entire face.
Seeing this, Tang Doudou's teeth itched.
Teeth itch.
This old SOB, she'll sort him out sooner or later.
Tang Doudou's heart sank.
Seeing that Bai Feiyan's face was also showing panic, she realized that she could only rely on herself to think of a solution right now. Either admit that the Alliance head command tablet was lost, or refuse to admit that she forget the Alliance head command tablet to the grave. Tang Doudou unhurriedly got up as she slightly controlled the expression in her eyes. She even dusted off her front lapel before she lifted her head. When she looked down and faced the entire audience, her expression had already returned to normal.
Elder Yu is surely joking. How could Benzwa forget to bring such an important item? Oh, is that right? Then why is Alliance Head so reluctant to take out the Alliance Head command tablet?
Elder Yu narrowed his eyes into a curve. He didn't think that Li Shuai would still hold on even when things had developed to such a point. He saw Bai Feiyan's helpless expression. It was clear that the mountains and rivers were exhausted. They had reached the end of the line and still refused to admit it. He really couldn't help but be forced to give admiration. This person's face sure is thick enough.
Elder Yu is joking again. Why must I take out the Alliance Head command tablet? Tang Doudou casted a sidelong glance at Elder Yu. He himself had also said that the Alliance Head command tablet was only used when commanding Jianghu, didn't he? Starting this martial arts convention, everyone was just here to gossip, pat butts, and chat idly. What's the use of a command tablet? It wasn't like they were immediately going to gather people to subjugate the demonic sex old nest. This Elder Yu simply wanted to make it so she had no way of being the Alliance head. He had forgotten though, even though he didn't want it in his heart, but in practice every word he said recognized her position as Alliance head. Since he'd already recognized it, the only option he had was to use his own palm to slap himself and say that she, Tang Doudou, was not Alliance head, not Li Shuai. Otherwise, this mouthful of Jinkala asterisk, even if he, Elder Yu must hold in his tears, he must finish eating. Jinkala is a chemical fertilizer additive brand a strong local flavor. They invited foreign actors to shoot some ridiculous patriotic video to advertise, so it ended up being mocked a lot on the internet. The moment Tang Doudou said this, Elder Yu's facial color slightly changed. He wasn't dumb. Since Tang Doudou was able to think of it, he naturally was also able to realize it. This time, it really was lifting up a rock to smash on his own foot. But he wasn't one to be fooled easily, and immediately said, as I've already mentioned to Bai Gongzi just now, since Alliance Head had just arrived, not knowing the customs of martial arts conventions is also quite normal. Then may I venture to ask Elder Yu, who exactly was it that laid down this custom? Naturally it was. Elder Yu had just begun to reply when his facial color sank downwards again. Was who? Tang Doudou pursued her question. Elder Yu moved his lips, anger flashing through his eyes. His patience was almost completely used up. The martial arts convention customs are all set by the Lord of Cloud City, isn't that so, Elder Yu? Bai Feiyan finally saw Tang Doudou's intention. He really underestimated him. He didn't think that he was still able to discover this opportunity to live from within Elder Yu's words at such a moment. Looks like Cloud City allowing him to become the Alliance head wasn't completely without reason. Elder Yu bitterly swept his gaze back towards Bai Feiyan and spat out the words between the gaps in his teeth. It was indeed set by the city lord. Then that's right, Tang Doudou cheerfully clapped her hands and ran off the high stage to stand with Bai Feiyan. Just then I was in too much of a hurry. I almost forgot about the matter which the city lord had assigned. What did the city lord assign Alliance head? Seeing her fly over like a little bird that escaped from a cage, her expression seemingly wanting to jump and leap, Bai Feiyan slightly smiled and naturally continued her words. Tang Daoda patted her chest and craftily winked. Of course it's related to the martial arts circles, a big happy matter that'll benefit the entire Jianghu. Hearing that it was a big happy matter, everyone's attention was immediately sucked towards this topic. Tang Daoda walked down and got surrounded by the others. One person would pass on a remark, the other would pass on a sentence. They all wanted to fish out the information of this so-called big happy matter from Tang Daoda. They were curious as to what this matter truly was. Where did they still have the attention to care about Elder Yu's matter regarding her being in possession of the Alliance Head Command Tablet? Who asked Elder Yu to have never questioned Tang Daoda's identity from the very start, and in doing so affirm it? Due to that, now they felt that Elder Yu was purposefully bringing up the matter with the Alliance Head Command Tablet to put Tang Daoda in a difficult position. It simply did not occur to anyone to question whether the person in front of them was actually Li Shuai. So, when they heard that the Lord of Cloud City had even given Li Shuai an assignment, they were even more certain of this person in front of them. It must be known that no one in Jianghu had such a nerve. Leaving aside the matter of pretending to be the Alliance head, no one would dare to create a rumor involving the Lord of Cloud City. Although Xiao Yin had spoken disrespectfully and even exposed quite a lot of behind-the-scenes stories earlier, they were all things that had been rumored on the Jianghu before. It was just that there were no definite news. Without wind, there cannot be waves. The human way of thinking was simply this strange. After getting used to being led around by people, they are ones who would follow the herd. At this time, Tang Daoda's words easily convinced them again without a doubt. The Lord of Cloud City was willing to entrust such a heavy responsibility to Li Shuai, who would believe that these two really didn't have anything between them. If Li Shuai was the Lord of Cloud City's darling, then they must take even greater care not to offend. Even though Xiao Yun originally wanted to expose the Lord of Cloud City's scandals, he never expected that it became an ironclad proof which ultimately caused everyone to believe Li Shuai's identity. Seeing everyone's attention starting to deviate again, Elder Yu wanted to curse. Next to him, Xiao Yun's facial color was quickly becoming almost the same color as Elder Yu's thick beard. Giving a faint cough, he said something to Elder Yu. The latter nodded, and Xiao Yun took the chance to run off while no one was paying attention. Although Tang Daoda was laughing along with those people, her attention never left Elder Yu and Xiao Yun. The moment she saw Xiao Yun run off, she sent a meaningful glance towards Bai Feiyun. The latter nodded slightly and also slipped away. Naturally, this was go block Xiao Yun's path. As for whether he can obstruct him or not, Tang Daoda could only burn incense and pray to Buddha, sending a prayer to all parties. She actually quite believed in Bai Feiyun's ability though. If he didn't have some tricks, why would Elder Yu keep targeting Bai Feiyun? And also always expose a helpless look? Even now, when he saw Bai Feiyun head out to chase, his gaze swept over to her like a knife. Tang Daoda naturally met it fearlessly. The two gazes crackled in the air. In the end it was Tang Daoda who triumphed. Elder Yu lowered his eyes and gave a cold humph, then turned away and refrained from looking at her any longer. Small fry. Tang Daoda proudly humphed and turned towards an auntie that was tugging at her. The topic is of great importance. The city lord's intention is to wait until I'm steady before announcing it. So you guys shouldn't be so impatient either. As soon as this Li finishes settling the current matters, this Li will immediately explain to everyone about this. It will definitely be completely clear. As she spoke, she patted her chest pa in a completely unartificial manner, immediately attracting a good impression for everyone. Having such a friendly alliance head was also pretty good. Of course, within them were also quite a few of Elder Yu's supporters that had not stopped giving cold humps the entire time. From time to time, they still threw in some cynical sentences. Certainly, Tang Daoda's mouth spared even less mercy when facing these kind of people. She immediately angered them to the point where their noses flared and their eyes glared, resulting in them displacing to the side to cool down. The scene was incomparably harmonious for a time. Seeing that it was about time, continuing to dawdle would probably only cause more unforeseen events.
Thus, Tang Daodu extended her hands and gestured down as she earnestly said, "It's already late, everyone can go to whatever they need to attend to. We'll continue this martial arts convention tomorrow."
No. What is there that you can't clearly say today? So much that it must be pushed off to tomorrow? That's right,
There has never been the custom of pushing things to a later time in previous martial arts conventions.
Hearing that she wanted to end the convention, the guys that were cooling off on the side didn't even wait for Elder Yu's instructions before exploding their feathers. "Alliance Head, you've only just taken up the position and you've consecutively changed 2 customs. Are you not afraid that the city lord will rebuke you? Or do you hold special favors so you can act as recklessly as you please, thus not having to take the martial arts circle's fellowship seriously?" Yo.
Witnessing this crowd of guys that seemed to be filled with righteous indignation at the injustice, Tang Daoda gaped, then closed her mouth silently. Looks like wanting to cleanly and flawlessly end this martial arts convention is really not possible. Underscore.
Chapter 22, Unusually High Acting Skill. Chapter 22, Unusually High Acting Skill. But who is Tang Daodu? She had just beaten Elder Yu. What does she have to fear from these little fishes that can't even compare to Elder Yu? Then your meaning is that you want to have a long intimate talk with all our knees pressed closed? Tang Daoda found a seat and sat down.
Glancing at that shattered plate of snacks on the floor, she didn't know how long Bai Feiyan could obstruct Xiaoyan. She must resolve this in the shortest time possible. From far away, Elder Yu heard this and the color of his pupils darkened.
This crowd of matters-wrecking rubbish.
Yet he also couldn't really turn the conversation over. The currently Shui was like a mad dog, whoever he caught he would bite. Currently, it was still not the time to completely shed all pretense of cordiality with him.
This plan did not succeed, he almost must return to properly redeliberate.
Seeing that Xiaoyan still hasn't returned after a long while and recalling Bai Feiyan's strange skill, Elder Yu guessed that Xiaoyan had already been obstructed. Elder Yu had been angered a lot, but calmed down quite a bit. Even though the great power before his eyes was lost, in reality it wasn't a huge loss to him. On the contrary, because of this incident, the secret chess pieces that he had arranged would be even steadier. He just had to wait for the right opportunity, then he could thoroughly take control of Cloud City. He blew away the tea suds floating in the water. As for Li Shui, he's just a little energetic clown. What harm was there in letting him play around a little longer? At most it'd just be a bit irksome. Alliance Head empathizes with everyone, everyone must also empathize with Alliance Head. Fighting hand to hand with that devil isn't easy. Although the Alliance Head described it as breezily as a feather, that was just so that everyone wouldn't worry. How can you guys be so insensible, forcing the Alliance Head to talk so much? If you guys really caused the Alliance Head to become exhausted, I'd like to see how you guys plan to explain it to the City Lord. Hearing this suddenly come from Elder Yu, everyone froze. Did this Elder Yu go crazy from being angered by the Alliance Head? He's actually thinking of the Alliance Head and putting himself in his shoes? Seeming to know what they were thinking in their hearts, Elder Yu candidly laughed heartily. Walking over, he said, as everyone knows, this Yu, has straightforward intestines. Before, when I made things hard for the Alliance Head, it was simply because my brain was stupid and believed the rumors in the Jianghu and thought that the Alliance Head's character was not good, so he was not suitable to sit in this position. But from the looks of it, Alliance Head, you're a very straightforward person that speaks in a refreshingly straightforward manner. Your devotion to righteousness inspires admiration as a youngster with ambition. What part of you is as intolerable as the rumors say? Sure enough, rumors cannot be trusted, yet this Elmwood brain of mine only came to understand this now. There is no one more suitable than you, Shui, to sit in this Alliance Head position. I hope Alliance Head you, as a great person, would be magnanimous and won't keep this Yu's former enmity in mind and devote your all together with this Yu to these martial arts circles. This stream of words was presented in such a way that Tang Daodu was shocked beyond shocked. De fudge, Tang Daodu has gained knowledge and experience again. This darn old SOB a pay, spit sound. A few words towards her stomping and trampling was enough, yet he still had to be so cruel to himself and diminish himself. At the end of it, he even asked her not to hold on to past enmities as if he was highly principled, and even asked to join hands in advancing forward for the sake of benefiting the martial arts circles. She really wanted to swing a palm over and slap this shameless thing flying. His elder you's straightforward intestines with 9 bends and 18 twists was spoken of as if it was really straightforward. Is he treating everyone present as fools? Tang Daodu indignantly thought, there was no helping it. The other side had already taken the initiative to make peace. If she keeps poking and haggling over every ounce, all the effort she put in earlier would go to waste. At that time, the victim will become the persecution target. Even if she wanted to make a comeback, it wouldn't be easy. Plus, there really was a fool that was helping Elder Yu speak. With just a glance she recognized him. Wasn't it precisely that person who had jumped out first to stop her from ending the convention? Elder Yu labored and performed many meritorious services for the sake of the martial arts circles. He has rushed about for half a lifetime, so he is a bit excessively cautious, but this is human nature, it's only natural. Come to think of it, Alliance head Duren's breadth of mind is wide, he won't bother over so much. Elder Yu can just relax and be at ease. We should probably head back first. We believe Alliance head will definitely give us a satisfactory explanation. The subject of the conversation became more and more harmonious. In the end it even came to the point that they were exhorting Tang Daodu. It was precisely that Mother Mo Yun. She was currently sitting solemnly upright, giving off the arrogant air of a senior as she spoke meaningfully to Tang Daodu. Shui, you've only just taken the position, there are many things you must learn. Elder Yu had assisted many alliance heads before, he has an abundance of experience that we cannot even compare to. You must set down your attitude and properly learn from Elder Yu. The fudge. Hearing this, Tang Daodu only felt as if several thousand grass mud horses, F your mom, were wildly rampaging through. Before, she had even quite liked this Mother Mo Yun, feeling that her 3 views were very upright. Who knew that before this sentence even warmed up, she was ruthlessly slapped in the face? Hell, in the past the one that opposed her the most, wasn't it Mo Yun? Vigorously rising up to admonish Xiaoyan and tell him that he was not allowed to say bad things about Cloud City's lord, wasn't that also Mo Yun? Right now not having any good things to say to her and also helping speak in favor of Elder Yu, was it still her, Mo1? Tang Daodu was slammed by weights in broad daylight. How many intentions does she have? Tang Daodu just can't figure it out? Things having reached this stage, if she still doesn't say anything, she doesn't know what other kind of things this crowd of people will end up saying. On the surface Tang Daodu was very calm, yet inside, her balls felt like they were breaking. Mother Mo Yun is right, Shui understands. She's finished. She won't be struck by lightning for saying false words, right? Tang Daodu was very anxious. Seeing that she took advice very well, Mother Mo Yun felt exceptionally satisfied and came up to pat Tang Daodu's shoulder. Properly do it, work hard. Alright, she definitely will very properly, do it, F******. Not 100% sure if the second, do sth, is supposed to be a swear word, but it is emphasized so Tang Daodu was either planning something or cursing, or both. After Tang Daodu replied with a bright fake smile, she immediately turned around and said to everyone, since no one has any more objections, then everyone should head back home to sleep. She really wanted to immediately beat it. However, things just can't go as one wants. Or perhaps the 2 words to sleep that she spoke were just too alluring, to the extent that the dear friend that had been sleeping from the start until now stood up with a whoosh and yawned, can finally go home to sleep. Ha! Why is no one leaving? That person swayed as he walked over, his hair was a complete mess and blocked his line of sight. He lifted his hand to push aside his hair. Unexpectedly, the moment he revealed his face, the sound of sucking and cool air simultaneously filled the hall.
causing Tang Daodu to be completely baffled. Sanfrewa Prince. Shi Chiu Yue. Why is he here? Following that was one exclamation of alarm after another.
Nearly all of the people that could sit here were from famous schools on the Jingu. They had already arrived in Rutaisi Pavilion a day earlier. The ones of circles like the hallmaster he and syndicate leader Lu that Tang Daodu saw earlier could only run around outside to rush over here.
As in, I think the inferior schools are given later notice.
The ones that came tonight were of hallmaster he's circle.
When the servant called out Shi Chiu Yue's name earlier, though quite a few people heard, they were all people that were not worth mentioning.
In addition, the servant said there was a problem with the invitation, and Bai Feiyun showed up to handle this matter so no one worried about it. They never expected that this Sanfrewa prince would actually be asleep here in the hall and witness the entire ins and outs of the convention. Even more surprising was the fact that though the servant had clearly said that there was something wrong with the invitation, at this moment there was actually someone that recognized this person as the Sanfrewa prince, Shi Chiu Yue.
What's real, what's fake? It seriously was a nice puzzling question. Shi Chiu Yue?
Tang Daodu knitted her brows, a trace of waves rippled through her eyes.
A person from the imperial household? According what Bai Feiyun said before, earlier he was even making a racket to find her? Then this will be troublesome.
Whether it was regarding her or regarding the Alliance Head Command Tablet, these were all matters of the Jianghu. The things put into the pan to stir-fry were all her own family's vegetables. But since ancient times, the relationship between the imperial household and the martial arts circles has been as incompatible as fire and water.
Neither motherfunker asterisk could deal with the other.
Couldn't swallow it down but also couldn't puke it out, both looked at each other with disgust. Tang Daodu uses a lot of less offensive versions of swear words. When it comes that she outright goes completely profane, I will use the most equivalent term.
Sure enough, as far as one could see, everyone's eyes were blazing with flames.
Their expression showed that with just one inciting remark they would get rid of Shi Chiu Yue's genitals.
The only one that was different was Elder Yu.
His pair of triangular eyes asterisk were already emitting fresh light. Looking at the Sanfrewa prince Shi Chiu Yue, his thick beard-covered mouth crooked, almost unable to hold back a smile.
Triangular eyes. Seeing this, Tang Daodu bit her lower lip. Her black agate-like pupils turned towards the unintelligible Shi Chiu Yue.
The latter seemed to have sensed something and was just about to turn his head to look over.
Bang!
An enormous sound of impact sounded out.
The Sanfrewa prince turned his head, stupefied. Who hit? Ben Wang asterisk.
Ben Wangwei for speaker to refer to himself in third person. AKA, something like this king or this imperial son. His pupils didn't even make it to Tang Daodu before with a thump he fell to the floor. Tang Daodu took back the wooden stick in her hands and under the stunned gazes of the crowd patted off her hands. The martial arts convention was first infiltrated by people of the demonic sect, now it's been infiltrated by someone from the imperial household.
It looks like the defenses of Rutaisi Pavilion need to be strengthened.
Then, taking advantage of the time before Elder Yu was able to react, she stomped a foot on the Sanfrewa prince's face. Someone come.
Drag this guy down for this alliance head. When I have time I'll properly investigate what exactly this imperial household is planning.
She waited for half a day, yet not a single person came up. Even Elder Yu was silent as a turtle, his shifty eyes filled with the expression of schadenfreude. The atmosphere was currently subtly changing when suddenly the sound of a flute came from outside. It was melodious and filled the spacious air, traveling over from far away. Following it, countless fluttering petals made their way in from outside the window, momentarily causing the entire hall to be filled with a sweet fragrance as if meeting spring. The fluttering petal sea was outside the window in the endless darkness. Suddenly, a faint light shone. Just as they focused their eyes, they discovered with amazement that it was an extremely beautiful and exquisite palanquin chair. Looking a little closer it would be seen that the ones carrying the chair were 4 beautiful young girls with gauze veils covering their faces.
On either side of the palanquin there were even 8 more separate young ladies in the same attire, each holding a musical instrument. That melodious flute music was played precisely by that young girl in the lead. The even more amazing thing was that this procession of people had a ton of petals opening their road and they arrived stepping through the air. It exceedingly resembled the legend of the immortal fairy descending to the world of mortals. Tang Daodu's eyes even turned dazed from looking. Jesus! The acting ability needed to appear on scene like this is way too high. Her curious heart was also almost about to fly past the sky. Who in the world was sitting in that palanquin? The sudden appearance of a procession of people caused quite a few people in the hall to be shocked dumb. The first to come back to his senses and react was actually the Manhwa prince Shi Qiuyue. At some unknown time he had come to stand at Tang Daodu's side. Giving in extremely at odds with the scene belch, he then said, Ben Wang has seen quite a few prodigal spendthrifts, but still hasn't seen someone this crazy. To actually use this many stunning women to carry a palanquin. In her astonishment, Tang Daodu didn't notice that the one talking to her was the one she had struck unconscious with a smack of a wooden stick. She nodded approvingly, true. No need to mention those stunning women, just based on the fact they tossed so many flower petals in the dead of winter is already a huge spending of money, isn't it? Tisk asterisk, what does this bit count for? Look at that palanquin, that's the most extravagant squander of money. Shi Qiuyue shot Tang Daodu a look of disdain. His tone was filled with the connotation that he was very dissatisfied with Tang Daodu's knowledge and experience. Tisk, sound of clicking the tongue, can be for both admiration or disgust. Palanquin? I can't see anything special about it? Ignorant and inexperienced. Shi Qiuyue sneered, come, let Ben Wang expand your knowledge. Tang Daodu followed him and leaned over. Shi Qiuyue pointed at the jade-colored dome on top of the palanquin, see that? That was made by polishing an entire piece of top-notch jadeite. It's extremely rare. Using it to make the roof of a palanquin like this with no other purpose, it's clearly just showing off wealth. And Ben Wang dares to guarantee that beneath that palanquin's roof is definitely a layer of warm jade that costs even more than this jadeite. Sitting inside there on this cold winter day, that feeling, TSK. Look at the body of that palanquin, white shine completely penetrates it. Under the moonlight it presents a hazy radiance. Do you know what this is? Shi Qiuyue cast a sidelong glance towards Tang Daodu, particularly smug. Looking at Tang Daodu again, she was currently crouching down drawing circles on the floor with exceptional bitterness. That's too much, way too much. Underscore. Chapter 23, Bringing a Gift. Chapter 23, Bringing a Gift. Shi Qiuyue scratched the back of his head, puzzled with Tang Daodu's behavior. Just as he was about to speak again, Tang Daodu had at some unknown time already stood up and was currently looking at that palanquin, her eyes emitting a wolf-like light. It alarmed Shi Qiuyue to the point he felt a shiver. He quickly grabbed her. Hey, you better not do anything impulsive. Shi Qiuyue advised. In the past he also thought of looting this palanquin, but afterwards there was no afterwards. Seeing that Tang Daodu didn't react, he could only ask again, do you know whose palanquin that is? Bringing this up, for better or for worse, Tang Daodu reacted. She tilted her head and asked, whose is it? Her eyes didn't move the slightest bit away from that palanquin. She was thinking, if she could just randomly break off a piece then she probably won't have to worry about eating and drinking this entire lifetime, right? Ha, if I tell you it'll scare the wits out of you. Shi Qiuyue glanced around before leaning close to Tang Daodu's ear to whisper, Bailey you star. By 100 li, inside/ancient measure of length approximately 500 meters, you, brilliant/glorious. Bailey you? Which cultivation path's immortal is he? Tang Daodu gaped then closed her mouth. Doesn't matter which cultivation path's immortal he is, just based on this palanquin alone. Very nice,
Bailey, you've already succeeded in attracting this alliance head's attention. The 2 rows of young girls that were carrying Bailey soon landed on the ground with incomparable grace. They slightly curtsied towards everyone in the hall and spoke simultaneously, "Congratulations to Li Gongzi for ascending to the alliance head's position."
They came to congratulate? Tang Daodu's eyes lit up. Then, wouldn't this mean there will be gifts to receive? A master with this much money, the gift he gives will definitely not lack in any way. Didn't think being an alliance head could even have benefits like this. Tang Daodu patted away the hand Shi Qiuyue put on her shoulder and patted off the dust on her robe. She was just about to walk up to respond when her sleeve was grabbed by someone. "Don't go over there." A deep, genial and familiar voice sounded. Tang Daodu turned around and saw Bai Feiyan had come to stand behind her at some unknown time. A helpless expression flashed past his face. Don't tell her that it was another one of Elder Yu's conspiracies? Thinking of this, Tang Daodu looked towards Elder Yu, but unexpectedly discovered that Elder Yu seemed as if he was facing a huge enemy. His expression was completely tense. Seeming to feel her gaze, Elder Yu turned his head to look over and also shook his head towards her. It's really surprisingly strange. How come everyone beside the one that was just talking to her looked like they just ate a dead kid? That's right, the one that was just talking to her. She suddenly turned around and almost knocked into Shi Qiuyue. Immediately following that, she saw a face filled with dust. Shi Qiuyue grin at her. The snow-white shining teeth scared her to the point she shuddered. She immediately increased the distance between her and Shi Qiuyue and went to stand with Bai Feiyan. What are you running for? Just now I fainted on purpose. Otherwise, you think with your bit of strength you'd actually be able to strike Ben Wang unconscious? Shi Qiuyue delightedly grinned. This dear friend's interests are really exotic. But looking at the fact that it was he that helped her out first, then later he also helped explain to her the newcomer's identity, she'll let him off. Once again moving over, she asked, Bailey, you is seriously rich? The world's richest man. Shi Qiuyue replied assuredly. Since it's like this, then in the end should she go over, or not go over? Seeing that it's been a while yet this side still wasn't responding, that maid who was playing the flute stepped out. In order to congratulate Li Gongzi for ascending to the position of Alliance Head, Pavilion Master has specially prepared a gift for Li Gongzi. Hope Li Gongzi will kindly accept. Although she was a maid, the way she spoke was calm and neither servile nor overbearing. Just based on this attitude, even an unmarried daughter of a noble house would not be able to compete. Adding on the faintly discernible exquisite features behind the hazy gauze veil, it was seriously of splendid and magnificent houses. As if an immortal fairy descended to the mundane world, causing people to be unable to tear their eyes away. Don't even mention saying any words of rejection. Looking at the exquisite small box in her hand, Tang Daodu couldn't help but start guessing at it. What in the world is inside that? Night pearls? Too common. Diamonds? This era doesn't have that. Banknotes? Too straightforward, doesn't go in line with his status. In the end, what could it be? That heart of Tang Daodu's was itching. Li Gongzi? Seeing that she still hadn't moved, that woman's cherry lips delicately parted and called once again. Ha! Tang Daodu saw the blame in the beauty's eyes and her heart panicked. Without thinking, she opened her mouth and replied. The woman slowly walked over, the fragrance from her body drifted over on the wind along with her body. In a moment she had already arrived in front of Tang Daodu. My family's pavilion master has said, no matter what, Li Gongzi must put this away carefully. You must remember not to lose it again. As she spoke, she pulled Tang Daodu's hand and placed that box on it, then helped her wrap her fingers around it before leisurely walking back. Fishy, something's fishy. Tang Daodu lowered her eyes and looked at the box in her hand. What did those words mean? But before she could think much more about it, from that side the melody of the flute sounded again. The 4 maids lifted up the palanquin, petals fluttered without wind. From the looks of it, it seemed like they were actually about to leave. Shoot, can't let them leave just like this. Tang Dao pushed aside by Fei Yin's hand and ran over, waving the box in her hand as she shouted, "Hey! Person over there, you, wait." From a look it could be seen that this guy was not on good terms with them, and yet for some unfathomable reason he's gifting her a box. Now he actually wants to pat off his butt and just leave, leaving behind a pile of trouble that she'll certainly have to end up dealing with. Dao will never allow this kind of thing to happen. The girl blowing the flute glanced back and asked with a smile, "What other instructions does Li Gongzi have?" Tang Dao's brain blanked out for a moment. Seeing the box in her hand, she immediately said, "You should take this back." In the end she even added an addition sentence, "Thank your family's master for me. Just say that I appreciate his kind intentions, however we are still not familiar with each other. To give such a heavy gift, I really cannot accept it." The maid did not speak. The palanquin stopped in the open space outside the hall. The petals swept up without wind seemed to also stand still. The bright white moonlight as if washing the palanquin spilled coolly onto the top of the palanquin, emitting a faint light. Sigh, something that has been gifted out, how can it be taken back? Just as Tang Dao thought that, the maid suddenly went mute. A languid magnetic voice drifted out along with the slightly cool night breeze. Not waiting for her to reflect on the aftertaste of this voice, that person spoke again, "If Alliance Headley seriously does not want it, just throw it away." His tone was exceedingly light, as if he hadn't quite woken up, and it still carried a bit of haziness. It brushed people's hearts like a feather, causing people's hearts to itch, wishing they could squeeze into that palanquin to take a look and see what type of beauty was in there. That's right. Tang Dao was positive that the person inside the palanquin was a remarkably beautiful man. Otherwise he must be ugly to the point of explosion, to cover up so tightly. Throwing it away is rather too much of a pity, besides, it was so carefully prepared. Knowing that it was carefully prepared, why don't you want it? It's not that I don't want it. Then why? Because, Tang Dao's tongue flopped around in her mouth for half the day, not knowing what would be good to say. Because you don't dare, right? The last words were provoking, its meanings deep. Hearing this, Tang Dao was also very depressed. It was indeed true that she didn't dare to take this, she doesn't have that ability. Seeing Tang Dao did not say a word, Bailey Yu lightly laughed, "Looks like this gift cannot be sent out today." He changed the subject, "Has Alliance Headley truly made up his mind?" Tang Dao was eager for him to take back this gift and hastily nodded, "I've thought it over, made up my mind. Benzwa feels that Alliance Headley should take a good look at what's inside first. Making a decision after isn't too late." Tang Dao smacked her lips, replying firmly, "No need. Take a look." Bailey Yu persuaded. "Not looking. Are you not curious?" "Curious, Practically dying of curiosity." Tang Dao's complexion was odd. In regards to what was inside the box, she was comparably more curious as to what exactly this Bailey Yu wanted. Since Alliance Headley is curious, why not take a look? This thing is actually fairly important to Alliance Headley. This one asterisk has already used quite a bit of effort in order to obtain it. After Alliance Headley has taken a look, if you still do not want to accept it, then there is no other choice but to have someone throw it away. This one cannot afford to take this item. Humble way of referring to oneself. Translates literally to beneath this, so like this one beneath you. He repeated incited Tang Dao, causing everyone to direct their gazes simultaneously towards the box in Tang Dao's hand. What in the world is in it? Under the clear color of the moonlight, the exquisite box and that palanquin were made of the same sort of material, and in Tang Dao's hand it almost overflowed with misty white light. What plaything is this? To be fitted so beautifully. Tang Dao rubbed her chin, her watery pupils slightly restrained. She clearly knew that the Bailey Yu in front of her had an ulterior motive, and the hidden intent was obvious. Yet she still felt perfectly willing to fall into this trap. Curiosity killed the cat. It's probably used to talk about people like Tang Daodu. After I look, can I refuse it? Take a look then talk. This fox is way too cunning.
Although she still hasn't seen the person, from the few exchanges of dialogue Tang Daodu already had gotten to know them through experience. Her eyes fell again onto the box.
Should she look or not? Subconsciously she looked towards Bai Feiyun. Look! Bai Feiyun's lips slightly opened and closed. Looking at the shape of those lips, he actually wanted her to open and look. Tang Daodu became perturbed. This Xiao Bai, pretty boy, bro, he's already scammed her several times. Forget it, look then let's just look. When has she, Tang Daodu, ever been so timid? It's all because of this group of scheming prostitutes, causing her to feel as if there was an enemy soldier hidden behind each tree and bush. Causing people to analyze everything in order to not be careless and lose this small life. Her gaze shifted to the box in her hands again. Earlier, she didn't look at it carefully. Now that she looked at it, that big sapphire on the top of the box was blindingly bright. Putting her hand on the box, with a slight application of force she heard a faint click and the box opened. What could be inside? Everyone's eyes were concentrated on Tang Daodu's hand, causing her to be under Great Chinese White Pear *A. Here's a pic. This is really cute. Under Great Chinese White Pear is a humorous version of Under Great Pressure because Great Pressure and Chinese White Pear sounds the same. No. Tang Daodu hesitated again, her hand pressed down. What if inside was something that was disadvantageous to her and was seen by others? What will she do then? Immediately she turned her back towards everyone and opened the box rapid as the speed of light and glanced inside. WTF? What toy is this? Tang Daodu was very disappointed. Such a valuable box, but all it contained was something like this? Causing so many people to get involved, is this boring or what? Seeing the thing in the box, Tang Daodu's interests completely faded as she weakly closed the box. Alliance Headley is dissatisfied? Bailey, you asked. Of course she's not satisfied. You're so rich, how could you send such a poverty-stricken thing? Poverty-shaken is enough, but he just had to incite her to accept it after looking. Isn't this making her seem narrow-minded? B/C if she doesn't accept, it'll seem like she's looking down on the gift since it doesn't seem to be worth much. Now she has already looked at the thing, to accept it or not is a question again. HM? Alliance Headley? Ahem, satisfied. How could I not be satisfied? It's good if you're satisfied. Bailey Yu's voice suddenly became spirited. Tossing away the languidness, it became exceptionally clear and cold. Since Alliance Head Li is satisfied with it, then put it away properly and don't lose it again. It's also not early in the day anymore. This one will not disturb everyone any longer as you discuss major events. This one will take his leave now. That's not right, not right. Tang Daodu tapped her chin. Bailey Yu and that maid constantly brought up the two words don't lose. It was definitely not a coincidence. Could it be this is something she lost? She just got off the boat *. What could she lose? Figurative language, for she just came to this place. A divine light flashed through the sea in her mind, the Alliance Head command tablet. ______________________ Credits, translated by Kayomura, edited by Mr. Priest. Kayomura's Corner. I really wonder what profession Tang Daodu had before she transmigrated. An actor? A detective? Glossary. Chapter 24, Enchantingly Beautiful Man. Chapter 24, Enchantingly Beautiful Man. Other than the Alliance Head command tablet, Tang Daodu really couldn't think of anything else she dropped. Recalling the shape of the object inside the box again, it was consistent with the appearance of the so-called command tablets. Would Bailey Yu be so kind-hearted as to send her the Alliance Head command tablet? Or was it that Li Shuai and Bailey Yu also had friendly relations?
Not knowing the facts, Tang Daoda thought until her brain was worn out but still couldn't think of a reason why. 100 thoughts rolled around inside her mind. The Alliance Head command tablet must be kept, but it can't be kept this way. Tang Daoda closed the box. When her fingers slid across the sapphire, she used all her strength to dig it out, but that jewel didn't budge in the least. She could only give up. Retrieving her hand reluctantly, Tang Daoda approached the palanquin and handed the box to the flute-playing maid. This gift is truly too precious.
This Alliance Head does not deserve it and must ask Bailey Gongzi to take it back. She actually didn't want it? Ha ha.
Bailey Yu chuckled.
The low magnetic voice carried a hint of a smile as he asked, Alliance Headley has truly decided? This man is so long-winded.
Tang Daoda rolled her eyes. That's right, this Alliance Head has already decided.
So be it. Hope Alliance Headley will not regret. Xingyin, let us go.
The words fell and the petals covering the ground once again rose up. It was vast and magnificently gorgeous. Then that palanquin in the middle of all the maids slowly rose and was about to float away again. Only then did Tang Daoda recall that she still hasn't handed the box in her hand to that maid called Qingyin. Seeing Qingyin was about to leave, she couldn't worry too much about other stuff and hastily reached out to grab the gauze shawl floating behind Qingyin's body, urgently calling, Lady Qingyin. How could Qingyin have predicted that Tang Daoda would suddenly make such a move? The gauze shawl on her body started to fall. Looking at it, it was almost about to expose her body. Qingyin could only hurriedly pull it back. Her figure swayed and almost fell from midair. Luckily, her Nigong asterisk was profound and she was able to soon stabilize herself. Her clear pupils swept over and saw that Tang Daoda was dragged up by her and currently hanging in midair. Nigong practice is normally associated with the so-called soft style, internal or Neijia Chinese martial arts, as opposed to the category known as Weigong or external skill, which is historically associated with Shaolingquan or the so-called hard style, external or Weijia Chinese martial arts. Don't fall ah. Tang Daoda tightly hung onto the gauze in her hand. Looking at the ground gradually getting further away, her palms and forehead became covered with cold sweat. Silently, she prayed that the quality of this gauze of Qingyin's must definitely pass the test. Otherwise, falling from this height, breaking a few bones will be the least of it. The incident happened so suddenly that by the time everyone was able to react, Tang Daoda had already been towed flying quite a distance. No one's expression changed more than Bai Feiyun's. He knew at this time that Tang Daoda's body had tendons softening powder and that she had lost her martial arts. If that gauze really tore, a fall was definite. Falling was a small matter, but for everyone to find out that Tang Daoda didn't have martial arts would be a big matter. Bai Feiyun was just hesitating whether or not to catch Tang Daoda before the gauze tore, when a vrrp sounded next to his ear. The gauze ripped. Tang Daoda was scared stiff. The ripping area was not far from her. The gauze slipped further and further away from her. She felt a never-experienced-before weightlessness. Tang Daoda was scared out of her wits. The rapid wind screamed next to her ear and she subconsciously squeezed shut her eyes. Miawa, this time she's really going to become a bean cake. Seeing a person fall from mid-air, there was actually no one that moved forward to catch Tang Daoda. Bai Feiyun was just about to move up when a figure flashed past the corner of his eye. He paused the step he was about to take, a trace of suspicion flashing through his ink jade-like pupils. That figure effortlessly and gracefully moved past everyone's eyes. As far as the eye could see, petals danced. A dark violet Changpao floated elegantly, unadorned black hair that was styled in a half-up and half-down style could be seen. Lightly swaying in the wind, that tall elegant figure was like a god that had descended to earth. Jade skin glowed beneath the moonlight. A pair of peach blossom eyes glittered brightly with a river of stars. In it, the radiance of 1,000 types of glass flickered. His appearance was like those of characters in paintings. Even 10,000 words would find it difficult to portray the unique charm he gave off from his very being. Under the moonlight he treaded upon the endless flower sea, like an immortal, like a Yao star. In a moment he approached, and with a stretch of his arms, the falling Tang Dao fell into his broad arms. In general, if you're not involved with material matters and is like above it all and always calm, you have the temperament of an immortal. If you smile a lot and is seductive plus mischievous, you have the temperament of a Yao. Both live longer than humans, but most people cultivate to be an immortal. If you fall prey to your inner demons, you become a Yao that usually has to rely on other things to extend lifespan. In some stories, some people are born as Yao as well. General looks as well. An exotic fragrance entered Tang Daodu's nose, her delicate nose tip slightly moved. Opening her clear glossy eyes, they met directly with a pair of smiling peach blossom eyes. The whirlpool of stars in those pupils almost completely engulfed her. Just this pair of eyes was already beautiful to the point of causing suffocation. How stunning must their owner be? Tang Daodu stared in rapture, muttering, "So there actually exists such an otherworldly ethereal person on earth." Otherworldly ethereal? Those pupils continued to carry a faintly discernible trace of a smile, as a languid deep voice softly transmitted over, "Alliance Headley has great talent in literature." Hearing this familiar voice, Tang Daodu finally found her senses again. Recalling the thrilling situation just now, her small face was painted white. She quivered as she closed her eyes again and asked, "How many of my bones broke?" She never thought that someone would come and catch her. Right now, she thought that she had fallen too hard and had gone into shock from the pain. Let this one count. This top and bottom, left and right, inside and outside. Stop. Don't say any more. Suddenly opening her eyes, Tang Daodu painfully pleaded, "Hurry and find me a medical practitioner. I don't want to be cut off in my prime." Medical practitioner? It's what you call doctors. Oh, Bailey Yu's languid voice stretched the sound out. Finally he changed the topic. Why do you need to find a doctor? All along, that magnetic voice contained a degree of a smile. Matched with his slightly upturned peach blossom eyes, it was extremely like a seductive Yao. Is this still a human? Tang Daodu, who was filled with worry about her little life, was once again dazzled by Bailey Yu's smile and for a while couldn't quite identify north, south, east and west. Gaping and closing her mouth, she thought, could this be the so-called dying beneath peony flowers? Even becoming a ghost would be outstanding? Looking at Tang Daodu's dazed sparkling pupils, it was absent-minded and extremely pitiable. In mid-air, Bailey Yu's faint dark red lips slightly hooked, his Changpao flew upwards as he spun and landed. Bailey Yu retrieved his gaze and looked towards the crowd where Bai Feiyun was. Is there a doctor? Your alliance head de run wants a doctor. More scared than hurt, looking at the safe and unscathed Tang Daodu and Bailey Yu's embrace, Bai Feiyun released a breath of relief. Returning to his tranquil and mild attitude, he stepped forward after hearing those words and cupped his fist, afraid a doctor won't be able to be found for a little while. This Bai knows a thing or two about medical treatment, allow me take a look. White Wind Manor's status was not ordinary. Other than the reason that it does business throughout the entire Jianghu, it would be because of Bai Feiyun's medical expertise. Obviously, Bailey Yu also recognized Bai Feiyun and knew about his extraordinary medical expertise. When he saw Bai Feiyun step out, he smiled with a rather unclear meaning but did not say anything. Must trouble Bailey Gongzi to help this one put down the alliance head, so I can help check the condition of his injuries. Before Bailey Yu could even react, the Tang Daodu in his embrace came to her senses again. She supported herself up with one hand pressed against Bailey Yu's broad chest while her watery pupils swept over the surroundings. Then she waved her hands, kicked her feet, completely in good health. An expression of being pleasantly surprised appeared on her face. I'm fine? This is great. Ha ha ha. There will definitely be good fortune after escaping from calamity. She was fine even after falling from such a high place. Isn't this clearly showing that she, Tang Daodu, in the future will strike it rich? She smugly smiled for a while before feeling several strange gazes sweep over. What's going on? Reacting several beats slower,
Tang Daoda finally felt that something was not right. What was that firm with a touch of softness thing beneath her hand?
She suddenly lifted her head, once again seeing that pair of seductive yak-like pupils. Lowering her head again, she deliberated for quite a while. When she lifted her head again, Tang Daoda finally realized the extremely serious situation. She was actually being carried in Bailey Yu's arms, and was even being held in the princess carry position. At this time, the distance between the two was close to the point that they could feel the faint breathing of the other. Her hand was even exceedingly vulgarly pressed against the other's chest. And the most critical point is, she's currently in the identity of a Manhwa. Bailey Yu had his eyes lowered.
Tang Daoda's marvelous expressions flashed through his eyes and he couldn't help but feel like teasing. Alliance Headley, is the feel nice? Ha! Tang Daoda met that pair of eyes and felt as if there was a magical force. Unable to recall that feeling, her hand, as if demons and gods were at work, kneaded it a couple times before she truthfully replied, "The feels very good." Following these words, Bailey Yu started loudly laughing with Haas. The stirred-up unruly laughter vibrated against Tang Daoda to the point her heart shook. Recalling what she just did, her thick-skinned face turned completely red. Inside, she sobbed, "This irritating seductive Yao, I'll get you on the bed sooner or later." Alliance Head. Seeing Tang Daoda and Bailey Yu joke around as if there was no one else present, Elder Yu was the first to be unable to bear it anymore and stepped out. "Since Alliance Head is fine, please continue to preside over the convention." He could not help but worry. That Bailey Yu actually had a contending status of equal footing with the Lord of Cloud City. In the past they had never had dealings, why would he suddenly appear here? Two unrivaled men in this world both treated Li Shuai favorably, what in the world is going on? One Lord of Cloud City was already difficult enough, now there's an additional Bailey Yu. Wouldn't it be that if his Alliance Head decided to stick in some wings, he would be able to fly? Elder Yu's rough voice was particularly ear-piercing. "I Gongzi." Bai Feiyun was helpless. It seemed after Li Shuai lost his memories, he became particularly infatuated with charm. Regarding this, he was also speechless. "Ayo. My waist feels broken. TSSSK. This is hurting this Alliance Head to death." Just as Elder Yu called Bai Feiyun over, Tang Daoda also suddenly started screeching. With one hand kneading her waist area, she beckoned Bai Feiyun with her other hand, "Shabaya. Hurry and save me. It feels like my waist is going to snap off. What's going on?" Bai Feiyun approached and came to Bailey Yu's front. His dignified gaze was currently examining Tang Daoda. Just from the few winks she sent him, he immediately understood. "I don't know either. My waist just suddenly started hurting, like it got crushed by a boulder." "Do not worry for now, let me take a look first." Then, he looked towards Bailey Yu. "Bailey Gongzi, please set the Alliance Head down." "You can't take a look like this? The injury is at the waist area, like this it's a bit inconvenient to examine." "Is that so?" Bailey Yu's brows lifted, a trace of reluctance appeared in his long and narrow peach blossom eyes. "Then I'll set him down." Though he said so, he did not move. Just as Bai Feiyun wanted to open his mouth to ask once again, Bailey Yu suddenly gave a wave of his hand. That group of beautiful maids carried the palanquin and flew over, steadily landing on the ground. Bailey Yu lifted his gown, then flung his sleeves. His movements were completed smoothly in a single breath and he flew into the palanquin carrying Tang Daoda. Bang! The palanquin door opened then closed in an instant, happening so fast that no one was able to clearly see what just happened. A gust of rather cold air sounded. Bai Feiyun's eyes darkened, he didn't understand Bailey Yu's intentions at all. Just as he was puzzling over it, Bailey Yu's languid voice floated out from within the palanquin. "Bai Gongzi, I must trouble you to enter the palanquin to examine." Bai Feiyun did not reply as he deliberated whether or not to approach. He hesitated. Who in the Jianghu did not know that from a young age Bailey Yu already possessed property and wealth equivalent to that of an entire nation?
The person himself even had martial arts that had reached perfection.
He did not enter the imperial scene and did not like the Jianghu. His conduct has always been unexplained and outrageous.
That chrysanthemum glass jade palanquin was the result of the world's most skilled craftsman, Gue Yun, using up all the most valuable treasures in this realm in a full 5 years, as he exhausted all his heart's blood to build. After the palanquin was completed, when he brought it to Baileyu only gave a slightly satisfied good. From then on, other than him, I think, everything that approached the chrysanthemum glass jade palanquin didn't meet a good end. This matter could be known just by looking at the currently dumbstruck Sanfrewa Prince Shi Qiuyue. Underscore 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 underscore.
Credits, translated by Kayomura, edited by Miyu, proofread by Ocelot. Kayomura's Corner. Hee hee, this is getting to the part 1 like. XD. Glossary. Chapter 25, Disseminating Tassel Fragrance. Chapter 25, Disseminating Tassel Fragrance. The Sanfrewa Prince, Shi Qiuyue, was the current emperor's youngest uncle and was the late emperor's only remaining younger brother. In his youth he had outstanding military service. After helping to stabilize the county, he became an idle Wangyi * after he returned to the imperial capital. Usually, when the emperor sees him, the emperor must also respectfully greet him as imperial uncle. Previously, it could be said that he had it all, whether it be glory, splendor, wealth, and rank. All the world was there for him to freely and leisurely roam. Wangyi equals prince/master, Wang by itself meaning something along the lines of king, usually used for males of the imperial family. But then, that incident occurred. He had been drunk in River City when Baileyu passed through in the chrysanthemum glass jade palanquin. Seeing that exquisite and luxurious palanquin, he clicked his tongue in wonder. Just as he subconsciously approached it, he was thrown into the river by the maid standing next to the palanquin. When he was rescued out, he only heard Baileyu speak languidly in a displeased tone. The Sanfrewa Prince enjoys the greatest riches and honors that exists and is extremely carefree. Sanfrewa Prince should try experiencing the joys of the common people. From then on, nothing went right for the Sanfrewa Prince Shi Qiuyue. At last, after getting too drunk one time at a palace feast, he took liberties with the empress and the imperial concubines, causing the young emperor to become furious. The emperor wanted to give a severe punishment, but at the same time he was worried about the will the late emperor left behind in the Sanfrewa Prince's impressive military history. Just as his head was aching over this, Baileyu dispatched someone to send over 4 words, joys of common people. With one paper command, his glory, splendor, wealth, and rank dispersed. The Sanfrewa Prince became Wind Spirit Imperial Court's first common person Wang. Calling it a common person Wang, in reality it's just a common person. Other than the empty title of Wang Yi, the Sanfrewa Prince Shi Qiuyue lost everything overnight. Ever since then, the Sanfrewa Prince relied on wine to pass the days, always anxious and in a desperate situation. All this was bestowed by Baileyu. And its source was precisely the chrysanthemum glass jade palanquin. At this time, we won't discuss any more of the previous tragic cases. In short, after what happened to the Sanfrewa Prince, there was no one that dared to approach that chrysanthemum glass jade palanquin again. A stroke was also added to the rumors regarding Baileyu. But at present, the previously always severely misophobic Baileyu actually carried Tang Daodu and grandiosely entered the chrysanthemum glass jade palanquin, and he even did it in front of the Sanfrewa Prince Shi Qiuyue. After Shi Qiuyue got over being stupefied, a trace of hurt flashed through the depths of his eyes. What part of him was worse than Li Shui? How come he can't even get close but Li Shui could even go in? What's more, just for the sake of examining Li Shui's injury, Baileyu even invited Bai Feiyin to enter. With this said and focusing on Bai Feiyin again, his face didn't really look good. Why? Wasn't it precisely because of those rumors? Li Shui wasn't scared because there was the Lord of Cloud City to cover for him, but he, Bai Feiyin, could not be so carefree regarding the matter.
If things got blown up and White Wing Manor is marked down by Baileyu because of this, in the future it would no longer be easy to mingle in the Jianghu. Besides, his White Wing Manor still has several important business deals that's hanging upon Baileyu's Hongxian Chamber of Commerce *. A Chamber of Commerce is a local association to promote and protect the interests of the business community in a particular place.
So in the end, should he enter or not? Such an irksome problem.
But this irksome matter did not allow him to be vexed for long, because Baileyu spoke once again. After he got into the palanquin, his voice returned to that languid bone-penetratingly charming tone again.
Since Bai Gongzi does not wish to enter, then this one also will not force Gongzi to do so.
This one is truly greatly tired from coming here in the middle of the night, so this one shall take his leave first. As for Alliance Headley, he was injured by my maid.
If I don't take responsibility and just leave, I'll feel uneasy.
Therefore, just let him return with me to the Chamber of Commerce. After his injury heals, I shall definitely send him back safe and sound.
What does Bai Gongzi think?
His every sentence asked for Bai Feiyun's opinion, but he really didn't put the other person in his eyes at all. Yet there was also no one that dared to jump out and say a word of no. Even Elder Yu's face, apart from being black, was simply even blacker. He could only hold himself back as Baileyu's prestige in the Jianghu was obvious. If it were not for the fact that Baileyu had never meddled in the Jianghu's matters, this alliance head position would never come to the point of being disputed over by them.
So it was also no wonder that when he appeared here, everyone's faces turned abnormally unsightly.
They thought he wanted to get involved in the alliance head affair and never expected that he had actually come for Li Shui. This inevitably led people to think about various things. Bai Feiyun was full of doubt.
He also couldn't figure out when Li Shui ended up forming such an unclear relationship with Baileyu.
At this moment with the current situation, all he could do was inform the city lord as soon as possible and avoid causing any more trouble. Bailey Gongzi, this Bai does not have the authority to make a decision for the alliance head. The meaning was, you should go ask Li Shui yourself.
Baileyu lightly gave an N. Understanding what Bai Feiyun meant, he asked Tang Daodu, Alliance Headley, what do you think of this one's proposal?
Does she dare to refuse? Inside the chrysanthemum glass jade palanquin, it was spacious and warm.
White glowing night pearls were fully embedded in several rows, illuminating the inside of the palanquin as if it were daytime.
The soft fox fur beneath her feet draped down from the soft couch and spread throughout the entire palanquin bottom.
Glass goblets were positioned on the white jade table next to the couch.
The decoration inside the palanquin was unexpectedly simple. Other than these few objects, there was only the unearthly beautiful Baileyu that was lying on his side on the couch while his magnificent slender fingers lazily played with a jade tablet. If it was not precisely the Alliance Head command tablet that was in that box, what else could it be? After Tang Daodu was brought inside by Baileyu, her pressure point was hit and then she was thrown to one side. Her mouth was widely opened yet she couldn't even utter a single word. Hearing this, she could only angrily glare at Baileyu. What exactly are you trying to do? Is one version of uncle or can be a term of respect for an older man but is also a term for arrogant idler and self-centered show-off. Baileyu saw her expression and lightly chuckled. Since Alliance Headley didn't oppose, then that means you've agreed tacitly. Tang Daodu glared at him, her little mouth pouted sky-high.
Goddamn vaseless *. Another mini lesson on Chinese less offensive swear words.
Is a homophone referring to which translate to your ma, a very common way to curse. Cursing at other family members of the opposite party is also commonly used, but your ma is the most common. Is a homophone referring to which translates to forcing face, which apparently means shameless. So after a lot of Google while I ate roasted chestnuts, I've come up with goddamn faceless since I was able to find nice homophones for it. I shall use the combo or parts of the combo again in the future. Faceless equals shameless, okay? Because shameless people throw away their faces. The people outside didn't know the situation inside the palanquin. Seeing that Tang Daodu did not respond, they reckoned that she had been heavily injured and passed out. Worried that Tang Daoda would meet with an unexpected misfortune, someone in the crowd could not longer hold himself back and said, "By Gongzi, the Alliance head's injury is currently the most important. Why are they all coming towards him for a decision?" Bai Feiyin felt it was a bit strange, but recalling that earlier Li Shui had arrived together with him, felt more at ease. Then we'll have to trouble Bailey Gongzi. When the Alliance head returns, White Wind Manor will definitely prepare a proper gift to give thanks. Things have already reached this stage. Bai Feiyin was also helpless. "You're too polite." Originally he thought Bailey Yu would leave after saying this, but unexpectedly his tone changed and he spoke again. "Everyone should go ahead and disperse. Though it's a bit early, you should postpone the martial arts convention a couple months as well. Waiting until your Alliance head recovers isn't too late." The moment this remark was spoken, everyone was shocked dumb. Shi Qiuyue's jaw even dropped to the floor. After quite a long time of not meeting, Bailey Yu's unbridled personality has increased to another dimension. Leaving the incident of openly intervening the Jianghu's matters aside, now he was even meddling in the martial arts convention? From the indifferent tone of his voice, it seemed he completely did not put this martial arts convention in his eyes. But all the fractions of the martial arts circles, other than flaring up their noses and glaring, really could not do anything to him. After listening to this, Tang Daoda was also extremely speechless. She felt suspicion in her heart. What exactly was this guy after? This black-bellied seductive Yao has a rampant yet cunning temperament that's not stained by this mundane world. She had never seen someone who had so many contradictory qualities coexisting at the same time, yet these qualities mixed together surprisingly harmoniously when they appeared on him. It was as if it leaked out involuntarily from his very bones, causing people to be unable to shift their eyes away. Beautiful, truly beautiful. If talking about the previously seen men, first the extremely cold and stunning masked man, then the neat and clean Bai Feiyin, the two both counted as rarely seen beautiful men, so Tang Daoda should have also built up a little immunity towards handsomes. But seeing this Bailey Yu, she still couldn't help but be stunned and gasp in admiration. How could the world have such a good-looking person? No matter how much she looks, she still doesn't feel she's looked enough. Has Alliance Headley looked enough? Suddenly, Bailey Yu's voice sounded in the spacious palanquin. The currently soul-drifting dazed Tang Daoda was startled to the point her heart leaped and blurted out, "No." And only realized afterwards that she was able to speak again. If not, then just continue to look. When you've looked enough, just let this one know. As he spoke, his eyes curved, extremely closely resembling a languid fox. Then this one would be able to help Alliance Headley cure the poison. What thingamajig? Cure poison? Tang Daoda's brain temporarily could not react. She asked, "What poison?" "Disseminating tassel fragrance, Lu Lu Xiang. 6 spice, Lu Lu Xian? For making stew?" Sounds pretty much like 13 spice asterisk. Could it be that they're both for making stew? Hearing this, Bailey Yu curved his eyes again and repeated, "It's disseminating tassel fragrance." Tang Daoda felt pain in her ass. What the ghost in the world is disseminating tassel fragrance? Could it be it's not for making stew? It couldn't be that you forgot what disseminating tassel fragrance does? Bailey Yu asked again. Hearing the word forgot, Tang Daoda immediately became alert again. That's right, she's not the real Li Shui, she was just a lone soul that occupied Li Shui's body. She didn't know anything at all about everything Li Shui had experienced before. For Bailey Yu to suddenly appear at the martial arts convention, it was certainly not because of a random whim. After all, he even brought the Alliance head command tablet. If it wasn't for the fact that she carelessly changed the flow, according to reason she probably wouldn't be sitting in the palanquin right now, but would be holding the Alliance head command tablet and discussing plans with that group of martial arts practitioner regarding matters to benefit the martial arts circles. But then how should this sudden topic about curing poison be explained? She only knew that she was poisoned by the tendons softening powder thing and lost all her martial arts.
She didn't know anything about the existence of a disseminating tassel fragrance. How did Bailey know? The so-called offer to cure the poison, was that him probing her, or something else? Tang Daodu's eyes turned around and around. For better or for worse, she shifted her gaze away from Bailey Yu's face and pulled out the move she previously used to fool Bai Feiyan. I've lost my memories. Bailey Yu didn't say anything. She spoke again. I've forgotten a lot of things. I don't even remember who I am. How could I still remember what 66 spice is? Ha, it was another light chuckle as if sneering at Tang Daodu's shabby acting. His slightly pointed peach blossom eyes turned sharp. His gaze was like a blade that wanted to penetrate her heart. Tang Daodu was still, knowing that she could not do anything to attract the slightest bit of suspicion. Her clear eyes met the gaze, calm and composed. Only after a good while did Bailey Yu's eyes return to their usual languidly disinterested gaze. He snapped his finger and a force settled in front of Tang Daodu's chest. Following that, her whole body relaxed for a moment and control of her body returned. Disseminating tassel fragrance is truly as the rumors described. Not only did it cause all the martial arts in your body to disappear completely, even your memory was wiped. Bailey Yu's pupils deepened as he spoke. Didn't Bai Feiyan say that she lost her martial arts because she was poisoned by tendon's softening powder? How come when it got to Bailey Yu here it became disseminating tassel fragrance? Who exactly should she believe then? Seeming to see her doubts, Bailey Yu explained, tendon softening powder would only suppress your inner strength, causing you to be unable to use your inner strength, but you can still use some simple moves. But this disseminating tassel fragrance can thoroughly cut off your inner strength, wipe out your memory and make you forget everything you've ever learned. The fifth time the poison flares up, those who cannot endure through will have to whimper goodbye to life. Those who endure through it will become incapable of taking care of themselves, gradually becoming an unfeeling and unsensing living dead. This weave of words, as Tang Daodu listened, it caused her heart to tremble. 66 spice is actually this vicious. Someone that doesn't die will become an idiot. If not an idiot, then it's a human vegetable. Ain't it a bit too frightening? Jesus why is her, Tang Daodu's life so bitter Then can I still be saved? Pitifully looking towards Bailey Yu, Tang Daodu seemed to have guessed the reason she transmigrated over. Li Shui probably died from the poison flaring up, which is why a freak combination of factors caused her to transmigrate into this body and unexpectedly lived on. Then that being the case, what kind of future impact will the disseminating tassel fragrance that has already flared up 5 times bring her? Underscore 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 underscore. Credits, translated by Kayomura, edited by Lazy Niu, proofread by Ocelot. Kayomura's Corner. Enjoy. Glossary. Chapter 26, The image was too beautiful. Chapter 26, The image was too beautiful. Bailey Yu placed the jade tablet onto the white jade table and his 2 slim fingers picked up the glass goblet. After taking a light sip, he slowly spat out a sentence that caused Tang Daodu to almost go off. Explode depends on my mood. No way. Then if your mood stays bad the entire time, wouldn't that mean certain death for me? It concerned her small life, so Tang Daodu stood up with a whoosh and anxiously walked towards Bailey Yu. However, before she could even approach, her foot slipped and she took a dog-eating mud fall. Fortunately, the ground was completely covered with thick fox fur, so it didn't hurt. She got back up in a fluster, but before she was able to stand firm she almost fell again. The hell, what's going on? Bailey Yu's eyes were filled with a questioning expression as he looked at Tang Daodu, who after tripping got up again and got up only to fall down again. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Even though this fox fur is soft and slippery, it's not slippery to this degree, is it? After several repetitions, Tang Daodu's thick face was completely red. She was helpless, her legs couldn't help but go soft. No matter what, they wouldn't stand steadily, so she could only sit gloomily on the floor. Could this be the residual effects of seeing a lady killer? Miawo, this is too embarrassing. Li Shui. Bailey Yu suddenly called. Tang Daodu froze for a while before she reacted. What? You really don't remember anything? What is he asking about this for? Tang Daodu saw some unknown emotions flash through Bailey Yu's peach blossom eyes. A wave of fog filled up her brain again. What drama is going on now?
Not waiting for her to ask, Bailey Yu closed his eyes, his long thick eyelashes casting faint shadows. If you don't remember, then that's also good. This sentence was light as a feather and stroked lightly against Tang Daodu's heart. When she came to reflect on it, she already no longer remembered what it was that he had said.
Xingyin, bring Alliance Headley to rest. Following this sentence, the palanquin doors opened.
A gentle force fell on Tang Daodu's body and in a blink had sent her outside the palanquin. She still wanted to ask him when his mood would get better, but the palanquin doors had already closed with a bang. The four maids carrying the palanquin seemed to be about to leave again.
Tang Daodu hurriedly rushed over.
Without Bailey Yu's order, the maids didn't stop her either, so with a few steps she already made it to the door and plastered her body against it.
She used strength to hit the door. Hey! Bailey Yu, how can you be like this, ah? What in the world do you want to do, ah? When will your mood get better, ah? At least give me a time frame, ah? If you close the door like this, how am I supposed to find you, ah? Bailey Yu! Bailey Yu! Did you go mute? Say something, ah! Tang Daodu shouted and pounded, but for a long time still didn't hear Bailey Yu reply.
Bottled up anger rushed out and she lifted her foot, about to kick through the door. Xingyin quickly stopped her. Li Gongzi, you must not. Tang Daodu didn't have the leisure to pay attention to her and used strength to pound on the door a couple more times. Bailey Yu, if you still don't say anything, then I'm going to smash this door.
Li Gongzi! Don't hit it anymore.
Xingyin was scared to the point her little face turned deathly white. This Alliance Headley looks so delicate and refined, how could he be so boorish in manners?
Did he not know that this chrysanthemum blast jade palanquin of masters is something that even they usually couldn't approach?
Just now it was because the incident occurred so suddenly, that was the only reason Master let him sit inside for a while.
Pounding and hitting it like this, does he really not want his life anymore?
Seeing they couldn't stop Tang Daodu, Xingyin and the other maids were considering using force to pull her away. Otherwise, when Master gets angry, they would also suffer calamity along with her. When my mood improves, then I'll have Xingyin bring you over.
After quite a while, Bailey Yu finally replied indifferently. Really? Tang Daodu asked with suspicion.
For some reason, from the bottom of her heart she felt like Bailey Yu could not be trusted.
But Bailey Yu didn't say anymore.
It was not that he didn't want to speak, but there were still some things he needed to confirm. Tang Daodu pounded again several times and repeatedly asked, but this time no matter what Bailey Yu would not speak. In all the time they've followed Bailey Yu, Xingyin and the others have never seen him be this patient towards anyone. But Tang Daodu was still not willing to overlook nor spare, so she could only try to persuade him. Li Gongzi,
why don't you follow this servant and go to get some rest?
It's already 3 a.m, if there's any business saying it tomorrow isn't too late, ah.
Master has already brought you to the Chamber of Commerce. Staying at the Chamber of Commerce, what does Gongzi still have to be afraid of not being able to find Master for?
Not to mention Master always goes to rest as soon as night falls.
Today he's already made an exception until now. Xingyin, beseech you, let Master off and go rest as well.
As she spoke, Shang Yin's voice even carried a tearful tone. Looking at the tear-stained face of a beauty that seemed like raindrops on a pear blossom, Tang Daodu also couldn't very well continue. It was precisely as she said, they were even living together, everything can be dealt with slowly.
In fact, Tang Daodu was also tired. She had happily gone on a trip.
That night it was got too late, so she found a random hotel to sleep in, who expected that when she woke up she had came to this lousy place.
And then there wasn't any time to relax.
First there was the black-clothed men of the demonic sect that caused her to almost lose her little life, then there was Elder Yu's pressing pursuit at every step, following that appeared another Bailey Yu.
Enduring to this final part, an unfathomable poison was even pulled out of nowhere. The chrysanthemum glass jade palanquin emitted a faint glow under the moonlight.
Tang Daodu, who was in front of the palanquin, withdrew her hand rather regretfully. Turning her gaze towards Qing Yin, she said, "I'm sorry, I was too impulsive."
Qing Yin lightly shook her head. It's good that Gongzi was able to think it through.
Then please follow Qing Yin this way. Only now did Tang Daodu have the time to look around to see where exactly she ended up at. It was still a courtyard. Under the dark curtain of night, all she could tell was that this courtyard was very big. It was more spacious than the Rutaceae Pavilion's courtyard by some unknown folds. The lights were sparse and small, causing it to seem a bit lonely and desolate. Xing Yin said, "Master hasn't returned to this garden for quite a long time. Master likes peace and quiet, so there aren't very many servants in this yard. Due to this, it looks a bit deserted. In Bailey Yu's home there's only him himself?" From what Tang Daodu could see, Bailey Yu was really similar to those flashy second-generation rich kids. Being the richest man in the world at such a young age, if he really built it from scratch, then wouldn't this man be a little too scary? Besides, that palanquin described as priceless by Shi Choyue, and the way he appeared with all that flamboyant fluttering petals accompanied by all sorts of maids, even bringing his own background music, these things are things the average people could never think of. And this is all because Bailey Yu's appearance and temperament are way too like a demonic seductive Yao, yet within that characteristic he still carried the air of a lofty immortal. Only because of this could he manage to successfully appear in such a grandiose style. If the person were to be swapped, for example, for someone like Elder Yu. PFFF. Imagining Elder Yu's bearded hairy face in the midst of that intoxicating scene with pink flower petals elegantly fluttering around. Tang Daodu wasn't able to hold it back and a giggle bursted out. That image was seriously too perfect, she didn't dare to continue imagining. Xing Yin watched Tang Daodu with a curious gaze as Tang Daodu started laughing more and more exaggeratedly. In the end, she laughed until she couldn't even stand steadily and leaned against the chrysanthemum glass jade palanquin panting for breath. What in the world did he think of? Is it that funny? Xing Yin was particularly puzzled. How could a person's mood change so fast? Just a few moments ago he was still inconsolable and indignant, yet in the blink of an eye he started laughing to the point he couldn't tell north from south. Seeing that the hour was getting later and later, Xing Yin could only move up and pull Tang Daodu. "Li Gongzi, let's go." Okay, going. God, I'm dying from laughter. Tang Daodu pulled Xing Yin's hand over, slightly forgetting about her male identity. "Xing Yin, your name is Qing Yin, right? Let me tell you, you remember that Elder Yu?" Xing Yin's little face was red. She wanted to take her hand back but was also scared of angering Tang Daodu to the point that Tang Daodu would refuse to leave with her, so she endured. Turning her hand over, she pulled Tang Daodu's hand and walked forward. "This servant is called Qing Yin. Wonder what Gongzi suddenly thought of to cause you to laugh so happily? You want to know? N. If you want to know, then I won't tell you. Ha ha ha. Gongzi, you're so mean." As the voices of the two gradually grew faint, their figures also disappeared into the darkness of the path ahead. A maid came to the front of the palanquin and was just about to carry the palanquin away when she suddenly cried in shock, "Aya *. Master." Aya is an interjection of wonder, shock, or admiration. Shut up. Bailey Yu naturally also knew what she was shocked about, and his tone was a bit displeased. A trace of fury even appeared on his fair face. This Li Shuai sure has grown some guts after losing his memories. To actually take advantage of the time when her wild laughter drew everyone's attention to pick out those two gems on the palanquin door. Seeing Master infuriated, the maid hurriedly closed her mouth. Not waiting for Bailey Yu's command, she immediately lifted up the palanquin and headed into the night. Tang Daodu had no clue that Bailey Yu simply never planned to stay in the same courtyard as her. At present she was currently chatting and joking with Qing Yin as they walked to the front of a guest room. On the entire way here, She felt that Qing Yin's personality was particularly her type, so she pulled at Qing Yin and chattered incessantly without end, as if she greatly regretted not having met earlier. When they got to the door, Qing Yin was just about to withdraw when Tang Daoda stopped her. "Qing Yin, why don't you just sleep with me tonight? While we sleep we can continue chatting, what do you think?" Hearing this, Qing Yin was frightened to the point she trembled, almost flinging away her hand. Although she was Bailey Yu's servant, but in reality she was much more pampered than many of the girls from wealthy families. Most days, other than Bailey Yu, there were no others that dared to order them to do this or that. Don't even mention such an offensive demand like sleeping with a guest. But then again, Master had never received a guest before. Li Shuai has broken several precedents in a row. Due to this, she also didn't dare to offend Li Shuai and could only let him continue to grab her hand. She showed a troubled expression. "Li Gongzi, I still have to go back to serve Master, so I cannot stay for long. Your family's master is so stingy." Tang Daoda pushed open the door and peeked inside. It was pretty wide and spacious. "Master treats all of us very well." Qing Yin was a bit frustrated. She completely didn't understand why Li Shuai was so deeply prejudiced towards Master. She had followed at Master's side ever since she was a child and had never seen him treat anyone this well before. This Li Shuai seriously doesn't know how to be content with one situation. If he wasn't a man, she would even think that Master had fallen for him. Oh. Master also wasn't a child anymore, it should be about time to get married. But all these years, other than them sisters, Master had never gotten close to any girl before. Now, to actually treat Li Shuai this well, perhaps. Qing Yin was stunned by her own thoughts and blanked out. Master actually liked men? She immediately flung away this unrealistic thought. Master, that immortal-like being, how could he be homosexual? But looking again at Tang Daoda, his face was pampered and charming, bright and refreshing. A white robe danced elegantly and was rather similar to Master's temperament. Recalling the image just now of Master catching Tang Daoda, there was also an immortal companion's-like flavor. His figure was much thinner than most men. At first glance he was quite like a girl. Could it be, this was precisely the type Master likes? Forget it, as long as Master likes them, whether it's a man or a woman doesn't matter. Not to mention, the opposite party is still an alliance head after all. It still counts as quite well matched in terms of social status with Master. For the sake of Bailey Yu's marriage affairs, servant girl Qing Yin also worried to the point her heart was fragmented. That's your family's master, of course you'd say that. Tang Daoda let go of Qing Yin's hand, saying in her heart that she couldn't cause trouble for her. Anyways, she was staying here so there would be a lot more chances. What's more, if she's by herself it'd also be useful in planning out what to do in the future. Continuing to be moved about like this isn't a solution. Qing Yin released a breath of relief. She was afraid Tang Daoda will continue to persist. Fortunately he was still quite reasonable and didn't persist much. Then Li Gongzi should head to rest soon. Qing Yin will head over here again tomorrow. Underscore 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 underscore. Credits, translated by Kayomura, edited by Lazy Miu, proofread by Ocelot. Kayomura's Corner. I love chapters like this, so easy to translate. Trivia: the Chinese phrase for homosexual translates to cut sleeve. It comes from an ancient Chinese homosexual story in which the emperor and his boy toy Dong Xian laid down together. Dong Xian fell asleep on top of the emperor's sleeve and crushed it, but when morning came the emperor couldn't bear to wake him, and so he used a sword to cut through the sleeve. Glossary. Chapter 27, There are 3 benefits to transmigrating to the past. Chapter 27, There are 3 benefits to transmigrating to the past. Qing Yin left, leaving in such a rush that she forgot to even light the candles for Tang Daoda. Tang Daoda squeezed into the room through the darkness. After closing the door, she could not even see her 5 fingers stretched out in front of her, so she could only go to the side and open the windows. With cool moonlight pouring in,
she was finally able to clearly see the furnishings in the room. It was particularly simple. Other than the bare necessities, there was nothing else. She couldn't help but associate this room with the interior of Bailey Yu's palanquin, which was also this way, concise and neat. It didn't match very well with that person's character. The surroundings were exceptionally quiet. For a while, Tang Daoda stared at the window in a daze, before she moved to the bed and sat down. Seeming to have suddenly thought of something, her pupils lit up and her lips hooked into a nefarious smile. From her sleeve she took out 2 sapphire gems the size of a pigeon egg. The corners of her mouth drew back to the point they almost touched her ears. Such good things, ah! Putting the gems in line with the moonlight to look, the faint blue lit up. Tang Daoda nodded her head in satisfaction and put them carefully inside the pocket of her lapel. Then her gaze landed on her broad palm. What in the world is this made of? Not even mentioning how realistic it looks, after wearing it for so long she didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable at all. Rolling up her sleeves, Tang Daoda discovered this thing's ingenuity. Then, rubbing her chest, she quickly took off the robe on her body and exposed her inner garments. In the cold of winter she could only run into the blankets before taking off her inner garments. After all the clothes were stripped off, borrowing the moonlight, Tang Daoda looked over her body. She could only see 2 pink little beans on the flat savanna of her chest. From far away it looked quite real, but with a closer examination some clues could be seen. In the end, the technology of ancient times still isn't enough. The veined patterns are not distinct and detailed enough. The hand feel isn't realistic enough. Got off track. Tossing away the other things, Tang Daoda was still pretty curious as to how all these things worked. There's no way Li Shuai could wear this plaything her entire lifetime, right? There's definitely a way to take it off. Thinking up to this point, Tang Daoda started feeling her body up and down, but couldn't find the slightest trace of anything out of place. That's weird. How come she can't find it? Suddenly her eyes swept across a mark on her shoulder. What is this? Looking closely, it actually looked like a tattoo picture, like a fiery fox. Stretching out her hand to touch it, the surface was uneven. Unable to help it, she used her hand to lightly pick at it. Her face lit up with pleasant surprise, so it was here. Gently exploring back and forth, she lifted a piece of something that was thin as a cicada's wing. Carefully and cautiously, she slowly peeled it back, finally revealing the snow-hidden treasure. This membrane-like thing covered her entire body. Tang Daoda squandered half the day before she was finally able to take it off. After taking it off, her entire body felt refreshed and natural. No matter how unrestrictive this thing was, it still couldn't compare to the comfort of her own skin and body. After putting on her clothes and rolling around for a while, she finally tidied up that thing. Looking at it, she felt a bit depressed. In the future, she must always wear this when she goes out. Her little dumplings and her little jade hands all have to be hidden away well. Otherwise, if someone found out that she's a woman, the consequences would be too horrible to contemplate. That city lord in the rumors, was it possible that he knew Li Shuai's true identity? Did he know that Li Shuai was a girl? What kind of relationship did they have? In the end, was Bailey Yu acting because someone asked him to, or just helping her for some unknown reason? That masked man in black, is he the demonic sect leader Mu Yi? Last time he didn't succeed, but if they met again, would she still be able to escape with such luck? Would Elder Yu let her off just like that? Everything of everything, she didn't know. She didn't even know what she should do tomorrow. If Bailey Yu really refused to cure the poison for her, wouldn't she just have to wait for death? Head hurts to death. Why the feather couldn't they just let her be a proper otaku girl? Why'd she have to transmigrate here to this different world to be some alliance head? Apart from cooking, she doesn't know how to do a single thing. Tossing and turning on the bed, the more Tang Daoda wanted to sleep, the more she was unable to fall asleep. Her brain was incomparably clear. Why not just make something tasty for Bailey Yu to eat tomorrow to perhaps gain his favor? Once he feels happy, he might cure her poison while at it. Such unpalatable snacks could even become specialties of Ritasi Pavilion.
She, Tang Daodu, has studied cookbooks for years at her house and was also a genuine foodie. No matter what she makes, it should still be tastier than that specialty. It's best to make something Bailey Yu has never seen before. With the kind of money he has, only strange and exotic things will be able to attract his attention. As Tang Daodu thought about it, she got more and more excited. She wished she could just climb up right now to go prepare. But thinking about it, if she didn't rest properly and accidentally messed up, wouldn't it be that the gains will not make up for the losses? Forget it, first rest properly.
Plan again tomorrow.
And so she cheerfully decided just like that. The things in Tang Daodu's heart came fast and also left fast. Thinking that there were things to do tomorrow, she turned over a couple times on the bed and then sleepiness started attacking.
Her eyelids fought up and down. Not long later, the sound of even breathing in the darkness could be heard.
After being busy half the night, the exhausted Tang Daodu finally fell asleep.
The window was half open and the cool moon was still as before. No one expected that this night would be so endless, that so many things would occur. Then, the morning sun rose the next day and dispersed the cool fog.
A single sentence in the Jianghu caused the pot to explode.
In regards to yesterday's martial arts convention, the opinions differed. The focus of the topics, other than Li Shuai, was still Li Shuai. This year-round gods appear and devils vanish. Existence finally showed his true identity last night. Reportedly, he's an elegant young man, extraordinarily elegant. If you think about it, it should be pretty straightforward.
Li Shuai is hardly ever seen. Whether someone tries to look for him, they can never catch him, just like the ways devils flee when gods appear.
But he was still as strange and arrogant as in the rumors. The topic most worthy of mention was that Bailey Yu appeared and even took Li Shuai away with him.
This subject could even be said to have trumped all other debate topics. Even the common people have all heard of it and discuss it enthusiastically over cups of tea and after meals.
In regards to this, Tang Daodu, who was currently snoring sound asleep on the bed, was completely unaware.
The warm sunshine spilled into the room from outside the window, falling onto the head of the bed. The morning wind brushed past, exposing that Tang Daodu had slept all over the place on the bed, and her unfurled graceful brows now contained a trace of a smile. Seeming to have dreamed of some particularly happy event, the corners of her mouth slightly perked up.
Smack smack, so tasty.
Ice cream, frozen treats, sweet bean paste.
Spicy strips. HAAA.
So spicy, so refreshing. Mumbling that as she struggled to move her lips, a pleasure-filled moan spilled out. The light sound was particularly loud in the spacious quiet room. The person on the bed suddenly opened her eyes, but being hit with the bright sunlight, closed them again. Then, she slowly opened her eyes again, stupefyingly looking outside the window, her spirit coming back.
Meow, the spicy strips and snacks were actually dreams. She had already transmigrated, those things are already out of her reach, not happy.
Waking up the next day in this spacetime, Tang Daodu reminisced about the spicy strips as she mournfully got out of bed. Looking outside at the bright sunlight, she cozily stretched her arms. In the fresh and clean atmosphere, the faint fragrance of flowers diffused through the air and mixed with the sun's flavor. In a flash, the depressed Tang Daodu was full of energy again. They all say that transmigrating to ancient times has 3 benefits: beautiful men, air, aphrodisiac. The first 2 she had experienced before, but this aphrodisiac.
He. Tang Daodu rubbed her chin with evil designs.
She didn't want to experience it, but if there's a chance for her to increase her knowledge, by peeping, she wouldn't mind.
Bailey Yu, if he ended up having an aphrodisiac, what would he be like?
Imagining it, she was really starting to look forward to it a little. The day after the martial arts convention, the Martial Arts Circle's alliance head, Tang Daodu, got up in the midst of unrestrained YY star. Unrealistic fantasies / imagination running wild. Naturally, she was still wearing that layer of disguise membrane. After moving about a little, she straightened up her hair and casually tied it before heading out of the room. Last night it was too dark so she couldn't see anything, but right now, the sun was just right. Only after she got to the courtyard did Tang Dao start to feel that Bailey Yu was someone that had rather good taste. Every object and scene in the courtyard was amazingly elegant. There was almost a trace of Suzhou Park's existence. Xingyin has also said it before, Bailey Yu likes quietness, that's why there are also not many people here. Tang Dao looked around in a huge circle and couldn't even see the trace of a ghost. She couldn't help but suspect that the not many people Xingyin talked about meant that there were simply no people. And she also couldn't find where Xingyin and the others were, so out of boredom, Tang Dao started doing Tai Chi under the tree, doing a few repetitions of some broadcasted exercises. 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4, 3 2 3 4. Oh ha, ha 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 ha. After she got hot from jumping, she took off her outer robe and hung it on the branch of a tree, then continued jumping. When Xingyin came over, she was just in time to see Tang Dao jumping into stretching exercises. Her arms evenly moved, the rhythm natural as all of the movements flowed smoothly together. Adding in her chanting rhythm, it had quite an unique charm. What school, what sex martial arts is this? So strange? Tang Dao still had no idea that someone had come and was still minding her own business and focusing on her movements. Grandpa had said so before, those fat-burning exercises and beauty gymnastics don't hold a candle to the effectiveness of this broadcasted exercise. It can both temper the body and adjust the body's balance, making it so a person would feel more active and sun-drenched. Ever since she was little she would do this broadcasted exercise with Grandpa together, all the way until Grandpa passed away. These years, she had also persisted with it. Even though it wasn't as amazing as Grandpa had described it, it was still not bad. Recalling Grandpa, Tang Dao started practicing with even more enthusiasm. Her palms and soles of her feet were almost about to generate gusts of wind. Xingyin stood not far away. Originally, she wanted to call her, but she was also worried about disturbing her as she practiced. So she could only watch as she practiced her eccentric martial arts and daze out. The garden was refined and peaceful, from time to time there would be the tinkling sounds of birdsong. After exercising for a bit more, Tang Dao became really tired and plopped her butt down on the rock bench beneath the tree. Rubbing her stomach she noisily shouted, "Why is Xingyin still not here? I'm about to starve to death." Seeing her blameful look as she pouted, it was even more cutely sweet and charming than some girls. Xingyin couldn't help but lightly sigh, if this was really a woman it'd be perfect. Li Gongzi. Seeing that Tang Dao's plaintive complaints towards her was about to expand and float to far reaches, Xingyin cast a glance at the food in her hands and softly called. Hearing Xingyin's clear spring voice, Tang Dao immediately bounced up and turned around to see Xingyin who was approaching, walking on lotus flowers while wearing a water blue cheongsam. Is Li Gongzi hungry? Xingyin approached and took the food and arranged it on the stone table. These are all famous breakfast items of Huai City. Li Gongzi, try tasting it and see if it's palatable. If it isn't, Xingyin will call for someone to bring something different. Looking at the plates of delicate breakfast items on the stone table, Tang Dao, who was already hungry to the point her chest was sticking to her back, didn't have the mind to care whether it was palatable or not. She reached out and picked up a piece of osmanthus flour cake and put it into her mouth. Pay. The instant after she placed it into her mouth, Tang Dao immediately spat it out. Her facial color was queer as she looked at the remaining half of the cake in her hand. How does this even count as an osmanthus flour cake? It doesn't even has the taste of osmanthus flowers. It's filled with a strange odor that's sweet to the point of emitting greasiness. The taste was also not meticulous enough. It's too lacking, way too lacking. Xingyin, are you sure these are all Huai City's most famous delicacies? Tang Dao put down the cake in her hand. Even though she was really hungry, but as the bone ash level asterisk foodie of the foodie world, she simply could not choke this strange tasting osmanthus flour cake down.
Bonash level is a term often used in online game chats.
A self-pronounced Bonash level player feels that he has a very high level of achievement and is very experienced.
This reaction of Tang Daodu's caused Qing Yin to be a bit annoyed.
Even if the thing doesn't fit his taste, he shouldn't spit it out in front of her face. Whatever the case, for this breakfast she has put in some thought and effort because she wanted to satisfy Li Shui and make it so that he'd have less complaints towards Master. She never expected that he would actually be this ungrateful. Underscore 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 underscore.
Credits, translated by Kayomura, edited by Mr. Priest, proofread by Ocelot. Kayomura's Corner.
In my experience, when you're super awake late in the night, the ideas that hit are super dangerous because they're half genius and half you will definitely regret it.
MP, I definitely agree. I've had some of the most amazing ideas in that state. Things I would never think about while clear-headed.
I just wish I had the mind to write them down.
In the morning, half of them were just a jumbled mess that I couldn't make much out of.
Glossary. Chapter 28, Encounter with Someone of the Same Path. Chapter 28, Encounter with Someone of the Same Path.
Qing Yin?
Only after spitting for quite a while did the strange taste in her mouth disappear a little. Seeing that Qing Yin was still dazing out, Tang Daoda went over and patted her shoulder.
What are you dazing out for? Let's go, tell me where you guys' kitchen is? This me. Mister will make something tasty for you. Kitchen? Yeah.
You better not say that in this huge garden of yours you don't even have a kitchen.
Tang Daoda pulled the outer robe from the tree and put it on in a leisurely and easygoing manner.
Taking advantage of the opportunity, she pulled Qing Yin's little hand and headed towards the outer courtyard. Qing Yin was already a little displeased with him, yet she couldn't ward off his cordialness.
Thinking again, the person was a guest. Satisfying the guest's requests was her duty from the start.
Right now, Tang Daoda wanted the kitchen, so she could only lead her there. Actually, Qing Yin was also curious as to what kind of tasty things she would be able to make. There is a kitchen, but it hasn't been used in a long time.
Tang Daoda was surprised. Your master doesn't eat?
Qing Yin replied, everything master eats are prepared by Mengyu Jie in the small kitchen. Jie older sister, can be used to address people not blood related.
Small kitchen?
This Bailey you sure is something.
To actually use special treatment. Then don't you guys eat?
She remembered that in the past apparently masters and servants could not eat together.
Qing Yin smiled, we as servants naturally eat master's leftovers.
Pay.
Bailey Yu has that much money yet he's still this miserly. Such exploitism. Tang Daoda angrily said.
From the corners of her eyes she saw Qing Yin's small pointed chin underneath her veil and couldn't help but feel heartache. Look at your pitiful little face, your chin is already starved to the shape of a cone.
Looking at this makes my heart ache.
She reached out and was just about to stroke Qing Yin's face. Seeing this scene in front of her eyes, Qing Yin recalled the event in which Tang Daoda wanted to sleep together with her and Qing Yin's face immediately paled.
An audacious thought appeared in her head, this Li Shui couldn't have taken a fancy to her, right?
She immediately flung away Tang Daoda's hand and said, helplessly panicking, I'll bring Gengzi to the kitchen area first.
If it truly cannot be used, then this servant will try to think of some other idea.
After she finished saying so, she ran as if escaping. In a blink her figure was gone.
Tang Daoda bit her tongue. Didn't she agree to bring her to the kitchen? Running that fast, how is she supposed to follow?
Forget it, do it yourself and you'll have ample food and clothing.
Let's search. Not to mention, Qing Yin in her panic ran very far and only recalled now that she had even forgotten Tang Daoda.
When she turned back to look, the original place was absolutely empty and she didn't know where the person ran off to. Forget it, just let him explore for a while. The garden is so big after all, once he's tired he'll come back. Just as she was going to walk forward, Qing Yin suddenly stomped her feet.
Oh no! Master said he would be coming over today. If Li Shuai charged to where Master was, wouldn't that be bad?
Thinking of this, her little face paled again and she hurriedly rushed off to find Tang Daodu.
On another note, Tang Daodu currently felt like her head was about to explode.
For this ancient courtyard to be built so large was already enough, yet the scenery was all nearly the same. Just walking around a few times was enough to make a person dizzy.
Seriously, this Bailey Yu. If the garden is going to be so big, find more servants.
After walking half the day, she still couldn't even see a ghost of a figure.
Someone hurry up and show up. Beans is about to starve to death.
Tang Daodu was hungry to the point stars were swirling in front of her eyes and her legs were going soft. Sprawled out on her back, she collapsed on the large road. Tang Daodu shouted out 2 times, then she didn't even have the energy to groan.
That damned Bailey Yu.
Bring her here was probably just for the sake of starving her to death.
Jesus.
As a foodie, to be starved to death is seriously too cruel. Just as she was mourning for her stomach, she suddenly heard the sound of Guqin coming from far away. Tang Daodu froze for a moment, then hurriedly got up from the ground and started walking in the direction of the sound. After walking for a short while, she saw a courtyard appear in front of her.
She's finally walked to a different-looking courtyard. Tang Daodu raised her eyes and looked at the courtyard signboard.
Inscribed on it were 3 words.
It was helpless.
She couldn't even recognize a single one and could only faintly make out that the one in the middle was a snow character. That Guqin sound was coming precisely from this courtyard.
If there's the sound of a Guqin, then there definitely is a person. There's no way a ghost would be playing Guqin in broad daylight, right?
Thinking to the point that there's someone here, Tang Daodu was unable to hold on and energetically ran inside. In the end, she still didn't see even half a person. Under the scorching sun, there was suddenly a burst of chill.
It couldn't be that it's really a ghost? Eek, scary.
Turning back, just as she was about to run back out, the savory scent of meat suddenly drifted through the air. Her nose twitched. Quite certain that this was the scent of meat, Tang Daodu's eyes immediately emitted light. Wah! It's really the smell of meat. Pure and unadulterated deer meat. That's the savory fragrance only described in the legends, so touched.
Tang Daodu swallowed her saliva. Damn, she can't go on, she must go eat the meat. Hello? Anyone here? If there's no one, I'm going in.
Sneakily searching by following the scent of that meat, her voice was quiet to the point that only she herself could hear it.
Fortunately, this courtyard was much smaller than the large garden outside.
Very soon, she found the house that was emitting that savory deer meat fragrance.
This building looks like a kitchen. Could this be the kitchen Qingyin talked about? Didn't she say that no one uses it? Tang Daodu pushed the door open a crack and peeked in with suspicion.
Her face lit up with delight, as expected it was a kitchen.
Looking again, no one's here. Then what are you still waiting for? Tang Daodu smoothly slipped into the kitchen and closed the door. Wah! 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 It's excellent. It's neat and tidy, everything that should be here is here.
A little pot of deer meat was set on top of a high-quality charcoal fire and carefully simmering. Lifting the lid, a gulugulu's still bubbling rich fragrance wafted up T/C. Tang Daodu took a deep inhale. This is the taste. Refreshing. Even though the heat control was still not quite there and it would be even more fragrant after a while longer, Tang Daodu was already uncontrollable hungry, so where would she have the mind to care about that much?
Let's eat first and think again later.
Ha-ho-ha-ho asterisk, the fresh and tender deer meat slipped into Tang Daodu's stomach one by one.
One bowl after another, she drank down the thick soup.
Not long after, the meat in the pot was gone and the pot bottom could be seen, yet Tang Daodu still desired to continue.
Sound of inhaling and blowing out with your nose in your mouth.
After eating, her brain also started working better. She held her chopsticks between her teeth and they lifted and lifted as she thought.
She ate all of the meat. But what's she gonna do about this pot?
She was unbelievably distressed, but there was another person in this kitchen that was even more distressed. It was rare for him to be able to eat something on the sly, yet he accidentally ran into someone. What was even worse was, the person even ate all of his favorite deer meat. Krrrak. With a single bite he snapped the chopsticks in his hand. If it weren't for the fact he was scared of getting caught by Mangru, there was no way he would have jumped to hide on the beams of the room the moment he heard footsteps. In the spacious kitchen, this sound was particularly conspicuous.
Tang Dao froze.
Pulling out her chopsticks, she looked at it.
She didn't bite the chopsticks, Then that noise earlier?
Suddenly lifting her head, the two both froze. Then simultaneously gave blood-curdling, pig-being-slaughtered type screeches. The first to recover was the person on the roof beam.
He moved quickly and dropped down.
With one hand he covered Tang Daodu's mouth while a shining dagger appeared in his other hand.
He fiercely warned, "Shut up.
If you keep screaming and cause Meng Ru to come over, I'll kill you." Tang Daodu slapped away his hand and slightly narrowed her eyes. "You're freaking here to steal food too?"
At first she was startled too, thinking she was about to be caught.
But hearing the two words Meng Ru, she instantly understood what was happening. Immediately, she also felt dismay. Never expected that coming here to steal a snack, she'd actually end up meeting someone of the same cultivation path.
Hell no, you're the one stealing food.
Who knew that the moment the other party heard that, he immediately glared at her.
"Hey, if you're not here to steal food, what are you hiding on the roof for?"
Tang Daodu rolled her eyes at him, still reflecting on the savory taste of the deer meat.
Ancient era is great. No matter what it was, it's all natural, it's tasty and nutritious.
Chinese eye roll is just rolling your eyes back and showing them the whites of your eyes.
Like holding up a middle finger, but not that offensive.
It literally translates to white eye and is usually used to express disgust.
It's pleasantly cool up there. Oh? Up to you whether you believe or not.
Sunderily tilting his neck, he saw the absolutely empty pot and his large almond eyes showed devastating disappointment. Just now wasn't there still some pieces, why are they gone? Turning his gaze, he saw Tang Daodu smacking her lips. "You."
"Oh, SSS, already ate it all,
so tasty, so refreshing."
"That's too much. Not even leaving behind one piece, are you still human?"
Looking at the cute, dazed tsundere young man exposing an expression of inconsolable grief and indignation, Tang Daodu swallowed down the meat still in her mouth and licked her lips as she said, "Stop that, your kid died, look.
Isn't it just a pot of deer meat?"
"Jia, big sis, we'll make you something even tastier."
"Jia, big sis?"
"Hick, you misheard."
"What Jia? No Jia, I was just burping."
"That's right, what's your name?"
"I didn't know that within Bailey Yu's servant girls there's even a guy."
"Crap, she better get used to this identity change fast."
Luckily she was able to quickly divert the topic. Tang Daodu sighed in relief. "I also haven't seen you before. Where did you crawl out from?" The beautiful young man moved the dagger away. "You say there's something even tastier than deer meat, is that true? So it turns out he's also a foodie, Tang Daodu smiled with her eyes squinted. "Isn't your knowledge and experience too short?"
"There's plenty of things tastier than deer meat."
"Go help me watch the door."
"Watch the door for what?"
"Of course, so I can make something tasty for you." June xin*. June, monarch/gentleman, xin, heart. "Who cares what heart you have, hurry up and go watch the door." June xin curiously asked, "You're going to make it yourself?" "What, then you want to make it?" Tang Daodu rolled her eyes at June xin, then pulled him up and started pushing him outside.
June xin hurriedly turned around and tugged at her. "Hey, I can't stay outside, I'll be discovered."
"It's best if I just stay inside the building."
"Don't worry, I'll immediately know if there's even the slightest movement outside.
Tang Dao suspiciously peered at him. You're that amazing?
Wasting words. Jun Xin impatiently urged, if you're gonna make it then hurry up.
If it's not tasty then I will get angry. Butt-aged little brat.
Butt-aged refers to when children still goes around naked, aka with butts exposed.
Preparing the kitchen.
She ate and drank her fill, so it's about time to do some proper business.
Keep watch properly. After exhorting Jun Xin once, Tang Dao took off her outer robe and immediately got busy.
Originally, he was worried she was just joking, but unexpectedly, upon seeing her swift movements, Jun Xin couldn't help but start to look forward to it.
What will she make that's even tastier than deer meat?
In any case, he feels like deer meat is the tastiest thing in the world.
Tang Dao first thoroughly searched through the kitchen to find everything she needed.
After setting everything up, only then did she realize she was still missing quite a few seasonings. Looks like, whether it was the snack in Ritasi Pavilion or the breakfast Changyin brought her, it's not without reason that they tasted that horrible. Fortunately, for what she's making today, missing those seasonings was not that significant. The important thing is this plaything.
Picking up that small jar, Tang Dao took a deep inhale. It was still the familiar recipe, still the familiar taste.
One word, refreshing.
Jun Xin squatted down behind the door. Who in the world is this person? Why would they appear in Moonview Courtyard? And it's even a man. Bailey Yu. That's right, last night didn't Bailey Yu go to that boring martial arts convention or something? He even brought back that new alliance head Li Shui. Thinking to hear, Jun Xin's expression suddenly turned odd. This guy in front of him who has his sleeves pulled up and was currently familiarly and swiftly kneading dough, this guy couldn't be Li Shui, right?
Underscore 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 underscore.
Credits, translated by Kayomura, edited by Lazy Niu. Kayomura's Corner.
Translator comment Kayomura, in bio they taught us to always waft the chemicals towards our noses rather than sniff directly. Of course I never did that because we were just smelling vinegar and stuff. Then my mom made my favorite soup. I took a sniff and tears filled my eyes. I had to put burn ointment on my poor nose.
Hee, mini vote. Comment here. Out of all the guys introduced, who do you think is the guy in the Chinese teaser or the main male lead? Main options are Mu Yi, Bai Feiyun, Bailey Yu, and Jun Xin. You may nominate others as well. BTW, I have a guess but I don't know the answer yet either. Do give a line as to why you voted the way you did and I'll dedicate a bonus chapter for the person with the most interesting reason. If there's nothing interesting, I may or may not give a pity chapter. Glossary. Chapter 29, Butt-Aged Little Brat. Chapter 29, Butt-Aged Little Brat. Hey! What are you looking for? Hurry up and come help.
When Tang Dao lifted her eyes she discovered Jun Xin was currently looking at her with an odd expression and she immediately called him over to help.
These ancient-styled clothing are just a bother, it's not convenient at all to move about in.
Just kneading some dough caused her entire body to be covered with flour.
Jun Xin rolled his eyes and humphed, wasn't it you that told me to keep watch?
If you keep watch just cause I told you to keep watch, if I told you to go eat shit will you just go and do it?
You go eat shit. Jun Xin angrily said.
The dagger in his hand flashed with cold light and brushed past the side of Tang Dao's face, stabbing into the cupboard behind her. Then he coldly warned, work faster.
Any more words and I'll kill you. This violent butt-aged little brat. Cough, I'm just making a comparison.
Don't mind it too much, Tang Dao waved her hand. Not daring to call him again, she went to work busily herself. Work a bit faster.
Once it hits the next hour Mang Yu will come. After a while, Jun Xin started to urge again.
The dagger was still stabbed into the cupboard.
Tang Daodu didn't dare to infuriate him again and could only say with an annoyed tone, "What do you keep repeating for?" "I am hurrying." "Making something this hurriedly and hastily, is it possible for it to taste good?"
Jun Xian saw that she had bustled around half the day yet she still hadn't made a fire and started to doubt Tang Daodu's cooking skills again. Tang Daodu cursed him silently in her heart but her mouth replied, "Just watch your door properly, it'll be ready in a moment."
Jun Xian gave a humph and ignored her. Damned Sundara. Half an hour went by. "Is it ready or not?" Jun Xian stood up, unable to wait any longer. "Mengyu is almost here."
"It's almost ready, almost ready."
Tang Daodu fished out the thing in the pot and rolled it in the seasoning tray. A fragrant scent immediately filled the air.
Smelling this, Jun Xian's heart tickled with a hard-to-endure itch.
Where did he have the mind to still care about watching the door? He ran over, reached out, grabbed that strip and popped it into his mouth. SSSS. So hot, so spicy.
The fragrant spicy taste exploded inside his mouth, 100 flavors occurring at the same time.
But it was really way too spicy. Jun Xian didn't have the time to reflect on the taste.
After swallowing it down in one bite, he stuck out his tongue and fanned it as if his life depended on it. "Why did you put chili?"
"Don't tell me you don't know I don't eat chili. Hua City is a region in South Province and they don't like eating chili."
Jun Xian, this locally born and bred Hua City citizen, was even less able to stand this spicy taste.
Tang Daodu felt wrongly accused. "You never said that you didn't eat it, ah." Jun Xian was speechless. Tang Daodu moved closer and asked, "How is it? How's the taste?" Jun Xian paused for a moment, reflecting on the taste in his mouth. "The taste is actually not bad, it's just a bit too spicy."
Even though it's a bit spicy, the taste really was not bad. There was a sort of still wanting to eat more impulse after eating.
Helplessly, Jun Xian swept a glance at the chili oil-filled tray. If it was just a little bit less spicy, it'd be perfect. Seeing his thoughts, Tang Daodu laughed hee-hee and said, "Wait a sec." Jun Xian looked at her, not understanding.
Tang Daodu lifted her brows and blended some less spicy ones and handed it to him. "Here, eat."
"Don't worry, it's not spicy."
Only then did Jun Xian unhurriedly pick up the chopsticks and clip a piece. Hesitantly putting it into his mouth, his expression froze.
Immediately, happiness rose to the surface.
Even though it was still a bit spicy, it was within a tolerable range. And precisely because it wasn't too spicy, that savory spice became even more rich. This time when he started eating, he couldn't stop anymore. One piece after another was thrown into his mouth.
During an idle time, he didn't forget to ask Tang Daodu, "What's this thing called?"
"Spicy strips." Tang Daodu chuckled hee-hee as she picked up that extremely spicy plate and put it into a food box. "Spicy strips."
Seeing this, Jun Xian asked again, "You're leaving?"
"My stomach is full, the tasty thing is also made."
"If I don't leave, then do I wait here for you to ask me out to eat?" Tang Daodu patted the food box.
Walking to the window, she looked outside, then put the food box on the windowsill, about to climb out the window and leave.
"There's a good door right here for you to walk through. What are you going out the window for?"
Jun Xian knitted his brows, seeing her climb several times but still unable to climb out.
He couldn't help but roll his eyes. How could there be someone this stupid in the world? When have you ever seen someone steal something then walk out the front door? Tang Daodu disdainfully humphed.
With a push, she jumped out.
Picking up the food box, she waved her hand at Jun Xian, "But aged little brat, I'm leaving first. Bye-bye." Hearing those words, Jun Xian's face instantly turned black.
With a move of his hand, the dagger returned to his grasp. Seeing this, how could Tang Daodu still hang around and wait for him to make a move against her? Bending down at her waist, she felt along the wall and left.
"But aged little brat, don't blame Jia for being hard-hearted towards you. Without selling you out, Jia wouldn't be able to walk out, ah." Giggling hee-hee, she heard a loud bang sound. Immediately following that was the sound of Jun Xian's miserable shriek mixed with an angry howl as if the lioness from Hadong was roaring. Jun Xian, you little son of a bitch! You're here to steal food again. Bastard! Do you know who sent that deer meat? I'm gonna beat you to death. Ah! Don't hit the face! Moving along the wall to the door, she peeked in. A devastated, miserable shriek came through. Tang Daodu's guts shook and she hurriedly moved far away from the kitchen and walked back to the original road. Li Gongzi! Just as she walked out of the courtyard, she heard Qing Yin's surprised call. Before she even had the time to stand steadily, the pretty figure appeared in front of her. Li Gongzi, I've finally found you. Qing Yin, you came just in time. Hurry and bring me to Bailey Yu. She was just fretting that she couldn't find someone to bring her to find Bailey Yu. This Qing Yin really came just at the right time. Qing Yin wiped the sweat on her forehead and replied, Li Gongzi, master isn't here in the garden right now. Not here? Tang Daodu looked at the food box in her hand, disappointed. Following her gaze and looking over, seeing the box, Qing Yin curiously asked, what is this? It's something good. Tang Daodu reached out and was just about to open the lid of the box when she suddenly froze. Qing Yin, can I ask a favor of you? There is no harm in Gongzi stating it. I made some food, can you help me send it to Bailey Yu? He's saying, the stuff in this food box was made by him? Qing Yin was quite surprised and asked, Gongzi disappeared for half the day without a trace, it was to go make something to eat? Tang Daodu handed the box over to her, don't worry about so much. Just help me send it to Bailey Yu. Qing Yin's expression was troubled and didn't take the food box. This, Meng Yu Jijia has always been in charge of master's food. This servant doesn't dare make a decision without permission. If you want to gift it, it's best if Gongzi goes yourself. Didn't you say he wasn't in the garden? If he's not in the garden, how am I supposed to gift it? This damned little bastard, you still dare to run. When I catch you, see how I'll sort you out. At this time, a black figure flashed over the wall and dropped down in front of the two. Jun Xian, why are you here? If the person that dropped down wasn't the Jun Xian Tang Daodu left behind in the kitchen to distract Meng Yu, who else could it be? By this time, he had long lost his earlier arrogance. When he heard Qing Yin's voice, he immediately rolled over here. Qing Yin, hurry and save me. Ah, seeing his pathetic appearance, Tang Daodu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Qing Yin helplessly asked Jun Xian, did you steal food again? I didn't, the one that stole food was him. I'm being framed. Jun Xian heard Tang Daodu's laugh and recalling how she abandoned him in the kitchen while running off alone got angry to the point he couldn't breathe properly. Pointing at Tang Daodu he said, Bailey Yu's pot of deer meat was all eaten by him. You're talking about that deer the Chamber of Commerce sent over this morning? What other one is there? Jun Xian covered his face. Every time, Meng Ru, always hits his face, too hateful. Qing Yin, you're also here? Sounds of thumps transmitted over. Tang Daodu looked over and only saw a 5 largest 3-course G-woman panting as she ran out from the courtyard. From the looks of it she was probably around 30. The 2 enormous lumps in front of her chest bounced back and forth with her running motions. Every step roused a giant amount of dust, yet her speed was still very fast. In a blink she got to them, gasping so heavily for air that Tang Daodu couldn't even open her eyes. It was hard to imagine that Meng Yu was actually such a heavyweight lady. Meng Yu Jijia. Help me catch that brat. Master's deer meat was secretly eaten by him. Too hateful. I already told Master not to let him in, yet Master just refuses to listen every single time. Now it's just great, he steals food every single day. Seriously infuriating me to death. Meng Yu ferociously put her hands on her hips as she rained curses. Jun Xian poked his head out from behind Qing Yin's back. Rubbing his eyes, he said, Meng Yu, don't frame the innocent.
Your deer meat was secretly eaten by this brat, it has nothing to do with me at all.
Pei. When I entered the kitchen I saw you.
That's 'cause he sneaked away first.
Jun Xin furiously glared at Tang Daodu. Stinky little brat, you dare to eat but you don't dare to admit?
This dumb little brat, selling her out just like this. She wasted so many of her spicy strips bribing him.
Tang Daodu rolled her eyes. Seeing Meng Yu also blare over, she immediately exposed an extremely innocent expression. What deer meat? What are you guys talking about? I can't understand any of it? Hey, that guy, whoever you are, we're total strangers, don't randomly try to accuse me.
This string of words were spoken exceedingly bold and confidently with the sound of justice on her side.
Jun Xian's eyes flipped over, almost fainting from the anger. Young fellow Jun.
Meng Yu fumed with rage between gritted teeth.
Qing Yin.
Seeing that Meng Yu had already decided it was him, Jun Xian immediately grabbed Qing Yin's sleeve and pitifully pleaded, "Help me, it really wasn't me." Even though Jun Xian was beaten by Meng Yu to an inch of his life, but his identity wasn't simple at all. Of all the people at Bailey Yu's side, there was only Meng Yu that dared to yell and beat him like this.
And it's just because Meng Yu's culinary skill was seriously good and Jun Xian was also a gluttonous guy.
Yet he just wouldn't eat at the proper place and insists on running to the kitchen to steal food and even has to choose the food Meng Yu specially prepared for Master.
Over time, every time Jun Xian came here to steal food it would be noisy to the point chickens fly and dogs leap. After a long time of this, everyone got used to it. But yet this time Li Shui also got mixed up in it. Meng Yu didn't know but she knew. The food box in Tang Daodu's hand was precisely the one that Meng Yu often uses to carry the master's meals in. Even though Jun Xian liked to pilfer food, he would admit it every time he was caught. So for this incident to not be related to Li Shui, Xingyin didn't believe it at all. Meng Yu Jie, I think we should just let this go. Let it go?
Meng Yu's voice got even louder, thundering to the point that everyone present had to cover their ears. You're telling me to just let it go?
Then master's blame, who will bear it for me?
And that's an extremely rare 9-colored deer, it's an ingredient I might never have a second chance to work with in this lifetime. When she spoke to the end, her loud voice started sobbing. Her shaking as she sobbed frightened Tang Daodu to the point her heart trembled and trembled.
Whoa. Do you guys get it? Do you get it?
Meng Yu cried pitifully. In the end she collapsed to a sit onto the floor.
Jun Xian scratched his head, particularly uncomfortable.
He shot another glare at Tang Daodu.
Tang Daodu actually did quite understand Meng Yu's feelings.
When a good cook encounters a rare ingredient, it's like when an old Buddhist monk who hadn't seen any females for a few dozen years sees a drop-dead beautiful lady, they can't stop themselves. Underscore.
Credits, translated by Kayomura, edited by Lazy Miu, proofread by Ocelot. Kayomura's Corner. G equals it's in the glossary it you need it. Glossary. Chapter 30, Jun Xin. Chapter 30, Jun Xin.
Lady Meng Yu, as the proverbs say, the dead is already dead.
Pei, no, that's not right. Look, the things are already gone, no matter how you grieve over it, it's in vain?
With this time, wouldn't it be better to go drink some tea and chat a little? Tang Daodu looked at Xingyin, not knowing how to start.
Jun Xian's knife glares flew with swooshes towards her body.
Helpless, Tang Daodu could only chatter some nonsense to console Meng Yu. The moment Meng Yu heard that, she harshly glared at him, her voice raising several times louder. Drink tea and chat?
Do you know that deer meat is master's main course for today?
I busied from dawn until now, and now it's gone.
What am I going to bring to master?
Aya, there's no way he'll starve to death.
And she was still wondering what it was. Wasn't it just a meal? Meng Yu glared at her again. What do you know?
All right, she indeed didn't understand.
But what she precisely wanted was for Bailey Yu to have no lunch to eat, otherwise how can she gift these spicy strips? Xingyin, your master is coming over today?
Originally she wasn't planning to tell Tang Daodu, but the conversation had already gotten to this point so she couldn't conceal it anymore either. So she replied, Master is coming over today, but he didn't say when he'll arrive.
He'll come before noon. At the side, Jun Xian was incessantly resentful.
He didn't get to eat the deer meat, but on the contrary caused his entire body to smell.
Then, thinking again, those spicy strips also weren't that bad.
After eating them he can't help but recall and yearn for them again and again. How about he just takes the blame for this guy and coerce him to make more spicy strips so he can eat to his heart's content? Tang Daodu was just thinking about how to persuade Xingyin to bring her to Bailey Yu when from the corners of her eyes she saw Jun Xian staring at her with a deliberating look. This but-aged little brat, he couldn't be thinking of a way to get revenge on her, right?
He's coming before noon?
Manhwa originally had stopped crying, but hearing this, she started wailing with a wah again, "Iowa.
Isn't this pretty much asking for my life?
Manhwa Jie, don't cry anymore. What Li Gongzi said is right, rather than grieving here like this, why don't we all try to think of some way to remedy this?" Xingyin helped Manhwa up and spoke softly to comfort her. Her speaking voice was like a cool breeze carrying fine rain, it gently brushed past the present people's hearts, it was extremely comfortable. She's seriously a wonderful and clever person. Bailey Yu sure has great fortune, to have a maid like this, his days must be peaceful, any?
Tang Daodu looked at Xingyin appreciatively when a magnified face suddenly filled her line of sight.
It had two giant panda eyes which fiercely glared at her.
Ah!
What the freak? Scared poor baby to death. Baby, the word is actually baobao, which is a term that means baby, but made of the individual characters for treasure. It's a very cute way to say baby, and the phrase scared baobao to death is now commonly used online and in a lot of Chinese novels. I'll use poor baby though because baobao doesn't look that cute in pinyin to me. I'm warning you, Xingyin isn't someone you can casually have designs on. Suddenly swiftly moving over, Jun Xian spoke in a small voice, his eyes filled with red fruit *, bare naked, warning. Rumor goes a forum censored the word from which means completely naked, so people started using which ends up meaning red fruit to refer to it instead.
Yo! This stinking brat thought she's taking a fancy to Xingyin?
She indeed did take a fancy to her. Such a pity, regretfully the heavens didn't give her a male body, and she also doesn't intend to go towards Lily's, Yuri/lesbian.
Pushing aside Jun Xian with one heave, little BB.
Don't think you'll be fine just by pushing the blame onto me after eating the deer meat.
You should help Lady Manhwa think of an idea right now. Do you still give a damn about your face? That deer meat was clearly secretly eaten by you. Jun Xian's swollen face was completely red.
Seeing Manhwa gravely look over, he immediately defended himself. He had always been direct and straightforward, and never covered up things, much less do something and refuse to admit it. Regarding this point, he truly looked down on Tang Daodu. All that admitting it would bring about is a beating. Not even having this amount of guts, he's seriously not fit to be called a man. But what was even more infuriating was that he was actually fancying Xingyin. Look at that eyeballs almost popping out mesmerized lecherous look, where the hell exactly did this guy crawl out from? How was it possible for Tang Daodu not to see the disdain in his eyes? What a pity though, Daodu wasn't some manly man of upright character from the start. Little ladies must be flexible, able to bow and submit and stand tall as the situation requires. Manhwa's body size is that huge, if she really admitted it was her that secretly ate the food, how many punches could her little body even bear? Even though Jun Xian's body was also not that much bigger than hers, but the other is superior in the fact that he's experienced long-term beatings, that skin has even thickened. It can hold up to a beating. Not to mention, he's already eaten her spicy strips for free. As the saying goes, taking things of others, hand will be short, eating things of others, mouth will be soft.
Jun Xian is still small and can't understand this logic yet. As an adult, Tang Daodu will be magnanimous and not nitpick about that much.
When you take something from someone, when the person asks you to help them do something you'd feel uncomfortable refusing. After eating other people's things, you'll feel uncomfortable criticizing them after. If Jun Xian found out that she was thinking such shameless thoughts, he would be immediately infuriated to the point he puked blood, never wanting to have dealings with this sort of person again.
Who is he? Why would he be here?
Mengyu watched Jun Xian and Tang Daodu make eyes at each other and suddenly recalled a very important matter. Who the hell is this?
Tang Daodu was just about to reply when Qing Yin at the side rushed to speak first. Mengyu Jie, this is Li Gongzi, the guest master invited over.
Li Gongzi?
Which Li Gongzi? Why haven't I ever heard of him before?
And when has master ever invited someone over? It's seriously a rare and strange occasion. Mengyu most likely has also thought it through and absent-mindedly was muttering when her eye spied Jun Xian, who was just about to slip away. With large steps she crossed over and her stout palm slapped Jun Xian's head. Grabbing the front of Jun Xian's garment, she dragged him back into the courtyard. Let's go, great young Master Jun. Hurry and start thinking of ideas for me. You bunch of bastards, all you're good at is being full of damn tricks. If you're going to sneak food, then just sneak food. Why'd you have to make the kitchen that messy? You must have been planning to make it look like a thief broke in. Unfortunately for you, this lady's eyes are discerning and immediately saw through it. Confess now, where did my 5 caddy of wheat flour go? How could Jun Xian possibly be willing to go with her? He hurriedly pulled over the Tang Daodu that was next to him and hastily said, "Not me, he's the one full of damn tricks. Mengyu, you better ask him. And, your wheat flour." Before he could finish speaking, Tang Daodu suddenly started laughing with a loud ha-ha, cutting of his words, causing all three to be exceptionally puzzled. What's with him? What's he laughing about? Ha ha ha. Actually, solving this matter is very simple. Tang Daodu seized the opportunity to grab Jun Xian's shoulder and whisper at him, "You're not allowed to say that I was the one that used the wheat flour. As long as you take the blame of this for me, I'll help you get Mengyu to leave. I can't trust you." Jun Xian was very straightforward. Tang Daodu was laden with grief. It couldn't be that she looked that untrustworthy, right? Whether you trust or not isn't important. The important point is that right now there's only me that can help you. Otherwise it couldn't be that you still want to get beaten? Tang Daodu raised an eyebrow. Not waiting for Jun Xian to agree, she moved close to Mengyu's ear and mumbled a few sentences. All that could be seen was Mengyu instantly exposed a happy expression. Looking at Tang Daodu, she asked, "Is that for real? I swear there's not half a word of falsehood." "Then okay, I'll just believe you this once." After Mengyu finished speaking, she suddenly headed towards her original path to return. Before she left, she shot Jun Xian a warning glare. "Little brat Jun, if you dare try to steal food again, don't blame me for not being polite." Jun Xian was amazed, watching dazedly as Mengyu disappeared ahead. Finally snapping back to his senses, he asked, "What did you say to her? For her to let it go this easily?" "Ha, sacred." Tang Daodu curved her eyes, ignoring him. She weighed the food box in her hand a couple times. "I've helped you deal with Mengyu, now it's your turn to help me." "I never agreed to help you." Who knew? Once Jun Xian heard that, he humphed, completely ungrateful. Tang Daodu didn't mind it. Walking forward and hooking her arm around his shoulder, she said, "Would you believe that as long as I give a squeak, Mengyu will immediately appear? Then why don't you squeak for this young master to hear?" Once Mengyu was gone, Jun Xian immediately reverted back to his tsunderily arrogant attitude. Only when he casted a sidelong glance at Tang Daodu did he realize how much taller he was than Tang Daodu. Tang Daodu also realized it and promptly pulled away, increasing the distance. Meeting him in the eye, her tone was frivolous, "Acting like this, you're forcing me." "Humph. Young Master Jun, Li Gongzi, stop playing. Seeing the gunpowder between the two start to ignite, Xingyin felt a headache coming on. Back then, why did she actively volunteer to take this task? It was a miscalculation, a huge blunder.
Xingyin. That's not right. Jun Xian and I aren't playing around. Aren't we helping Meng Yu deal with your family's master?
Hearing Qing Yin's words, Tang Daodu became upset and sincerely attempted to enlighten her. Xing Yin also counts as having become experienced with Tang Daodu's way with spouting out nonsense without thinking. What's more, these two were not ordinary people, it also wasn't her place as a servant to control them. Meng Yu was only able to cause a fuss and shout Jun Xian's name because her cooking skill was superb and Master would only eat food that she makes, so her status, in the end, was completely different from the rest of them.
Didn't Gongzi want to go look for Master? Looking at the time, it's almost about noon. Meaning was, stop chirping and chattering with Jun Xian, let's hurry up and go.
If it was the earlier Tang Daodu, she definitely would have immediately left without objections. But right now, she had other plans. Otherwise she also wouldn't stay here, wasting half the day's effort. Giving Qingyin a reassuring smile, she started chatting idly with Jun Xian. She didn't exhibit the slightest intention of leaving, on the contrary, it seemed like she was waiting for someone. Qingyin could only stand at the side and wait on her. After a while, Jun Xian also realized that something was not right. Pushing aside Tang Daodu, who was suspiciously groping him as if eating his tofu, mild sexual harassment, he asked, "You're waiting for someone?"
"Oh, you got smart, ah." "I am waiting for someone."
Tang Daodu curved her eyes.
Although Jun Xian was a little tsundere, but after interacting with him for a while she knew his thoughts were simple.
They came directly and left directly, he's a person worth becoming friends with. It's just his temper was a little unpredictable. But thinking of this little young man, he was just in the midst of adolescence.
The ancient era wasn't like the modern era where there were not that many restrictions between men and women.
His hormones were raging yet he couldn't find any release, to have a slightly strange temper was quite normal.
Waiting for Bailey Yu?
Just then he had heard Qingyin say his surname was Li. With things this obvious, if he still couldn't guess who this person in front of him was, his brain would have been a waste of space. But, he really did not expect that the terrible Li Shui from the rumors was actually, aside from being a bit unusually scheming, quite pleasing to the eye. Anyways, he hadn't seen someone this pleasing to the eye for a long time, so he decided to be patient and stay with him a bit longer. Actually, he just wanted spicy strips. It was just that the words came to his mouth several times but were swallowed down again, as he completely had no idea how he should start asking.
No, why would I wait for him?
Not to mention if I was going to wait for him I wouldn't wait here.
Then who are you waiting for? He's not waiting for Bailey Yu, but wasn't he planning to find Bailey Yu earlier?
Looking at that food box, he recalled those extremely spicy strips that she had packed in there earlier and swallowed his saliva. You made all those for Bailey Yu? Tang Daodu didn't try to hide it from him and confidently admitted to it. He said that as long as he became happy, he'll help me cure the poison. Helpless, I thought for half the day but still didn't know how I could make him happy, so I made him some food.
Don't they say after eating others things the mouth gets soft?
Perhaps after he eats it he'll feel uncomfortable not returning the favor and help me conveniently get rid of the poison.
Don't you agree?
He actually felt Bailey Yu would be that type of person whose mouth gets soft after eating other people's things?
Jun Xian just wanted to laugh.
Earlier he even complimented him on his cleverness, yet right now his IQ was taking a sharp dive. If Bailey Yu was really that sort of person, the entire world would be completely beautiful. Sending another glance at Tang Daodu's healthy facial color, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you poisoned with? Isn't there still a godly Dr. Tsang Baichao in Cloud City? Why didn't you go to look for him?" Underscore 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 underscore.
Credits, translated by Kayomura, edited by Lazy Niu, proofread by Ocelot. Kayomura's Corner. Kayomura has nothing random to say this time. Enjoy. Glossary. Chapter 31, Isn't It Troublesome? Chapter 31, Isn't It Troublesome? Song by Chow? Who is that?
Who knew that the moment he said that, Tang Daodu looked at him with wide eyes, the depths of her eyes completely at a loss. No way, you don't even know Song Bai Chao, are you even from Cloud City?
Jun Xin was very surprised. It's not like she's the real Li Shui.
She's not even sure whether that Cloud City is in the north or the south, much less what Song Bai Chao, 100 grasses, or Tsang Qian Chao, 1,000 grasses, is.
The world is immeasurably large. If I knew everything, what would I still need Baidu, Chinese version of Google, for? Tang Daodu smacked her lips. The sound of godly doctor seems really impressive.
If she could really find that Song Bai Chao, then she wouldn't need to think of ways to curry favor with Baidu anymore.
What's Baidu? Jun Xin curiously asked. How should she explain?
Her clear pupils curved. Baidu is a divine tool. It knows all, sees all, and most importantly, doesn't cost money.
Jun Xin immediately gave her a huge eye roll and disdainfully said, Are you storytelling? Even pulling up a divine tool, how ridiculous. Tang Daodu didn't plan to bicker with him on this topic. Reaching out to seize Jun Xin's shoulder, she said, Hey, little brat. Say, which of the two has better medical expertise, Song Bai Chao or Bailu? Bailu is matchlessly magnificent, handsome to the point it raised goosebumps.
From the bottom of her heart she felt a bit conflicted and would rather not deal with him any longer.
Jun Xin rubbed his chin.
After a bit of careful consideration, he was still very curious, so he could only ask her again, Why don't you know Song Bai Chao?
Then, do you still remember who the Lord of Cloud City is? This question, she seemed to have forgotten to ask Bai Feiyan about. It couldn't be that you don't know this either, right? Tang Daodu concluded that if she wanted to trick Jun Xin to give her information on Song Bai Chao, there was currently only one way.
She spread her hands out in front of her, and rather helplessly said, I lost my memories.
PFFF. This joke isn't funny at all.
Jun Xin curled his lips, his thoughts landed on the food box in Tang Daodu's hand. Slightly twitching his fingers, his eyes suddenly fixated on it. It couldn't be that you're poisoned with disseminating tassel fragrance. Blurting this out, when he recalled that there was still one other person present, a flash of murderous intent flitted through his pupils. The imposing manner engulfing his entire body instantly turned dark as he turned his head slowly to look towards Qingyin. Qingyin was still stunned at the three words, disseminating tassel fragrance. When she felt Jun Xin's cold gaze, she stared blankly for a moment before her face suddenly turned deathly pale. She dropped to her knees on the ground and desperately kowtowed towards Jun Xin, Young Master Jun, please spare my life. The servant did not hear anything.
Jesus, what's going on?
Tang Daodu couldn't really understand what was going on, but seeing Qingyin kneel on the floor and knocking her head against the ground with thunk-thunk-thunks, she felt incomparable heartache. She hurried over to stop her. Hurry and get up.
Why are you being so dumb? Is this floor something you can casually use your head to smash? Once you damaged your brain, who will pay for it?
Qingyin didn't move a single bit, she didn't even lift her head. Seeing this, Tang Daodu became upset and turned to find Jun Xin, that main culprit. Who knew that the moment she turned her head, Jun Xin had already arrived at their side at some unknown time. His originally haughty pupils were currently filled with a cold detachment, but looking closer, it was clear that there was some trace of reluctance. Quickly though, all traces of emotion were retracted. Take your life. The rules of your Chamber of Commerce, there's no need for me to remind you. Qingyin's body trembled, then she lowered her head to the ground. This servant understands. Saying such, she pulled out a small knife from somewhere and resolutely stabbed it towards her chest,
scaring Tang Daodu's soul flying.
Fortunately, she was close by and was able to seize that knife with one grab. The sharp blade cut into her flesh and fresh blood squirted out, but she ignored it at that moment and roared at Qingyin,
What, are you crazy? He tells you to commit suicide and you just commit suicide. Who the hell gave you such great privilege, that if you feel like dying you can just do so? Asterisk, you think life is bok choy? If you don't want it you can just throw it away? In America it's illegal to take your own life. Idk about other countries though. Ancient China it was definitely legal.
Transmigrating here, the thing that made Tang Daodu the most resentful was the contemptuous view they had towards human life. Frequently, from just the smallest things, they'll demand a person's life. They casually carry daggers and small knives around, using them to stab others and also stab themselves. To a modern person like her who had been taught from a young age to respect and value life, for a moment she truly could not accept it. If it was someone else perhaps she could still ignore it, but Qingyin was the first similar-natured friend she made here/n. No matter what she could not just watch and do nothing as she committed suicide. Furthermore, even right now her thoughts were all tangled. Why exactly did Jun Xian's attitude towards Qingyin suddenly shift 180 degrees? After just an instant, Qingyin reacted and looked at Tang Daodu's non-stop bleeding hand with alarm. Her entire body shook and her voice turned hoarse. Li, you? Shut up! Tang Daodu moodily expelled. Damn it, don't you see her hands even bleeding? What the feather yarn are you chirping and chattering for? Women are seriously just troublesome. A little bit forgetting the fact that she was also a woman. Xinyan's petite mouth deflated under her berating. No longer able to hold it back, her tears fell with plop plop plops. It was her fault from the very beginning for hearing something that shouldn't have been heard. She also didn't blame Jun Xian for becoming hostile and merciless. For Jun Xian to let her kill herself was already being considerate of their past relationship, so from the start she shouldn't have felt any grievances from the start. For some reason though, she couldn't help but cry after being scolded by this person in front of her, feeling incomparably wronged in her heart. Seeing Tang Daodu's bleeding hand, her heart simply throbbed. Why would he do so much for her? Perhaps. Qingyin's heart shook tremulously. Her hand trembled, which made the small knife penetrate even deeper, hurting Tang Daodu to the point that she grimaced in pain and yelled at her, "Dumb woman, why haven't you let go of the dagger yet? If you move any more, this little Gramps hand will be done for." Qingyin didn't know whether she was intimidated or frightened by the thoughts in her heart, but she hurriedly let go of the knife. I. Tang Daodu sent that knife flying with a kick. Only after she saw it sink into the pond did she take in deep breaths of cold air with high oohs before yelling, "What are you still dazing around for? Hurry and help me find something to bandage this." Qingyin only snapped back to her senses now. Getting up from the ground, she originally wanted to walk over to check on her wound, but her steps paused. Curtsying towards Jun Xian, she hastily said, "Jun Xian, wait for Qingyin to help Li Gongzi treat his wound. Afterwards, I will find you to receive my punishment." Everything had occurred too quickly. Jun Xian was only able to grasp the entire situation after Qingyin stood in front of him. He looked at Tang Daodu with a trace of puzzlement flashing through his limpid eyes. Jun Xian. Qingyin bit her teeth. Seeing that the white garment on Li Shui's body was already being dyed red, she didn't wait for Jun Xian's reply any longer and ran off to find gauze. Jun Xian also didn't stop her, but rather stared at Tang Daodu as if he was contemplating something, seemingly wanting to stare a hole through her. Feeling his gaze, Tang Daodu turned around to look back. Anger suddenly rushed up in a torrent and she charged over and sent a kick. Damned bastard. This but-aged little brat, not very old, yet his heart was already that poisonous. She might as well kick him to death and prevent him from harming society in the future/n too. The Jianghu all said that Li Shui was distinguished and accomplished by nature, showing mercy at every point. As expected, it wasn't a lie. Seeing Tang Daodu rush over, Jun Xian did not block or dodge, his eyes were full of disdain. Looking again at Tang Daodu's hand, within the red blood was clearly a trace of strange dark air. Speaking again, he said, "Qingyin must die. You saved her once, but you can't save her an entire lifetime.
Frick. But aged little brat, why don't you head to heaven, go die, already?
Seeing that Tang Dao still had an incomparably enraged expression, Jun Xian felt a bit intimidated under her furious glare. Disseminating tassel fragrance is no small matter.
If you wish to live, you must kill Chang Yin.
In this world, only the mouths of dead people are most trustworthy.
Pay. Tang Dao felt it was outrageous. These two things had an inevitable relationship asterisk?
Spot-on explanation provided by Ocelot for Prady. The only way to keep a secret is by killing the person who knows the secret.
Secret equals death is the inevitable relationship.
That's why she says JX and BY should die too, because they also know her secret.
I spit.
Such bullshit logic.
You also know of disseminating tassel fragrance, so why don't you go die? Bailey you also knows as well. Is it that Bailey you should die too?
Tang Dao was extremely agitated. She never expected that the reason Jun Xian wanted Qing Yin to die was due to the fact that she overheard the 3 words disseminating tassel fragrance.
The hell? Value of human life in this ancient era sure is worthless enough.
You don't deserve the right, Jun Xian spoke lightly. He watched as Tang Dao slipped due to the fact she was busy yelling, and fell completely backwards into the pond. When Tang Dao was able to react, her body had already collided with the pool and fell through the water surface. Immediately, she was alarmed to the point where her entire body was covered with sweaty/in3.
Frick, she doesn't know how to swim. Splash.
In the next instant, the person thoroughly fell in, startling a splash of water.
Ah! Brat, save me.
A second ago Tang Dao could still cry for help, but shortly afterwards she was choked by the water that fiercely poured into her mouth to the point her eyes rolled back for a moment. She hurriedly closed her mouth, but the water still entered her mouth and nose, suffocating her lungs and almost causing her to choke. Her chest felt like it was being repeatedly stabbed by 100,000 steel needles, powerless against the extreme pain. In all directions was the icy cold, sky-blue pond water. There was a white light that rippled through the water. She struggled with all her strength, yet she sank further and further down. Despair and fear attacked at the same time.
Tang Dao's consciousness gradually became fuzzy.
She vaguely saw a figure enter the water, a matchlessly unique figure. His features seemed a bit familiar. Her head was like paste. After thinking for a long time, she still couldn't recall who it was.
Who is it? Are they here to save her?
Following that, she fainted, completely losing consciousness.
Jun Xian originally was still holding onto the attitude of sitting back and watching a good show.
It never occurred to him that Tang Dao didn't know how to swim. He watched until Tang Dao started sinking deeper and deeper into the water. In the end her figure disappeared from sight. His heart became chaotic and he frantically rushed over. Though he was one step late. A scarlet figure entered the water from the horizon like fire. In less than a blink, it was out again, and his arms held a person.
Flying, he landed not far from Jun Xian.
His entire body, other than the ends of his hairs being slightly moist, there was not a single drop of water that was actually able to get on him from that trip into the water.
I thought he knew how to swim.
Seeing the person look at him with deep eyes, Jun Xian stammeringly explained. He also looked at Tang Dao with a little bit of worry.
His miserable appearance made him very uneasy. That guy couldn't have really drowned, right?
To believe oneself infallible, giving him a bit of a lesson is also good. Bailey Yu's eyes lowered, and in passing he threw Tang Dao onto the ground. When he lifted his eyes to look towards Jun Xian, a tiny bit of a smile appeared in his peach blossom eyes, yet the depths of his eyes were cold below freezing.
Although it was like this, Jun Xian didn't feel the least bit more relaxed. Shivering from a chill, he really wanted to turn around and flee.
Heavens know that in this lifetime, the thing he was afraid of most is when Bailey Yu exposes this kind of smile. It was practically more frightening than the devil.
Ahem, should you first look at his condition?
Just now when he was rescuing Qing Yin, his hand was even given a large cut. He's a person of Cloud City. If something happens to him here, I'm afraid it would be very troublesome.
Jun Xian's gaze wandered everywhere, attempting to shift Bailey Yu's attention. Who expected that when he heard this, Bailey Yu gave a light laugh? Troublesome? When have I ever been afraid of trouble? I brought him here, wasn't that precisely for the sake of trouble? If it could become even more troublesome, that would be quite good. Trouble past, trouble comes. Jun Xian suddenly felt an exceptional sympathy for Tang Daodu. Based on his understanding of Bailey Yu, if Tang Daodu's future days were pleasant and easy, he'll write his name Jun Xian in reverse.
Underscore 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 underscore.
Credits, translated by Kayomura, edited by Prady, proofread by Ocelot. Kayomura's Corner.
E/N, holy shit, she's scary, lol, just make sure you become her friend. Or she will ignore a death command against you. E/N2, how hypocritical face with Tom Wow. E/N3, but how would anyone be able to tell, since you know, she's already drenched in water. Equals 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 equals.
All hail Baidu. All hail Larry Page and Sergey Brin, Google founders.
Oh, and her personality kinda triggered my logic receptors this chapter. LMFAO.
Glossary. Chapter 32, So What If I Did It on Purpose? Chapter 32, So What If I Did It on Purpose?
Bailey Yu didn't stay there for long before he lifted his foot and headed into snow-gazing courtyard.
Jun Xian watched until he walked far away before hurriedly running to Tang Daodu's side and checking her breath.
Seeing that it was still pretty steady, he finally released a breath of relief. Immediately, he got ready to help push out the water in Tang Daodu's lungs and stomach. After all, this incident was partially his fault. In reality, he was still concerned about Tang Daodu's spicy strips. His hands pressed down at her stomach area 2 times, then his face turned rigid.
It's really soft?
Even though he never rubbed a woman's stomach before, but he had often rubbed his own.
Where was it this soft?
When he doesn't eat, it's all flat and hard. Once he eats until full, it's also plump and hard.
Jun Xian suddenly narrowed his eyes and stooped down to look.
This guy's skin was like concentrated resin, his facial features delicate. With his red lips and white teeth, he seriously did look like a lasso.
It couldn't be that he's really a girl? If it was really like that, then it might rather be a bit too interesting. Jun Xian rubbed his chin. Should he show his great benevolence and help Bailey Yu examine and find out?
His hand paused in front of Tang Daodu's chest.
Jun Xian had second thoughts again.
Master, teacher, said that between men and women, who is receiving and who is searching is not clear.
If he places his hand down, in the 1 in 1,000 chance that Li Shuai really was a woman, then doesn't that mean he had to take responsibility?
No, this kind of troublesome thing, he better throw it to Bailey Yu after all. Retrieving his hand stealthily, he slapped a couple pats on Tang Daodu's face. Hey, wake up.
Wake up! He's already fine, why is he still not waking up?
Jun Xian called several times, but seeing no indication that Tang Daodu was about to wake up, he acted with a might-as-well mindset. So he tapped several acupuncture points on her body, then supported her up. After moving to her back, he raised his hand and swatted a palm onto Tang Daodu's back. Shit, who the hell hit her?
Just when Tang Daodu's consciousness was about to return, she was hit with Jun Xian's palm.
The enormous power also made her have an intimate kiss with Mother Earth. Adding on the residual effects of falling into the water, her heart, spleen and stomach all truly felt terrible.
Miao Mai, seriously. Tang Daodu slowly opened her eyes.
After seeing the familiar ground, did she realize she had been saved?
Her intuition told her Jun Xian could never be that good-hearted. Could it be Ching Yin?
Turning around to look, what entered her eyes was Jun Xian's particularly infuriating face. He was currently proudly blowing at his palm, completely ignoring the already awake Tang Daodu. This young master's, Xiao Yi, palm strength is just improving at an unbelievable rate with practice.
Practice. Yu de yi asterisk.
Tang Daodu wanted to open her mouth and curse, but who knew the moment she opened her mouth, the latter three words were drowned out by a hot flood that surged out from her throat. With a gurgle, she vomited all over Jun Xian's face. I think I've covered it in earlier chapters, but cursing at someone's relatives is common. Your mom is used most commonly alone. Cursing at a particular action the other person talks about often uses other relatives. For this one, Jun Xian called himself Xiao Young Yi, which is young master, usually for the younger generation of a family. Big Yi is kind of like big master, usually referring to the older uncles of a family, but is also a way for arrogant people who often turn out to be just big talk and useless to refer to themselves. Since I already got to here, Lao, old, Yi is usually used for the current master of the family. Originally, when she first started vomiting, she did have time to turn her head to the side. But when she saw Jun Xian's scoundrel appearance, Tang Daodu forcibly rushed towards that face. Only after she finished vomiting out the last drop of water in her mouth, did she wipe her mouth and say with a hee-hee, "I'm sorry, it wasn't on purpose." You completely did it on purpose. Hearing Tang Daodu's completely insincere apology, Jun Xian finally snapped out of his daze. Even the finger he had pointed towards her was shaking. She did do it on purpose, but so what? Unwilling to accept? Unwilling to accept, then come by her. Tang Daodu cast an extremely smug side glance at Jun Xian. In regards to vomiting all over his face, she was completely unapologetic. Who asked this despicable guy not to save her when she fell into the water? Jun Xian absent-mindedly wiped his face. Feeling the nauseating smushiness, he immediately exploded, "Li Shui. This is how you repay your lifesaver. If Lao Zi asterisk knew earlier, Lao Zi would have just let you drown." Lao Zi, father, daddy, your father, in anger or contempt, used arrogantly or as a joke. Sometimes, I'll probably use this daddy. In any case, she was unconscious at that time and didn't see that it was Baliu that saved her. Who expected that Tang Daodu would actually give an exceedingly disdainful humph and directly expose his lies? Do you even want face? How could it be possible for you to have that good of a heart to save me? You should just drop it. I would rather believe that the sun rises from the west before believing that you would save me. Heartless butt-aged brat. Xiao Yi, little grandpa equals I really made a wrong judgment to believe that we could become friends. Treating you sincerely, even giving you spicy strips to eat. Never thought you were actually this type of person. This burst of words caused Jun Xian's handsome face to turn flushed, then pale, then from pale to red again. His neck even turned completely red, yet he couldn't hold back his curiosity. How did you know that it wasn't me that saved you? Even though Tang Daodu woke up, she felt horrid. Merely just the taste of falling into the water in the dead of winter was already unpleasant, adding on Jun Xian's slap just then? It didn't slap her straight to death, but she felt like her 5 visceras and 6 bowels had been all struck out of place. If she still had the spirit to chat with Jun Xian right now, she would truly be disdaining that her life was too long. She immediately pushed Jun Xian aside and shakily got to her feet. "Scram to the side, Xiao Yi doesn't have time for you." If it was the past, being shouted at by Tang Daodu like this, Jun Xian definitely would not have let her off easily. But right now, he actually didn't refute even half a word but rather asked with concern, "Hey, are you alright? What eyes are you looking from to think that Xiao Yi, I am alright?" The sun was glaringly bright, but with a breeze her entire body became even colder to the point she trembled. Tang Daodu's teeth chattered. She just wanted to quickly leave this place, change out of her wet clothes, then snuggle into the blankets to warm up. But the moment her feet moved, she nearly fell to the floor again. Misfortune never comes singly. This legs going soft symptom that refuses to come at better times has started up again. Seeing Tang Daodu's face and lips were the same color of paleness and that her hair and clothes were all dripping wet, emitting chill, Jun Xian hurried over to help support her.
He slowly sent his inner strength circulating into her body, while asking in a soft voice, "Hey, is it a little better?" No matter what, he had some responsibility for this. He, Jun Xin, has always regarded responsibility as important. If it was his wrong, then he would never try to deny it. Feeling a warm flow enter her body, Tang Daodu had on an expression of wonder, so this the legendary inner strength. On the other hand, she was also deeply moved that this Jun Xion's conscience wasn't completely gone. She's such a big girl, so she won't bicker with a little kid about that much. What's more, she really couldn't stand steadily. So she seized the opportunity and leaned against Jun Xion's body. Little brat still has some conscience, but don't waste time and inner strength anymore. If you have this strength, then hurry and bring me to change my clothes. Could it be you fudging didn't notice that I'm freezing? Jun Xian was called little brat by her several times in succession. He couldn't quite hold it back anymore and retorted, "You're not allowed to call me little brat. I'm not little anymore." Tang Daodu didn't have the time to debate with him over this. "Stop chit-chatting, hurry and take me to change my clothes." "Okay." Out of the corners of his eyes, his gaze swept across the injury on her hand and saw that it had already been soaked by the water so much that it turned white and was curling up. Thus Jun Xian also didn't dare to delay any longer. Even though Bailey Yu isn't scared of trouble, he, Jun Xian, is afraid. If it turns out that Bailey Yu, that fox, foisted off all the responsibility of something happening to Li Shui onto him, then wouldn't he have to deal with that entire bunch of people from the Alliance head's place when they come to cause trouble? Just thinking about it sounded frightening. He couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for Tang Daodu. How could he be that out of luck, to be thrown over by the Cloud City Lord to be some pain-in-the-butt Alliance head? How could Tang Daodu tell what Jun Xian was thinking in his heart? Seeing that he didn't move for a long time, she directly struck his head with her middle finger. "Hurry up and go." At this time, Xingyin finally returned from going to get gauze. Seeing Tang Daodu's wretched appearance, her brain couldn't quite comprehend it for a moment. It had only been a few moments. What had happened? Tang Daodu closed her eyes, out of strength, so she didn't see Xingyin's arrival. When Jun Xian saw Xingyin, he shot a look at her, telling her to leave. Xingyin bit her lower lips, really wanting to head over to take a look at Tang Daodu. But in the end, she helplessly put down the gauze and left. Jun Xian stared at that gauze for a while before supporting Tang Daodu and starting to walk towards a direction, gradually leaving snow viewing courtyard. Before he left, he extended a hand behind his back and sucked that gauze into his palm, like the Force. Later, when he needs to bandage the wound, he couldn't very well walk all the way back here to get it, right? After putting away the gauze, he lowered his eyes and discovered that at some unknown time Tang Daodu had fainted again. Recalling the situation he observed when his inner strength was circulating inside Tang Daodu's body, he couldn't help but sigh. Disseminating tassel fragrance sure was vicious, actually completely scattering all his martial arts, not leaving half a bit. Li Shui was ranked 5th in the Cloud City martial arts circles. It is said that his martial arts skills were only below that of the Lord of Cloud City. He greatly received the City Lord's favor, and quite a few matters in Cloud City were given to Li Shui to handle. In the past, there were even rumors that Li Shui may succeed the Cloud City Lord's position, but unexpectedly, just as these rumors were heating up, it was announced that the City Lord was sending Li Shui to take up the Alliance head position. Towards this person, Li Shui, there were a lot of rumors about him in the Jianghu. Over half talked about how he committed this crime or that. It could be said that he was infamous. In the past, he also was quite disdainful of this guy for using the fact that he had good martial arts skills to commit wrongdoings everywhere. But looking at it now, other than the fact that his mouth was a bit exceptionally stinky, he didn't have any other obvious shortcomings. Why are there so many terrible rumors about him in the Jianghu? Could it be that the disseminating tassel fragrance caused his personality to undergo a huge change? This also isn't completely impossible. Hey, what is he thinking about so much for? It's not any of his business anyways. He only had to wait for this guy to wake up, recover,
then think of a way to overcharge him and make him cook a meal for him. Those spicy strips were so tasty, others will definitely not be any worse. Speaking of spicy strips, Jun Xian suddenly recalled that those super spicy ones that Tang Dao made for Bailey Yu were still inside Moon Viewing Courtyard. Recalling that dreadful spicy taste. It can only be wasted. Speaking of which, Bailey Yu had returned to Moon Viewing Courtyard. In the originally empty courtyard, in an instant it was filled up with quite a few people. A uniformly attired black-clothed group appeared, then all knelt on the ground. "Master, have you finished investigated everything?" The moment Bailey Yu stood inside the courtyard, the desolate courtyard immediately became as beautiful as a painting. The acting leader of the group reported, "We've finished investigating. Half a month ago Li Shuai went to Azure Water Valley and never left. Muyi is still in Huai City and did not return to the demonic sect. That night, he was startled away by the master of Rutasi Pavilion. When Muyi went over, Li Shuai had already lost all his martial arts." The subordinate narrated systematically and in full detail all the information he had to report. Bailey Yu was silent the entire time until he got to the point where after Muyi left it seemed like Li Shuai became an entirely different person. At that point, the expression in his eyes turned a bit complicated. Even though there are quite a lot of suspicious points that appeared in the current Li Shuai, Bai Feiyan didn't show the slightest sign of doubt. On the contrary, he still helped Li Shuai over and over again. Getting to here, there were no more information to report. Only after a while did that subordinate speak again. "Master, should we keep a watch on this Li Shuai? Jun Xian also seems to treat him a bit differently." Bailey Yu swept an indifferent gaze at him, unhurriedly saying, "It's rare for a Xian asterisk to get along well with someone, just let him do as he pleases. There's no need to watch him. Anyways, with a Xian there, he won't be able to cause any trouble." Putting in front of someone's name is a form of friendly endearment, often used towards someone younger. Even though Jun Xian looks unreliable, in reality he had an innate gift of perception. Towards many things, he can see through them with just a glance, able to make decisive choices when facing matters. He was a very hard-to-come-by seedling, master, teacher, had said when he first handed Jun Xian to him. It was just that he was still young, so his personality was rather straightforward and simple. After saying that, Bailey Yu didn't continue speaking. Those subordinates could only stay kneeling in their places, not even daring to twitch. When Meng Yu carried out the pot, she was just in time to see the row of black-clothed men kneeling on the floor. Looking at Bailey Yu, who was standing in the courtyard with an unclear expression, she thought Bailey Yu was angry and hurriedly with thumps ran to Bailey Yu's front. Wiping off the sweat on her forehead, she recalled what Tang Dao said to her earlier and blurted out, "Master, young Master Jun sneakily ate all the deer meat again. Underscore. Credits, translated by Kayomura, edited by Miyu, proofread by Ocelot. Kayomura's Corner. I probably should have explained this earlier, but I use parentheses for short explanations of something I think may be confusing, a reminder, or my interpretation of the best explanation for a word that has multiple meaning. If I feel like it can't be summed up in one or two words, I use the mini paragraph. I also use a mini paragraph once to explain terms that seem to recur. I leave it in a light color so you can just skip over if you're not interested. I hope it's not too distracting. Glossary. Chapter 33, Came Knocking on the Door. Chapter 33, Came Knocking on the Door. In a faraway part of the garden, Jun Xian was still helping Tang Dao patch up her wound, not having the slightest idea that Tang Dao had already sold him out earlier. If it weren't for the fact that Tang Dao convinced Meng Yu to push all the responsibility onto Jun Xian through giving countless assurances, how would Meng Yu possibly let it go just like that? He treated the wound while starting a fire in the stove to help warm up Tang Dao. But that clothing had a lot of layers and was completely drenched. Roasting while wearing those layers simply didn't have even the slightest effect. He wanted to take them off, but he was also scared that Li Shuai was a woman. After several rounds of silent debate, at some point the movements of his hands had stopped.
Forget it, he'll just call a maid over after all. After weighing the pros and cons, Jun Xian finally decided on a plan.
He added fuel and made the fire as large as possible, then added several more layers of blankets on Tang Daoda's body. Finally, he wrapped up the wound and immediately headed off to Moon Viewing Courtyard.
In reality, Bailey Yu was there, so he really didn't want to go.
But he was helpless. Right now the only place with servant girls is Moon Viewing Courtyard. On the way there, he saw the food box that was still where it was earlier in front of the Moon Viewing Courtyard. After thinking about it a little, he picked it up and walked into the courtyard.
Meng Yu? Qing Yi? Xin Yun? Where did everyone go? Jun Xian was a bit surprised.
Just a while ago there were still people, why did they suddenly all leave?
Crap.
Based on Bailey Yu's temperament, if he left, then he probably won't leave a single person in the garden.
But how can he leave just like that? Didn't he say he still had some matters to take care of?
Unable to think of an answer and also worried about Tang Daodu, Jun Xian could only turn back. He had placed that food box on the table in the kitchen. When he left, he also forgot to bring it. Meng Ru was originally leaving, but who knew that when she was about to leave, she forgot to take the food box, so she turned back. By chance, she just happened to miss Jun Xian. When she got to the kitchen, she saw the food box placed on the table. Without even looking, she directly took it and left. On another note, Tang Daoda woke up again. But this time, she was woken up by the heat. Her entire body was covered with sweat, it was unbearable.
Oh my FING god, which retard was it that wrapped Xiao Yi, me, in this many blankets?
Tang Daoda pushed at the thick blankets crushing her body, almost infuriated to laugh star. Her drenched clothes weren't even taken off. Being covered like this, even if she wasn't sick, she would still be covered to the point that she got sick. No need to wonder, to do this kind of stupid thing, other than that idiot Jun Xian, there's no one else.
The common expression is infuriate to death. I'm guessing at this point she's avoiding the word death because she's actually pretty close to dying? Or maybe she just finds it ridiculous to the point that she laughs.
Regarding this, Tang Daoda was also extremely speechless. Pushing the blankets off her body, she discovered that her legs were still a little weak.
But she couldn't pay attention to this now.
If she didn't take off her clothes, she'd really catch a cold. Her head was fuzzy and heavy and her eyes were blurred, not completely open. She started peeling off her drenched clothes one by one through feeling and threw them all onto the ground. Little did she know, as she was stripping over here, on the other side outside the window was actually someone that was watching attentively. The sunlight outside the window was dim as it filtered through the tree branches, falling on Bailey Yu's red clothes, making them appear like flames. His seductive Yao-like peach blossom eyes did not show the slightest emotion and just very calmly watched Tang Daoda take off her clothes one by one, revealing her pure and a little round shoulders.
Only then did his eyes slightly narrow. That fiery red fox on the shoulder.
His expression relaxed slightly.
He is Li Xue.
But how come, after the fifth time the disseminating tassel fragrance flared up, other than losing his memories and martial arts, he seemed completely unharmed? That poison was also completely still inside his body, as if it wanted to become an integral whole with him. Tang Daoda single-mindedly wanted to take off her clothes, then squeeze into her blankets to warm up. How could she have known that there would still be someone peeping outside the window? Only when she had stripped down to her underpants did her hand finally pause on its surface.
How come she seemed to have felt a gaze just now?
Abruptly turning her head, that same split second, a red shadow flashed past outside the window and the two perfectly missed each other. When Tang Daodu's eyes fixated outside the window, there was already nothing under the tree.
There's no one?
How weird. Even though she saw that there was no one there, Tang Daoda still walked over with large steps and closed the window. Just as she turned around muttering curses, Jun Xian charged in. Four eyes met and a tremendously loud shriek erupted inside the room.
Ah! The one shouting in alarm wasn't Tang Daodu.
She covered the flatness in front of her chest and her little beans with particular calm and watched as Jun Xin screamed non-stop with a face full of terror as he looked at her. She was extremely speechless. Right now everyone's identity was male. At most she would be a bit embarrassed, but she didn't feel that uncomfortable. After all, she still had a layer. Jun Xin screamed for a while before finally stopping on his own. Very humiliated and angry, he said, "Why aren't you wearing clothes? It's all drenched. If I don't take it off, should I just wait to catch a cold?" Tang Daoda rolled her eyes. "Just now, was it you that wrapped me in so many blankets? If it wasn't me, then who else would take care of you? Ah." Jun Xin looked at her exposed skin and still felt a bit uncomfortable. His face flushed, then flushed again. He really is a man. Ah. Jun Xin's heart was a bit heavy. That chest was flat and level. On the lower abdomen there were distinct healthy contours, thoroughly smashing his earlier conjectures. Tang Daoda rubbed her head, currently having a terrible headache. She didn't continue to argue with him and squeezed into the blankets, finally a bit warmer. Seeing that Jun Xin was still dumbly standing there, she asked again, "What are you still here for?" "It was my fault that you fell into the water and for not pulling you up in time. I also hold some responsibility for your current condition right now. Bailey Yu has taken all the servant girls and left. If I leave as well, there'd be no one to take care of you. If something suddenly happened to you, your Alliance Head Residence's people will directly tear me apart to vent their anger." Jun Xin gloomily spoke. In reality, what he was kept thinking about was still Tang Daoda's culinary skills. Not to mention, he didn't have much to do in the first place and he felt that Tang Daoda was quite interesting, so staying with him a bit longer was fine. Tang Daoda closed her eyes. If he wanted to stay, then just stay. She has to properly rest. Today she made spicy strips but in the end couldn't gift them, causing her to be especially regretful. She also didn't know when she would be able to make Bailey Yu happy and have him cure her poison. Thinking of Bailey Yu, she suddenly recalled what Jun Xin had just said. Bailey Yu has taken all the servant girls and left. What did that mean? You said Bailey Yu and the rest all left? Jun Xin nodded, saying, "Yeah, they all left. But before they left they didn't bring you along, so they'll definitely be back." Tang Daoda said, "Then when will that roughly be?" "I'm not sure about that, but I think it probably won't be too long." "Fudge, then when in the world can her poison be cured?" Ah. Tang Daoda covered her eyes, her head was hurting worse and worse. She had most likely already caught a cold. This is seriously the pits. How long has it been since she had transmigrated here? Yet she had already gathered up a pile of unfortunate events. It's seriously such a sad story. "That's right, Jun Xin, could you help with something?" With her current situation, if she didn't look for a doctor and she really caught a heavy cold, in this backward technology and medical expertise ancient era, it was extremely probable that she could die. And there was also the injury on her hand. Even though Jun Xin had wrapped it up, it was still scorching hot and painful. Probably it got inflamed after being moistened by water. Adding on the cold, it was undoubtedly adding hail to snow. "Say it." Jun Xin was silent for a while before finally speaking. She saw that he seemed to be a bit unhappy, but Tang Daoda couldn't pay attention to that much. "Help me look for a doctor." "Doctor?" Jun Xin knitted his brows. "What do you need a doctor for?" WTF, if you're looking for a doctor, would it be actually for the sake of discussing the meaning of life? Of course it was to get a health checkup. This dumb little brat is seriously no longer curable. In her heart she cursed Jun Xin for a tangent, but on the surface she still very patiently explained, "Receiving a chill in the middle of winter will probably cause a person to catch cold. Go find a doctor to prescribe some cold-expelling medicine in order to prevent this illness from being dragged out and getting worse. The great youth is still here. I don't want to be cut off in my prime just like this." When Jun Xin thought about it, he also came to this conclusion, but he still had something he didn't understand. What does catch cold mean? Suddenly, someone shouted from outside the door, "Young Master June, young Master June."
June Xian's expression was surprised. Didn't Bailey Yu take everyone and left? How could there still be someone here to look for him? Could it be that something happened? Thinking of that, he immediately went out. When he saw the person that came, he was surprised once again. "Steward Ding, what are you doing here?" "Master said he was going to stay in Hawaii City for a while, so he had me, this old bag of bones, come over to help sort out some of the trifling matters in the residence." Steward Ding was well over 60. His shining white beard was grown very long, and when he spoke it would twitch and shake, looking quite amusing. "So it's like that. What was Bailey Yu planning again?" June Xian's expression showed that he completely didn't understand what that person was doing, but since he couldn't understand, he just won't think about it. He had always been this way. Instead, he just asked Steward Ding, "Then why were you looking for me? You're already so up in years, isn't it tiring to run so far? Why didn't you send a servant to run over?"
Bai Feiyun of White Wind Manor was outside, asking to see Master, but Master had left just a few moments earlier. This old servant was worried that there was a pressing matter, so could only come and look for you, young Master June. Steward Ding wiped the sweat on his forehead, even his breath while speaking was gasping and uneven. This Steward Ding was the only subordinate under Bailey Yu that didn't know martial arts, but he held Bailey Yu's deep trust. In Bailey Yu's former residence, all the daily matters were arranged and taken care of by him. Steward Ding was very important to Bailey Yu, and to June Xian, Steward Ding was also someone that watched him, grow up. In regards to his tendency to like doing things personally the older he got, June Xian was also very helpless. But when he heard that it was Bai Feiyun that came knocking, he subconsciously turned to look towards the Tang Daodu inside the room. Tang Daodu heard everything that went on outside loud and clear. Seeing June Xian look towards her, she immediately said, "Let Bai Feiyun come in, he's a doctor." Naturally, she wasn't just having Bai Feiyun come in for the sake of looking at her condition. She had a lot of questions that she needed to clear up with Bai Feiyun. Just like the way she feels the need to be on guard against Bailey Yu, she actually felt trust for Bai Feiyun from the bottom of her heart. It was just that she was a little resentful due to some of the things he did in the past. But they had only been apart a night and he already came to look for her, and came with such good timing too. So Tang Daodu immediately threw those resentments to the back of her mind. Xiao Bai, now that you've come this time you should properly explain. Otherwise, Tang Daodu, will really have both her eyes painted black and be incapable of telling north from south. June Xian hesitated. If Bai Feiyun was just an ordinary doctor it would have been fine, he would have just allowed the person in without any objection. But he simply had to have a complicated identity and had an adversary relationship with Bailey Yu. Seeing him hesitate, Tang Daodu just asked disdainfully, "June Xian, are you scared?" June Xian immediately glared with wide eyes and angrily said, "What would I be scared of? Of course it's Bailey Yu. Otherwise is there a need to be this hesitant about just letting a person in? If you really are scared, that's also fine. Just send me out and let Bai Feiyun bring me back to the Alliance head residence." Bailey Yu sure did put it nicely, saying he'd let me come here to recuperate, yet now it caused me to not even have a single area on my body that is still healthy. Seriously makes people want to ask what the heck happened. Who's scared of him? Li Shui, can you shut up? Isn't it just calling someone to take a look at your injury? What are you saying so much rubbish for? What June Xian disliked the most was when people say that he's afraid of Bailey Yu. Even if he really was afraid of that guy, he still didn't want other people to say it. Young Master June, just now when Master left he said the matters in the garden will all be up to young Master Yu to handle. It's best if you give a decision so that this old servant can go back to give that Bai Feiyun a proper reply. June Xian turned to stone. Did Bailey Yu go crazy? Underscore. Credits, bonus chapter in honor of Jack for declaring himself the main lead, translated by Kayomura,
edited by Lazy Niu, proofread by Ocelot. Kayomura's Corner. Enjoy the bonus chapter LOL. Glossary. Chapter 34, Feel Your Conscience. Chapter 34, Feel Your Conscience. From the looks of it, Jun Xian's position here was really not that low. And he's even got total authority. Looks like not only was it not low, he was actually even quite valued. Tang Daodu bit her finger. Little brat, can you do it or not? Getting annoyed being pressed by her, he asked Steward Ding, did Bai Feiyan say who he came here to look for? He did, he's here to look for Alliance Head Li. It seemed like it was regarding the Alliance Head Residence's matters. It seemed quite urgent. I'm afraid it's probably some important and pressing matter. Steward Ding said. Something important and pressing? Jun Xian looked at Tang Daodu again. Even if Bai Feiyan came, and even if there was a pressing matter on top of it, this Li Shui was already lying on the bed and couldn't end up doing anything. Call for a servant to bring Bai Feiyan here, just say that Alliance Head Li is at this side. He was worried that Steward Ding would take the trip again himself. It didn't matter if the speed was slow, but if he ran and got in an accident, how was he supposed to explain it to Bai Liu? So Jun Xian exhorted again, remember you have to send for a servant to bring him here. You're already a bag of old bones, so you can't move fast. It'd be bad to delay the matter. Hearing this, Steward Ding's face turned dark. Giving a light sigh, he agreed and then slowly and unhurriedly started to head back. Jun Xian watched him until he got far away. After thinking about it for a moment, he turned around to ask Tang Daodu, you've already lost your memories, will there really be any use looking for you regarding the Alliance Head Residence's matters? So it turns out that he was actually doubting her abilities? It's not like she really lost her memories, at most she just didn't know a lot of things. But her IQ was high, okay? Let's not mention that she was able to beat that old scheming elder Yu. It'd be a piece of cake for her to crush this brat Jun Xian. Tang Daodu inwardly roasted him, but her mouth didn't want to move half an inch. She seriously was tired. She didn't speak and Jun Xian muttered a little more. Thinking that she had fallen asleep, he went to stand at the entrance to wait for Bai Feiyan to arrive. Not long later, he saw a snow-white garment appear not far away and he glanced at the white gowns that were thrown all over the floor by Tang Daodu. Why is it that everyone from this Alliance Head residence likes to wear white? With this bit of distance, Bai Feiyan soon drew near. And behind him there was even a tail following. If it wasn't Steward Ding, who else would it be? Jun Xian saw his elderly movements as he supported himself holding a tree, almost unable to walk any further, and Jun Xian almost was not able to restrain his anger. Bai Feiyan approached and slightly nodded his head towards Jun Xian as a greeting, young Master Jun. From the looks of the two, it looks like they actually knew each other. Jun Xian moved to the side, opening up the path. Alliance Head Li is inside the room, you should go in. Bai Feiyan also didn't speak anymore. Sweeping aside the gown in front asterisk, he walked up the steps and directly entered the room. I'm not sure how to describe it, but this movement is often done in historical dramas. I guess it's like lifting your skirt so you don't trip, but since guys want to be manly, they just sweep it to the side so it lifts a little and quickly ascend the stairs. It's a short flight of stairs, usually 2-3 steps. Tang Daodu originally had her eyes closed to rest, but when she heard Bai Feiyan's voice she immediately opened her eyes and saw that familiar white figure walk towards her. Xiaobai, Tang Daodu called with deep emotion. Hearing that tone, Bai Feiyan's steps slightly paused. His expression was a bit unnatural as he cupped his fist in salute. Alliance Head. Stop dawdling, come over here and check if I'm gonna die. Seeing Bai Feiyan, she couldn't help but feel her nose sting. Bai Feiyan also could see her abnormality. Collecting his thoughts, he lowered his eyes and turned around, but Jun Xian already knew things would be like this. With a wave of his hand, Jun Xian closed the door, then his footsteps gradually grew further away. What happened for you to end up like this? Don't bring it up anymore.
Tang Daodu tried to sit up, but Bai Feiyan moved over to press on her shoulders, indicating that she should properly stay lying down. Extending his large gentle hand, though Bai Feiyan's brows seemed a bit anxious, he concealed it very well as he gently said to Tang Daodu, "Extend your wrist, I'll help you take a look." Naturally, Tang Daodu obediently extended her hand. The moment Bai Feiyan saw that hand that was bound up like zongzi, dish consisting of rice and filling wrapped in bamboo leaves, and couldn't help asking astonishedly, "How did your hand get injured as well?" He remarked that it was strange silently. Even though it was an excuse that Bailey said he brought him here so he could rest and recuperate from his injuries, but no matter what, he was still unlikely to go so far as to mistreat him. So where did all these injuries come from? Tang Daodu saw the puzzlement between his brows get even deeper, and the two good-looking slanted brows were almost scrunched entirely together, so she said, "Ahem, it was all from my carelessness. Help me check if I caught a cold first. If I did, then prescribe some cold-expelling medicine. As for this injury on my hand, help me rebandage it later." That Jun Xian simply doesn't know how to bandage injuries at all and just randomly bundled it up. "I don't know if might end up inflamed." She spoke long-windedly, but Bai Feiyan didn't reply. The movements of his hands hadn't stopped this entire time as he first checked her pulse to confirm her condition, then he carefully started taking apart the gauze that was wound on loop by loop. "You fell in the water in this kind of weather, so it's impossible not to catch cold. In a bit, after I help you retreat your injury, I'll find someone to boil the medicine for you. Drink it according to the prescription and you'll get better very soon. You don't have to be too worried." Bai Feiyan took apart the gauze as he consoled Tang Daodu in a low voice. Hearing this, Tang Daodu was a bit surprised and asked, "Didn't you come here to bring me back?" Bai Feiyan's hand movements slightly paused, but in a blink started busying again. "For the time being, if you can stay away, then it'd be best to stay away. Could it be that Elder Yu and that group of people still won't give up? Could it be they're still planning something?" Other than this, she also couldn't think of any other possible reason. Bai Feiyan replied, "Last night they weren't able to achieve their goal, so for a while they won't make any other moves. Not letting you go back is because of other reasons." "What reasons?" Bai Feiyan took off that last loop of gauze. Looking at that terrible wound, his brows bunched together again. "This injury of yours was also soaked in water?" There was actually a lot of resentment towards her in his tone, as if he was blaming her and asking why didn't she properly protect her injury. "It was all an accident. I never expected that so many things would happen either." Tang Daodu could only say it like so. Only then did Bai Feiyan's expression ease a little as he continued replying to Tang Daodu's question, "It's regarding the Cloud Sun City's matters. That household was obstructed by someone I sent last night, so they couldn't appear in the martial arts convention, but unexpectedly they appeared outside the Alliance head residence today at dawn, causing a noisy disturbance and demanding that they be given a clear explanation." "And you said it wasn't Elder Yu and the rest?" Tang Daodu pouted. Seeing Bai Feiyan space out looking at the injury on her palm, she couldn't help but worriedly ask, "Is it really serious?" T/N. If it wasn't soaked in water, it would have been much easier to deal with. Isn't this just waste of words? It's already been soaked in water, so couldn't he say something more practical? Bai Feiyan spoke again, "When I headed out today I didn't expect that you would be injured, so I didn't bring my medicine box. In a bit I'll give you a pill and alleviate the symptoms of your condition for now. When I return I'll get the medicine and have someone bring it over." At some unknown time while he was speaking, an additional familiar Milex had appeared in his hands. Just as he was about to hand it to Tang Daodu, he stopped his movement and said, "Remember, you must drink it with water, don't dry swallow it again." Cough, that can't be blamed on her. It's all because of those brainless television show leading the poor students astray. Dry swallowing inhibits the effect of the medicine because it's hard for it to spread. Don't you often feel your legs weak as if they lack strength these days? That's caused by the tendons softening powder. Bai Feiyan continued. She has seriously been enlightened, he's a godly doctor. Tang Daoda's watery eyes shone as she hurriedly nodded and asked,
is there any way to make it so my legs won't be weak?
She had been really puzzled as to why her legs kept going soft these days. She never thought it was actually the tendons softening powder haunting her. She never suspected the tendons softening powder because she had taken Bai Feiyun's medicine earlier. Due to that, she thought she was already fine and just threw this incident to the back of her mind. But looking at it now, these residual effects were probably because she dry swallowed the medicine so it couldn't completely take effect. Bai Feiyun said, even if there'd be no need for it. In a few more hours the effects of tendons softening powder will be gone and you'll return to normal. For the time being, you should stay in bed and properly rest. That was true, so Tang Daodu immediately agreed. Then, recalling the reason for him coming, she asked, "You said I shouldn't go back for the time being, then why did you come to look for me?" "I need to borrow the Alliance Head Command Tablet to use." Bai Feiyun was very direct. Tang Daodu didn't dally either. "I don't have the Alliance Head Command Tablet." Bai Feiyun was taken aback but in an instant understood. Looking at that revealed pale injury with an abnormal red color, his brows creased. "The injury is a bit troublesome." "How did you know I had the Alliance Head Command Tablet? Earlier I said I didn't find it." Tang Daodu watched as Bai Feiyun turned her hand back and forth to examine the injury and hissed in pain, "Can it still be treated?" "The treatment for this injury can't be delayed any longer. I'll go back to the Alliance Head residence and bring the medicine box over, then discuss matters with you." "You take the pill and rest for now." Bai Feiyun very decisively stood up. "The Alliance Head Command Tablet was sent over by Bailiu, but from the looks of it, he didn't give you the real Alliance Head Command Tablet. This little white is sure smart enough, ah." Tang Daodu smacked her lips in appreciation. Earlier, the Alliance Head Command Tablet that Bailiu gifted to her in that small box was indeed fake. The real one had always been in Bailiu's hands. After entering the carriage, Tang Daodu immediately found out about this. This is also the reason she was extremely guarded against Bailiu. This damned bastard, to even say that he was gifting her the Alliance Head Command Tablet out of the kindness of his heart, but he actually made a fake one to deceive her. If back then she was truly taken over by deep gratefulness and accepted that box rather than getting a brain twitch, brain stopped working, and returning it to him, afraid that by now she would have already been exposed by Elder Yu for having a fake Alliance Head Command Tablet and swiftly kicked down from the great Alliance Head seat. She might have even been charged with the crime of masquerading as the Alliance Head in Li Shui, then dealt with a single swoosh of a blade. Just thinking of this made her entire body emit cold sweat. So close, luckily she, Tang Daodu, saw through it. Otherwise, she wouldn't even know how she died. Bailiu is very dangerous. Tang Daodu once again added a heavy stroke of a brush in her heart. Seeing that Tang Daodu didn't speak, Bai Feiyun knew that his conjecture was probably as close as 8 and 9 were to 10. "You're staying here, so you must be very careful. You must keep in mind the things that you should and should not say, and remember by all means never to offend Bailiu." Knowing that everything he said was for her sake, Tang Daodu cutely nodded her head and said, "You should head back first to grab your medicine box. If there's anything else we can talk about it later." Yet now Bai Feiyun exposed a troubled expression. "I'm just afraid the next time I head over it won't be that easy to see you." Just then it was because this injury urgently needed treatment, but now thinking about it carefully, to be able to come in to see Li Shui was only because Bailiu wasn't in the garden right now. When Bailiu came back, he definitely won't let him see Li Shui. And the reason for that was simple: his identity was way too sensitive. Why's that? It's a bit complicated. Once you get better, I'll explain to you in detail. Since you're not in possession of the Alliance Head Command Tablet, I'll just have to think of some other idea. In a bit you should have Jun Xin find a doctor to help you deal with this injury. Once things are dealt with properly, I'll come again to bring you back. Bai Feiyun muttered to himself irresolutely for a while before finally saying this slowly. Tang Daodu became unhappy. Would other people's skill in treating her injury be as good as his, Bai Feiyun's? Even if you used your toes brain to think, it would still be impossible. Fudge, adding on the fact that Jun Xin was that unreliable, he might end up finding her some quack doctor.
Out of the question. Without needing to think, Tang Dao rejected Bai Feiyun's plans in one shot.
Seeing the latter look puzzled, she explained with a meaningful and heartfelt tone, Xiaobaya, look, my days here are seriously not good at all. Look at how long I've been here and my whole body's already covered with injuries, and that was still when I was fine.
Now I'm already like this. If they wanted to do anything to me, I won't even have the ability to resist. It couldn't be that you have the heart to just watch as I get harmed to death by others? Bai Feiyun didn't think that much and opened his mouth, just about to try persuading her, when the door was kicked open with a bang. Jun Xian angrily rushed in. Li Shui, can you even feel your conscience saying this? AKA, how can you say that without guilt?
Underscore 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 underscore.
Credits, translated by Kayomura, edited by Mr. Priest, proofread by Ocelot. Kayomura's Corner. Author, didn't come late, right? Lately it's been really busy.
Kayomura agrees, insanely busy.
T/N, at this point I wondered if Bai Feiyun noticed her fake layer of skin? Then it occurred to me, what's she gonna do when the wound heals, since the fake layer of skin now has a tear from the knife wound?
I skimmed ahead, but I don't remember what happened regarding that.
The author may have forgotten to take that into consideration. Well, we'll see. MP, I was wondering the same. Would it become a fake scar? Or perhaps that skin is miraculous enough to heal itself? Glossary. Chapter 35, I'll give you 2 sky-ascending monkeys. Chapter 35, I'll give you 2 sky-ascending monkeys.
Looking at the Jun Xian, who had suddenly appeared at the entrance, Tang Dao only felt waves of black cloud sweep past over her head.
Didn't this little brat leave earlier? When did he turn back? Bai Feiyun's also didn't have a particularly good expression. Jun Xian had turned back to eavesdrop, yet he wasn't able to sense it whatsoever.
This was enough to indicate that Jun Xian's martial arts were superior to his own, and it wasn't just by a small margin.
It must be known that Jun Xian was forced to admit admiration, that's why he willingly decided to follow Bai Liu.
As for how incredible Bai Liu's martial arts actually were, no one in the Jianghu has complete knowledge of it currently.
Little brat, could it be that no one taught you eavesdropping on others is a bad habit? Jun Xian strode in fiercely and glanced at the pill in Tang Dao's hand.
While at it, he poured a cup of water as he passed by the table. Only when he got close did he pass the water in his hand to Tang Dao. Here, hurry up and take the medicine. Which door of crazy was he heading towards this time? Wasn't he still furious just now? How did he suddenly become so nice, so far as to even bring her water? Tang Dao stared blankly for a while, still unsure whether or not she should accept it.
What are you dazing out for? Hurry up and just take the medicine, then let him go to bring the medicine back.
Seeing her dim-witted appearance, Jun Xian's anger rushed back all at once.
This guy actually described them as that abominable, and then he said what? Could he have the heart to just watch as he got harmed to death by others? If he wanted to get rid of a person, would he even need to slowly cause harm?
Just a simple strike with the palm was more than enough.
Jun Xian at this moment was really considering whether he should just kill Tang Dao with a blow.
If it weren't for the fact that he turned around to eavesdrop out of sheer boredom, he still wouldn't have realized that this guy was a two-faced scoundrel, saying bad things about them like this behind their backs. Hateful, truly hateful.
Tang Dao was really embarrassed from his fierce attitude.
She hurriedly took the water and said, "Thanks."
Only then did Jun Xian's expression lighten up a little. After all, eavesdropping wasn't anything glorious.
If it weren't for the fact that he seriously couldn't stand it anymore, he wouldn't have rushed in and be caught eavesdropping by Bai Feiyun.
Seeing Tang Dao swallow the pill, Bai Feiyun didn't mention a word about Jun Xian eavesdropping, nor did he continue confirming the validity of Tang Dao's earlier statement. Alliance head, you should rest. I'll head off right away to get my medicine box and return. Leave the wound uncovered like this for now.
You must not cover it in order to avoid the wound getting worse. When the time comes to deal with it, it'll be even more troublesome and painful if it gets worse.
Alright, Xiaobai, you can go.
I'll remember.
Hearing Bai Feiyan's exhorting, Tang Daodu's heart was warm and fluffy.
Finally, there was someone that cared about her. At the side, Jun Xian saw her reply with a cute and agreeable appearance.
He couldn't help but give a cold humph. Luckily, he didn't say anything.
Bai Feiyan nodded towards him and proceeded to leave the room.
After he left, Jun Xian finally turned his eyes towards Tang Daodu. Tang Daodu looked all around the room, harboring a guilty conscience. The atmosphere inside the room was particularly awkward.
Saying bad things about others behind their backs, and then being caught just by chance.
This feeling really was far, far, far from good. After a while, Tang Daodu was just considering whether she should attempt to provide an explanation, when Jun Xian spoke first. You're looking for the Alliance Head Command Tablet?
When Tang Daodu saw him open his mouth, she originally thought he was going to ask her about the trash-talking incident, but unexpectedly what he asked was actually pertaining to the Alliance Head Command Tablet. Her brain didn't quite catch up and she involuntarily said
The incident regarding the Morong family of Cloud Sun City, did you do that? Jun Xian curiously asked.
He had heard about this before, but there were too many doubtful points to the incident. You could tell it was set up to frame Li Shui with just a glance. It was just that there was nothing to be done about it. The Cloud City's announcement was also a bit feeble since Li Shui never came out to explain. Due to this, the incident was getting worse and worse, hence getting awfully troublesome as well.
Besides, half a month ago, Li Shui was probably still poisoned with disseminating tassel fragrance.
His little life was in fatal danger, yet if he could still have the mood to do that kind of thing, it seriously calls for admiration.
That said, back to the main topic.
The Li Shui in front of him had eyes that were clear without stains.
He was just a little impish at most. How could he have such a deep motive? Could it be that the disseminating tassel fragrance was truly that powerful, to the point where it could completely change a person's personality? Or was it that this person in front of him was Li Shui's true self, and the rumors were all purposefully smearing someone's name? Without wind there cannot be waves, so it wouldn't be this severe if it were solely defaming rumors. Jun Xian was really curious about how much of this was actually true.
Hearing him ask about this incident, Tang Daodu also felt exceptionally helpless.
The fudge! She doesn't even know what thing he's talking about, so how could she know whether she did it or not?
I completely lost my memories. How could I still remember whether I did it or not?
Jun Xian nodded. I believe you probably didn't do them though.
Hey, this little brat, how come he believes in her so much all of a sudden? Could this be the so-called pig-feet aura asterisk? Jesus she, Tang Daodu, will definitely strike it rich soon. Pig-feet aura. Pig-feet is pronounced Ju1 Jiao 3, another way of pronouncing the character for feet, paired with other words is Ju 4. And the term for main character is Ju 3 Ju 4. Main character aura is often written as pig-feet aura on the internet because the main character's personality is often so repulsive it makes people's hair stand up in anger. Based on how dim-witted you look, it'd seriously be strange if you were capable of doing that sort of thing. Jun Xian scoffed as he added with an extremely disdainful tone.
Tang Daodu's face immediately collapsed. She knew it. Hey, little brat, why don't you tell me exactly what's happening with that Morong family? It couldn't be that I did something that humankind and heaven alike would be indignant about?
In fact, there's no need for you to even say it. I too feel like I don't have the ability to cause such a large event. Tang Daodu didn't know if it was because Bai Feiyan's pill was working or because she saw Bai Feiyan, but Tang Daodu's mind felt a lot more alert, and her head didn't hurt anymore.
When people felt comfortable, their brains naturally worked better too.
In any case, there was still time to wait until Bai Feiyan came back.
Even though Jun Xian looked unreliable, from the meaning within his words, he should know quite a few things.
She'll take advantage of this chance to learn more about these situations, which would also be advantageous to her.
Jun Xian swept her a glance. You do at least have some self-knowledge. Didn't that Bai Feiyun talk to you about this?
Automatically ignoring the prior sentence, Tang Daoda rubbed her chin and said, I only encountered him yesterday night, a little while before the martial arts convention. Too many things happened afterwards, he simply didn't have the chance to tell me about these things.
Bai Feiyun, do you trust him a lot? Jun Xian suddenly asked.
Even though she didn't know what he asked this for, Tang Daoda decided not to be completely honest. Bai Feiyun had already warned her earlier that she must distinguish clearly what to say and what not to say. At this moment, she felt the fact that she trusted Bai Feiyun was not something she should tell Jun Xian, so she naturally used some other excuse to beat around the bush. She first gave a particularly troubled sigh, before faintly saying, I can't quite put it into words either, I simply feel like he wouldn't harm me. The sentence was ambiguous, so Jun Xian also couldn't obtain any clues from it. Looks like, you also don't completely trust him, but this is actually quite normal.
How was that normal? Tang Daoda silently disdained Jun Xian inside her heart.
But what she wanted was to find out about the Cloud Sun City's events. She didn't want to chit-chat with him at all.
Hurry up and tell me what exactly happened.
Jun Xian said before finally speaking, actually it's not anything that big, just that you slept with some family's daughter, then patted your butt and left. That young lady almost jumped into the river to commit suicide. Luckily, she was rescued in time, but she became dumb.
I swear a frick, this still doesn't count as big?
Tang Daoda really wanted to send a knuckle over, but there was no helping it, her hand was currently inconvenient. She could only drop the idea and say, I definitely did not do this.
Could it be that the lady remembered the wrong person? Hearing this, Jun Xian found it funny and laughed. With a rather obvious tone of praise, he said to Tang Daoda, you were actually smart this time around. She really remembered wrong? If that's the case, then why are they still ringing me instead of letting go? This is all still just some speculation.
Not to mention, that lady has already gone dumb, how could she still know who was it that did the deed back then? Everything that occurred is pretty much up to the Morong family to make up. When the conversation reached this point, Tang Daoda finally grabbed onto a couple straws. What you mean is that, this fine incident was something that was cooked up by the Morong family? If you still had your memories, this matter would be much easier to deal with. Unfortunately, you lost them, so I'm afraid this incident will only get more chaotic. Wanting to solve it won't be easy, not to mention you're still poisoned with disseminating tassel fragrance. Jun Xian harbored malicious intentions as he analyzed the current situation for Tang Daoda. In reality, he just wanted to scare Tang Daoda and wanted to make her beg him for help. But Tang Daoda only had to casually move her brain to guess this brat's devious intentions. In her heart, she ruthlessly disdained him around and asked, how are you so clear about this?
And also this certain that it wasn't me that did it? What if before I lost my memories I was actually a wicked beyond redemption bastard? What if I not only slept with that family's daughter, but I even raped some family's old hen, old sow? Jun Xian immediately turned black. Even though he knew she was saying it on purpose, but it was still really disgusting, alright? Old hen, old sow. The taste is seriously heavy. Seeing his face turn black, Tang Daoda's mood became better again. She had also pretty much gotten a grasp of the situation. But are those people Baka asterisk? Is there any meaning to framing her like this? She doesn't even have that plaything, how's she supposed to sleep with some family's daughter? Writer uses, these people, essay 4-4, or not 4, stupid, instead of, these people, sure 4 is, or is not, stupid, cuter internet way of speaking. Thinking about it closely, solving this problem was pretty simple. All she had to do was come out with her female identity. Simple and rough, there was no need to wade through mud and water at all. But unfortunately, she simply couldn't fudging do that. Tang Daoda became laden with grief. You're too disgusting. Jun Xian gave a heartfelt sigh. He really did feel that Li Shuai probably wasn't involved in this matter from the bottom of his heart.
If he was asked for a reason, he didn't know it quite himself, except that he just felt it.
Tang Daodu didn't pay attention to his sigh and asked, but Bai Feiyan said this wasn't directed by Elder Yu. It couldn't be that I still have other enemies besides Elder Yu? Jun Xian was pushed to laughter by her words. Pointing at her face while laughing, he said, "Your enemies? Ha ha ha. What's so funny about this?"
Hey, kindly taking into account the fact that you lost your memories, this young master will properly tell you exactly how many enemies you have.
Jun Xian's eyes were filled with delight at another person's disaster.
Ali Shui that lost his memories was pretty fun to play with, no wonder Bailey you would bring him back. Tang Daodu silently looked at him, completely at a loss as to why he was so happy.
She rubbed her chin. What enemies did she have? Could it be that she had a lot of enemies? Jesus, this wasn't good news at all. Don't for now. Seeing Jun Xian about to let loose a flood of words, Tang Daodu decisively declined the offer. She couldn't even handle one Elder Yu. If she learned about more, wouldn't it just be seeking trouble for herself? This kind of stupid thing, T/N, definitely won't do. In regards to this matter about Cloud Sun City, she better ask Bai Feiyun. No matter what, Xiaobai was still more reliable.
In addition, Bai Feiyan was in charge of this matter, so Xiaobai should be more clear on the whole sequence of events than Jun Xian, who had only heard about it through gossip.
Since she could have precise information, Jun Xian can just choke on his rubbish.
Jun Xian had already finished drafting out his introduction, but was choked by Tang Daodu's 3 words to the point where he couldn't utter half a word. A bunch of Jianghu gossip was restrained in his chest, but he didn't voluntarily say it out since still wanted to put on airs. It was extremely difficult to bear. Tang Daodu looked at his suffering expression as he wanted to speak, but hesitated and felt incomparably smug.
Just this little ability and you still want to fight with Big Sis?
I'll give you 2 ascending sky monkeys *, go play in the sky BA.
Ascending sky monkey equals fireworks. It's like those fireworks in Tom and Jerry.
The phrase "go play in the sky" is often some variant of "let you ascend to heaven," which comes from an internet quote someone typed towards someone that was showing off a lot, so impressed, "Why don't you ascend to heaven?" Ba is just a sound particle indicating a suggestion or surmise. Underscore 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 underscore.
Credits, translated by Kayomura, edited by Prady, proofread by Ocelot. Kayomura's Corner. Author's message: good night, Zuxaxo. Good morning, XP. T/N. This kind of stupid thing, T/N, definitely won't do.
Prady questioned what beans was, and Ocelot pointed out correctly that in earlier chapters she refers to her breasts as beans, specifically when she removes the skin suit to discover that she still has a female body. But, at this point she's referring to herself, not her nipples. As explained in earlier chapters, the words "do," which makes up her name, means beans. In Chinese culture, we often refer to things that are like itty-bitty dots as daodus. For example, Tang Daodu uses it to refer to her nipples, a reader mentioned her pimples, and I've read stories in which the lead calls shorter side characters little Daodu. And so, due to the fact that Tang Daodu often makes use of metaphors to express her possible tragic end, like she'll be flattened into bean cakes or crushed into soy milk, I've switched to using beans sometimes when Tang Daodu calls herself or other things Daodu.
Is this too confusing?
If it is, I'll just switch to keeping it in pinyin in the future. I just feel like beans conveys the cute tone more, as well as sometimes help to express the metaphors better.
Glossary. Chapter 36, as long as it's you it's correct. Chapter 36, as long as it's you it's correct. Jun Xian didn't stick around for long before he got bored and ran off. When Bai Feiyan returned, he didn't see Jun Xian and actually felt rather uncomfortable, like Jun Xian was hiding somewhere eavesdropping.
Don't worry, this time he really left.
That guy doesn't have the patience to squander time eavesdropping. Alliance Head actually knows him quite well.
Hearing Tang Daoda say this, Bai Feiyan lightly smiled and really did stop being on guard. He walked to the bed and placed the medicine box down. Extend your hand. After I finish treating you, I still have to go back to give the Morong family a reply. Tang Daoda said in reply, then asked, what do you plan to do about this incident? Dealing with this incident isn't hard. What's hard is probably which method we should choose to use. Bai Feiyan used medicine to wipe around the blanched flesh and said gently, it'll hurt a bit, hold on. His voice was gentle as water, sweeping through her heart and making her feel soothed. His hand movements were even more incomparably gentle. He said it would hurt, but in reality his movements were well practiced and swift. Tang Daoda didn't even have the chance to feel anything before she saw that he had already finished treating it. Xiao Bai, who exactly is it that's directing the Morong family? Do they have a grudge against me, or is it that they're unhappy with Cloud City? She was half sitting up on the bed with her hand placed on the side of the bed. Bai Feiyan was half crouched next to the bed treating the injury while talking to her. We still haven't figured out who exactly is directing it behind the scenes, but there's not much connection with Elder Yu. He only called the Morong family over for the sake of wanting to cause you trouble during the martial arts convention. His side profile was exceptionally focused and there was a faint caution between his brows. His long eyelashes cast a wide shadow on his fair face and slightly trembled with his movements. When this handsome gets serious, his attractiveness level is practically about to charm Beans to death. This matter I'll try to end as soon as possible. Bai Feiyan gave his word resolutely. Tang Daoda became curious, why does he treat her this well? Or perhaps it should be put this way, why does he treat Li Shui this well? He's a member of White Wind Manor. From the information she gathered at the martial arts convention, he should be a very neutral type, yet after she appeared he kept helping her one time after another and never showed any suspicion towards her. If he was very familiar with Li Shui and they had a really good relationship, now that it's a different person, could it be possible for him not to sense it? Or is it that there's some business deal that she wasn't aware of in this? That's why Bai Feiyan had no choice but to help her like this? As she pondered and watched him, the question came out, Xiao Bai, why do you treat me so well? Hearing this, Bai Feiyan's movements froze. Lifting his eyes, he asked, why are you suddenly asking this? The other hand tucked back a few strands of fine hair that had fallen over his face. Tang Daoda's watery pupils were a bit dazed, I'm just curious. The two were silent for a little while before Bai Feiyan lowered his pupils, it's that you don't trust me, right? Tang Daoda didn't know how she should express the opinion in her heart. Should she say she doesn't trust him? But she does trust, well at least she trusts him much more than she does Jun Xin. But to really say that she trusts him, in actuality she didn't know how she could trust him. In truth, you need not worry. Just believe that I won't harm you. That's enough. Bai Feiyan slightly smiled as he continued to help bind her wound. You've lost your memories. I'll help you slowly recover your memories again until you remember everything. If the memories seriously cannot be recovered, I'll still help you sit stably on the Alliance head seat and let you live the latter half of your life without worries. You're lost your martial arts, lost everything, so I'll be your left shoulder, your right arm. If you still don't believe, I can only give one sentence as an explanation. He suddenly lifted his head, his ink jade-like pupils filled with never-seen-before earnestness, because it was a promise. Because it was a promise. 5 simple and direct words, yet Tang Daoda felt sorrow bubbling up from the bottom of her heart. This sentence seemed to overcome 1,000, 10,000 years, reaching her soul which belonged in the era 10 million years into the future in giving this faint message. But I don't remember anything anymore. Tang Daoda lowered her eyes, exceptionally perplexed. Exactly what promise did Bai Feiyan and Li Shui have? And what kind of friendship was it exactly that would make Bai Feiyan uphold his promise so unwaveringly like this? The one he made the promise to was Li Shui, not her, Tang Daoda. It was to the Li Shui that would never recover his memories. This guess of Tang Daoda's was not far off from the truth. In the past Bai Feiyan and Li Shui really did make an arrangement. As for the content that was agreed on, other than by Feiyan himself, there was no other person in the world that knew, because the real Li Shuai has already died. And at that time, Bai Feiyan already promised to Li Shuai that unless Li Shuai took the initiative to bring it up, he would not say the contents of this arrangement out loud even if he were to die. So this matter, as long as there were no unexpected events, would never be revealed. No matter, as long as it's correct. Bai Feiyan tied the white gauze and finished binding the wound. Getting up, he took out a bunch of bottles and vials from his medicine box and arranged it in order next to the bed. Picking out one of the bottles and holding it in his palm, he gave a deep sigh before saying, "I believe that Bailey Yu has already told you that other than tendon softening powder there's another poison in your body. When I helped you take your pulse earlier I had discovered that the poison had already flared up several times. Unfortunately, my medical expertise is limited and could not figure out why that poison still hasn't flared up again after those first couple times. If it weren't for that bunch of genuine and sincere words that he said earlier, Tang Daoda would have thought he was hoping for that poison to flare up. This poison is called disseminating tassel fragrance. Bailey Yu has already told me about it. And it's definitely not that it didn't flare up but that after it flared up the real Li Shuai had already breathed his last. It was because of that she, this pitiful beans, would transmigrate into Li Shuai's body. Don't even know if it's fortunate or unfortunate. These things she naturally couldn't say to Bai Feiyun. After her injury was treated, she felt a little tired. As she listened to Bai Feiyun's voice that was genial as the spring wind, she became even drowsier. Once the matters on this side is dealt with, I'll take a trip to Azure Water Valley and ask Elder Senior Son what exactly this is. During this time, no matter what happens you must not have a falling out with Bailey Yu. Compared to Elder Yu, he's much harder to deal with. Those little smarts of yours will be useless. That person is unfathomably deep, even the city lord doesn't have inside information about him. For him to suddenly meddle in the martial arts convention definitely is not just out of some whim. You must carefully bear this in mind. Moreover, the only person in this world that can cure disseminating tassel fragrance is him, so it's best if you don't become enemies with him. I've marked all of these pills with their usage and names. They're all for common usage, so you should remember to put them away well. ZZZZZ. Bai Feiyan was giving an enthusiastic briefing when the sound of gentle breathing entered his ears. Lifting his eyes, he saw that at some point Tang Daoda's head had tilted to the side and she had fallen asleep. Her appearance as she slept was naive and tender, from time to time she would even smack her lips. Bai Feiyan gave a helpless smile and collected those vials and placed them next to the pillow before bending down to softly shift Tang Daoda so that she laid flat and tucked in her blanket. Have a nice nap. Bai Feiyan gazed at this familiar face and suddenly recalled the first time they met. The memory was like water, in a moment it receded again. Giving a light sigh, Bai Feiyan picked up the medicine box and left. Next to the window, Jun Xian hung upside down from the ceiling and watched Bai Feiyan's leaving figure in a daze all the way until it was completely gone from sight. Then he softly dropped down and turned to approach Tang Daoda's bed. His gaze turned towards that pile of bottles and vials beside the bed. Randomly picking one bottle up, clear notes were written on it. It pretty much explained the usage of this pill, the method and the usage amount. This Bai Feiyun was actually quite meticulous. Placing the bottle back down, his hand stroked past Tang Daoda's forehead. The dead asleep guy didn't feel it at all. Jun Xian felt speechless. Wasn't his vigilance a bit too low? But these weren't things that needed to be included in the range of his considerations. Right now, he only hoped that this guy could get better a little more quickly, that way he would be able to taste how much skill he had exactly in cooking. Once food was mentioned, Jun Xian recalled those spicy strips which taste continues to linger in his memory. Crap, the meal box. The sea of plum flowers stretched on like a blossoming field of snow. In Plum Pavilion, the red garment very much resembled that of a fire demon. Bailey Yu laid on his side on the couch. His long and narrow peach blossom eyes were languid and charming as his slender fingers played with that jade-colored tablet, his expression at ease.
Opposite him was a black-clothed person with black hair and cold pupils, sitting upright. His vicious pupils were engraved with a fiery blaze. Muyi couldn't understand at all why this host that he wouldn't have been able to reach even with 8 bamboo poles, hard to strike up friendly relations with, would suddenly send him an invitation to come to this famous plum garden to drink tea. To come drink tea was just to drink tea. Ever since the start when they exchanged greetings, the two didn't even say a single word. It was seriously just drinking tea. But he didn't have that much leisure to come accompany him to drink tea. Muyi stood up. Bailey Yu didn't lift his eyes. Giving a light laugh, he said, "Sect Master Mu, leaving?" Muyi was expressionless and coldly replied, "Farewell." Is Sect Master Mu very busy? Just don't have as much free time as Bailey Gungzi. Since Sect Master Mu is busy with everything, then this one also won't keep you any longer. His finger tapped against the jade pendant, causing a clear sound. Bailey Yu ordered in a light tone, "Yichuan, see Sect Master Mu off." A young man dressed in robe garments dropped down and saluted Bailey Yu before saying to Mu Yi, "Sect Master Mu, this way please." But Mu Yi didn't move. There was a hint of doubt in the depths of his cold pupils. Was he overthinking it? Did Bailey Yu seek him out only for the sake of drinking tea? Or was it for something else? His gaze fell on that jade tablet in Mu Yi because even less certain. Could it be that Bailey Yu came for the sake the matter last night? Affairs of the Alliance head residence, he really intends to get involved? And what would that person from Cloud City think? Sect Master Mu? Seeing him motionless for quite a while, Yichuan prompted. Only then did Mu Yi respond. His ramrod straight figure moved, but rather than walk out the pavilion he sat down once again. Picking up that cup of tea that had been untouched since the beginning, he asked, "What kind of tea is this?" Bailey Yu saw that he sat back down once again and knew that today's goal had already been half reached. Putting the jade tablet back into his wide sleeve, he switched to another cozy position before replying, "Noble Sierra Star. The options were complete pinyin, Mei Shan Jian, partial pinyin, Meishan point, very literal translation, eyebrows mountain point, edited translation, upper mountain peak, and finally, the very liberal derivative that sounds a little bit more like tea, Noble Sierra. Just for reference because I'll probably end up using a blend, but which one would you guys prefer in the future for things like medicines, martial arts techniques and herbs? Good tea." Even Muya's praise was cold as frost without the least bit of emotion. Good guests suit good tea. As long as Sect Master Mu doesn't disdain it, all is well. Too polite. Seeing the two start to chat, Yichuan didn't wait for Bailey Yu's instruction and noiselessly withdrew from the pavilion. Walking into the sea of plum flowers, he encountered Mengyu who was holding a meal box. "Mengyu Jia, you're here to bring food to Master?" Yichuan smiled as he walked up, about to take Mengyu's meal box. "Right now Master is discussing matters with a guest. It looks like the brothers will be able to enjoy today's food." Mengyu was just passing by and wanted to ask if Master wanted to eat anything. After the deer meat was sneakily eaten by Jun Xian during lunch, Master still hasn't had anything to eat yet. She didn't think that the moment she headed over she would encounter Yichuan. Looking at this young man whose face was filled with sunshine, in the sea of plum blossoms he was as beautiful as a dream. There were only the two of them here, so Mengyu was nervous to the point her pulse raced, yet at the same time she was worried that her face would flush, especially when she saw Yichuan's fair fingers reach over. She felt like her heart was about to leap out of her chest. Yichuan didn't know the young lady's heart. When his hand touched the food box, Mengyu suddenly jumped away, as if she received a great shock. His face expressed confusion as he asked with concern, "What's wrong? Do you not feel well?" His voice made Mengyu even more flustered until she lost track of all directions. Seeing her face flush and breathing get heavy, Yichuan thought that she probably caught a cold and wanted to try feeling her temperature. But as soon as he got close, Mengyu went and directly shoved the food box to Yichuan, turned around, and ran without even a goodbye. Leaving behind Yichuan, whose entire face was at a loss, completely not understanding what had just happened.
Underscore 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 underscore.
Credits, translated by Kayomura, edited by Lazy Miu, proofread by Ocelot. Kayomura's Corner. Author has a message. Are there any nice people, Mama Zizi? Kissing sounds?
Auntie came, I'm practically about to go crazy.
Happy face. Author confirmed to be female, lol. I understand the pain.
My auntie always comes right when I need to give speeches or just when I'm about to enjoy a vacation.
Glossary. Chapter 37, Spicy Strips Disturbance. Chapter 37, Spicy Strips Disturbance.
But soon his attention was attracted by the food box in his hands. Master was talking about matters, so he definitely wouldn't be able to eat anything for quite a while. Even though this food box keeps the food hot for a longer time, but Master likes eating the freshest hot meals. So usually, when situations like this occur, the food that Manhwa brings over can only be given to them.
Cough. It must be mentioned that the food Manhwa makes is really delicious.
Just thinking about it caused his saliva to almost flow out.
But as the head, he definitely can't eat alone.
And thus, Yichuan carried that food box off to find his brothers, filled with anticipation and expectations.
Not long after, panting sounds of hahoahui/n arose in the plum blossom sea.
No sooner than one subsided, the next one arose, and mixed into it were even some occasional moans. The two in the pavilion were highly skilled martial arts practitioners, their ears were highly sensitive. Even though that sound was not large, it entered their ears clearly. Muya's cold pupils still didn't have any changes in mood, but he suddenly stopped speaking in the middle of his words.
Picking up the tea, he lightly took a taste.
As for Baileyu, his expression was still as before, only the colors of his stunning pupils deepened slightly. Retrieving his gaze, he looked towards Muyi with a slightly apologetic expression. Discipline wasn't good enough, has caused sect leader Mu to see something embarrassing.
Not at all. The pavilion became quiet again for a while.
There was only the continuous hollow sound echoing all around, particularly loud and clear. After a while, Muyi stood up. This matter, allow me to consider it some more. Baileyu was not satisfied with this result, but it was clear that it was unlikely for them to continue to discuss this, so he could only nod and say, the matter is quite major, for sect leader Mu to need time to carefully consider is a matter of course. It's just that time is tight, so please do make a decision with all speed.
All right.
Muyi stood up and cupped his hand towards Baileyu in farewell. He didn't wait for Baileyu to call someone over to see him off and left the pavilion. His steps tapped the ground lightly as he flew off like an owl. After he left, Baileyu slowly lowered the teacup in his hand.
His long and narrow eyes slightly contracted because it was he who had underestimated Muyi.
In the sea of plum blossoms, Yichuan was crouched under a tree, sticking his tongue out and fanning it.
He wished he could just pull out his tongue and throw it away. It was seriously way too spicy.
Leader, did Manhwa Jia really make this? Another subordinate was crouched down to the side, also fanning his tongue like Yichuan. At the same time, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It was fragrant and spicy, painful yet delightful. This feeling was way too painfully irresistible.
There were even a few more men surrounding that open food box. Their painful expressions were telling. Really want to eat, really painfully spicy,
Wasted words, this was, something I personally brought, Yichuan couldn't even hold back his tears anymore. At the same time, he also felt rather doubtful.
What's wrong with Manhwa?
Master and this bunch of people at his side all do not eat spicy things.
To make something this spicy, was it on purpose or was it because she didn't feel well and put in the wrong seasonings?
Recalling Manhwa's flushed face, Yichuan was sure it was because she didn't feel well. Luckily, this food didn't get sent to Master, otherwise it'd truly be a disaster. He was dazed out while thinking when all of a sudden he felt something was not right.
Why did those continuous sounds of panting suddenly all stop?
Following that, the corners of his eyes swept across a trace of bright red. His heart went the thump, crap. With a whoosh he stood up and endured the spicy taste in his mouth. Master.
What's going on?
When he arrived, the entire group of people were crouching all over the place on the ground, each and every one of them having an expression of incomparable suffering. It was so much so that no one even noticed him even after he stood there for a long time. It applied even more so to Yichuan. If it weren't for the fact that he moved even closer, it was very likely that even now Yichuan would still be deep in thought. There were very few things that would cause Baileyu to be curious, but right now he couldn't help but become curious. This group of subordinates were all personally picked and trained by him. What sort of pain and torment had they not experienced before? Even if they were stabbed by a blade they wouldn't even make a groan, yet right now all of them had this kind of expression. How could he not be curious? Seeing the curiosity that flashed through Baileyu's eyes, Yichuan silently cursed, but on the surface he still reported calmly, "Master, everything is this subordinate's fault. I ask for punishment." What fault? Baileyu's pupils suddenly swept towards the food box on the ground and he asked, "Mengyu came? What food did she bring?" After the deer meat was secretly eaten by Jun Xin, according to Mengyu's usual practice, unless she made something even tastier than deer meat there was no way she would bring food over. Usually she would mourn for several days before starting to cook again. During those times, he would for the most part eat some fruits to fill his stomach. Hearing him mention Mengyu, Yichuan's eyes lit up. It could even be said that Master was very indulgent towards Mengyu. It was all due to Mengyu's cooking skills that caused Master to be unable to stop himself from eating. Without the food that Mengyu cooked he would rather just eat fruit. If he knew that Mengyu got sick, he might even skip pursuing today's matter out of worry. Alright, this matter really was his fault. But the brothers didn't commit any wrongs, so after the matter was over he'll still confess to Master and take his punishment. Mengyu seemed to have gotten sick. When she came over just now, her face was as red as a monkey's butt. Yichuan was very certain that Mengyu's face at that time was much redder than a monkey's butt. If Mengyu found out that her bashfully red face was comparable to that of a monkey's but in the opinion of the person she liked, wonder what she would think? No matter what Mengyu thought, the main point is that right now Baileyu's mood was extremely bad. Wouldn't this mean that he had to eat fruit for a lot more days? Help her find the best doctor in Huai City. Baileyu commanded. Yichuan immediately nodded, yes.